Giro from Germany, from the northwest of Germany, specifically North Rhine-Westphalia, for the 17th edition of this end-of-season Sprinters Classic. And it's a national holiday in Germany today, the German Unity Day, but this race has a particularly special feel today because it is celebrating 375 years since the peace treaty that was signed to end the 30 Years' War. And for that reason, the route is changed. It comes from the north, starting off in Lower Saxony and heading southward towards Munster, going between Osnabrück and Munster, the two cities where that peace treaty was signed. It has two big circuits. The first of those is that on the edge of Bad Idberg, a 30-kilometre circuit that we take in twice. And then it continues to go northwestward to take in this circuit right here, which has a tasty little climb on it, right on the edge of the ridge of hills, which sits just to the south of Osnabrück. And we ride that 3 times before then heading all the way southwestward towards Munster itself. There's a sprint point en route. We've got a few sprint points sprinkled along the way as well. And then we get to the city of Munster itself for the final circuit, exactly the same finishing circuit as used for the last few years. It is 4.2 kilometres round. Anti-clockwise, we do 3 laps to bring this race to its conclusion. Look at that flat running as well to Munster, that indicating why this has traditionally been a big sprinters race. Overcast conditions, in a way, kind of ideal for racing, as long as that rain holds off. There's a possibility of some showers maybe across the course of the afternoon. These are images from just a few moments ago. In fact, I think we might be looking at live images just of the last few teams signing on. What a collection of sprinters we have here at this race, of course, as well. One of the greatest sprinters of the modern era, Alexander Kristoff, there signing on with his Uno X team. Well, he's not had a sparkling year for them this year. He's had 2 wins for Uno X. This would be a big one, were he to get this today. Caleb Ewan for Lotto Destiny. Not cut a happy figure this year and not been a successful figure either by his very illustrious standards. This would be a great way of signing the year off for Caleb Ewan were he to get the win here in this very, very strong sprint competition in the Sparkassen Münsterland Giro. And check out this German national team. They have a real chance here today. Max Walscheid was 3rd last year. He appeared to be introducing his own team on the podium, which is a nice touch. They're made up of lots of different teams, of course, but he has very strong support there in the shape of Rick Zabel and Miguel Heidemann, Juri Hollmann too. Very strong German national team, that. Exciting. DSM Firmenich, with a couple of options, I guess, in Casper van Uden and Alberto Dainese, of course, alongside John Degenkolb. There he is. So actually a 3-pronged sprint potential there. And Degenkolb always tends to raise his game for these German races. Alberto Dainese, having recently completed, of course, his triplet of Grand Tour wins across the 3 different Grand Tours, getting that win late on in the Vuelta as well. The Australian Jaco Alula team, probably about Blake Quick today. They don't have Dylan Groenewegen with them, but they do have a strong team. Blake Quick, probably their fastest finisher. Luka Mesjek's never one to be ruled out of the top 10 come a finish like this. And here's a man in quiet but very good form all season, Tim Merlier. Not racking up the big wins this year, but racking up plenty of them. 11 wins this season for Tim Merlier, and in good form recently too. He will be a favourite for today's Sparkassen Münsterland Giro. So much talk, of course, about Soudal Quickstep and their merger, or proposed merger, with Jumbo-Visma. Brian and I will touch on that, I suspect, in just a little while. Alpecin de Koning, what an embarrassment of riches they've got right here. Jasper Philipsen, there he is, the best sprinter in the world right now. I don't think anyone could argue with that. He is also the winningest with 14 wins this year, the Belgian. Caden Groves, as we know, in really good form, fresh from the green jersey and 3 stage wins in the Vuelta at España. Is he tired though, or is he pinging? He'll be one of the two, I suspect. Lidl Trek, we suspect built around Mads Pedersen, but they also have other options in Jon Averesturi and Tim Thorn Dutenberg as well, the German rider who'll be motivated to show himself, I'm sure, today. On to Menchie's Circus Wanty, led by Gerben Thijssen. There he is. Now, he's also had a very good year this year. Another step up for Gerben Thijssen. And our expectations in races like this in Münsterland high for a rider like him. And then we have the team with all the pressure on them, of course. The German team, the German World Tour team, Bora Hansgrohe. And they have Jordi Meus, winner, of course, of the final stage of the Tour de France. And there he is. And he's amply supported, of course, by Danny van Poppel, who's well capable of winning this race himself. And then come the other half of that purported merger we were talking about, Jumbo-Visma. The boys in yellow and that boy in white, new European champion, of course, Christophe Laporte, having won that just, last weekend, ahead of his own teammates, Wout van Aert and Olav Koy. And there is Olav Koy, big favourite for today, the youngster. What a year he's had. Fabian Wegman, just a few moments ago, on his phone, the sporting director of the race, checking that everyone's in place and ready for the start, which we will bring you live imminently. My name's Jez Cox, by the way. I'm pleased to say that I am joined, it's been a little while, but I'm joined by my regular wingman, Brian Smith. Hey, Brian.
Hey, Jez. How are you?
Ah, very well. It's nice to have you back with me. You've been covering some fascinating things of late as well. I think you were covering the Tour de Langkawi. Is that right? Have I imagined that, Brian? I've just imagined that.
I was just looking at my schedule. I've been pretty much full on for the last 12 days.
That's good.
Double days as well. So yeah, it's been a lot of commentary, and sometimes you get kind of mixed up. But I think also, the problem I have at this time of year is catching up with all the other events.
Yeah.
When you consider, you just saw Jaco Alula there, and I think he said Blake Quick, but they've also got Campbell Stewart that won the last stage of the Crow race as well.
Of course.
So,
yeah, of course.
There's a few riders that have come from the Crow race over to this event, and I think even DSM Firmenich, they've got Degenkolb with the kind of captain there, Dainese, Marco and Van Uden. They keep on doing this to us. They come to these races with multiple sprinters and have us guessing. A little bit like Trek Segafredo used to do with Mads Pedersen, Stuyve and Toynes. They used to just swap it up during races and confuse us all. So that's a team that we'll have to kind of watch. But I think looking at the talent we've got here, Munsterland, I can remember covering this for the first time a couple of years ago. I've known this race for many, many years, but I think it was, 2 years ago, it seemed to be, got that TV contract where we kind of showed the whole race. I can remember it being really harsh conditions, Mark Cavendish winning, Andrew Greipel retiring, and of course Greipel's here. He's in the team car for the German national team. And then we've got last year with another sprint final, but if you can remember a couple of years ago, Jez, the wind out on the circuit kind of split the race up quite considerably, and we had I think Mark won it in a very small group at the end, very, very small group. I think one or two riders were with him, but traditionally this has been a kind of sprinters fest, but it doesn't always have to be.
No, you're right. It was atrocious 2 years ago, and on the face of it, it kind of matches the 17-year history of this race with a top sprinter winning it, but it was far from that. In fact, it was a, and you and I, Brian, were bringing us the commentary here, of course, on the home of cycling, but that win by Mark Cavendish was a classic do-it-all win by Mark Cavendish. It certainly wasn't a bunch sprint win, because you say it was atrocious conditions. He won ahead of Alexis Renard and Morten Hulgaard, so it was the surviving riders from that wind-shredded breakaway that Cavendish got himself into, and he won through sheer brute force, because that was, of course, right at the end of him riding for Quick-Step Alpha Vinyl, as it would have been then as well. So a bit of a point to prove for Cavendish as well. We'll maybe come back to Mark Cavendish today a little bit, as well as we think ahead to what he might be trying to do next year and what his thoughts are about the winter, perhaps. Right, this is the rollout. We are set for 194.2 kilometres of racing, and you lucky things at home, wherever you are watching around the world, you get Brian Smith and I to talk you through the whole thing. Now, you might be thinking, yeah, I'm going to turn this off. They've just told us it's a sprinters race. I'll tune in 180k time. Don't do that, because you're about to be treated to, as I think I see a bit of a lock-up going on at the bottom left of the shot, you're about to be treated to that rare thing that you so often only see if you're following big stage races, the race to get into the breakaway, and then the chasing and the unfolding of everything in the early stages of this race. Always fascinating to see. And it's worth pointing out as well, we roll through some lovely countryside. We actually have about 6 or 7 kilometres neutralised just to get us out of Osnabrück itself heading southward, and it will be deneutralised, giving us about 10k to go of racing before we get to that first circuit, that 30-kilometre circuit that we take in 2 times. Let me just fill you in on who is here. It's a Point Pro race, this. So for some of these smaller teams, the likes of the Maloja Push Bikers there, which we see the kit of in the middle, that lovely pink, green and blue kit. It's certainly loud, isn't it? And the Santic Wibatech team we see there as well. For them, this is a really big opportunity today to get a result and get seen on TV in this, which is a second division race, a Point Pro one-day race. We have 8 world teams here: Jumbo-Visma, Alpecin de Koning, Little Trek, DSM Firmenich, Jayco Alula, Soudal Quickstep, Entourage Circus Wanty and Bora Hansgrohe. And then we have 7 pro teams, that's second division teams, 6 continental teams, they're our third division teams, and then we have that one national team, which, as Brian has said, is managed by Andre Greipel this week. But what a strong team that is as well. It's always nice to see a big, strong national team riding in one of their big national races. It's headed by Max Walscheid, who was third last year behind Olaf Koy and Jasper Philipsen. But they have Rick Zabel, Miguel Heidemann, of course, who rides for Leopard TOGT, Vincent Dorn, Jori Holman, the Movistar rider, Jon Nolle and Lucas Mela. I think they've got a really good chance today of getting Max Walscheid right back on that podium again. And it might not all come down to Walscheid either, because they've got some real quality in there to support him. It's always good to see that, isn't it, Brian? There's a mix there of the experience of the likes of the 30-year-old Max Walscheid and race-winning pedigree for him as well, but also the youngsters who are going to get their chance to try and support him.
It can work. Sometimes it doesn't, though. Purely because these guys don't race too much together. I think the Italians were one of the kind of first nations to do it. In some of the Italian races, they would have a national team. I think it's because it's some of the World Championships, when they're thrown in together, they didn't always, link up. So it's very important for Europeans, worlds, all these sort of things, to have that. This man here is of interest, and I don't think that this merger that's been talked about as well is going to help him either. I'm not too sure if he's leaving. He was told he was free to leave. Caleb Ewan covered the race. I forget now. Was that a week ago, 2 weeks ago, where he raced, and he didn't look overly motivated. He's won actually. I'm not going to say by default, but he's actually won the Belgian Cup. That's, I think I was covering Vendée on Sunday there, which is part of the French Cup. There were, I think, 17 races in the French Cup. There's 10 in Belgium. So they've got, we're looking at a healthy domestic scene. Not too sure. Do we have a national series here? I think we've got maybe
in Great Britain.
2.
Yeah.
Do we have,
in Germany,
series?
in Germany or in Britain?
In Britain, we still have a national series.
It's not really. No, it's not a series that's kept as a series. No.
But normally in many countries we have a kind of national series of races where you get points. It's the same here in Germany, where you get points for these races or where you finish and total them up at the end of the year. Some people go for it, some people don't. I don't think, Caleb, you kind of came out at the start of the year thinking about it, but especially for the French races, very important for them.
We'll come back to Caleb Ewan in just a moment. There is the slightly lumpy middle to this. It is hillier than last year. There's 1,852 metres of elevation across the whole, let's call it just under 200k of racing. But nothing too much to worry the riders. There is a little bit more wind actually. We've got about 28 kph winds blowing in from the west, so coming in off the Netherlands if you like, and blowing eastward. I don't think it's quite enough to cause too many problems, but Brian, you might have your thoughts on that as we watch that wind as things go by. But that lumpy section, it's across those 2 loops really. The second loop we do has got more undulations on it along the ridge of the hills that surround the Teutoburg forest, along the border between Lower Saxony and North Rhine-Westphalia, which is where we're riding down into. Last year the race was entirely in North Rhine-Westphalia, working its way northward to Munster. This year, as I say, the course entirely influenced by the fact that we are celebrating, or Germans on their German Unity Day are celebrating the celebration of the peace route and the signing of the treaty 375 years ago. that ended the 30 Years' War, and it was signed in those two cities at the same time, Osnabrück and Munster. So significant German historical context to the race today, influencing the route itself, and it'll be fascinating to see how it unfolds. We're looking at Olav Koy here, up-and-coming man of the moment in terms of sprinting, I guess, Brian. Maybe we'll come back to Koy in a moment. Just to get back to Caleb Ewan, let's not forget he started the year with a win. He won the Schwalbe Classic just before the Tour Down Under. He was very close at the Tour Down Under to the win, getting that second place in Tanunda. And since then, just as the year has gone on, as you say, he's cut a more and more just unhappy-looking figure. Since he withdrew from the Tour de France, of course, on stage 13, he's only finished one race, and that was that Flanders Championship, which is a round, if I'm not mistaken, of that Belgian Cup you were describing there, Brian. He's raced 3 times since the Tour de France. He's DNF'd in 2 of them, and in the other one, it was the Flanders Championship, where he was 32nd. Just the fact that the team have said that he's free to go as well, we don't yet know what's going to happen with it. And as you say, the merging of 2 world teams to make one, which is still going to be limited by numbers. What can they have? 30 riders on their roster, I believe? Something like that in total. That's not going to help him, is it?
No. We're virtually losing a team. A team, staff, everybody. Just looking at this race, we've got Trevally Varacine on at the moment, Banch, Shimmy Banch. So that's, 7 riders in each race. That's 21 riders. Teams normally are about anywhere between 28 and 32 at World Tour level. It just goes to show you that when you get a triple programme, way back in my day with Motorola, we had 18 riders in the team, so we couldn't have fielded, and the team sizes were bigger. You were allowed more in these, so it stretches the programme. But there's a lot of sprint talent here, and there's a lot of motivated riders here, and some less so. But let's see what happens. But I really do think, and you might not want to hear this, but it's a southwesterly. I know we do a few loops, but the run into the finish looks a bit kind of sticky with the wind. It's between 25 and 30 kilometres an hour. I think the middle of the race could be quite interesting if somebody wants to kind of shake it up a little bit with potentially some crosswinds.
Let's see. What we do have is 4 previous winners here, and actually it's an interesting one in there. John Degenkolb was the winner in 2016. He's also been second 3 times in this race, the German rider. Max Walscheid was, of course, as I said, third last year, but he won the race in 2018. Olav Koy was our winner last year. He's the other returner. But the most successful man in this race here is the man who retires at the end of this month, Jos van Emden, the Dutchman. He won this race in 2007 and 2013, and it's one of those things I forget, Brian, just what a great sprinter Jos van Emden has been during his career. We think of him probably more recently as a great time trialist, but both of those editions that he won were in sprints. The second one, admittedly, was from a breakaway, but a pretty dominant sprint no less. The first one was effectively a bunch sprint as well for Jos van Emden, and he is here in that Jumbo-Visma team.
I think, if memory serves me right, he kind of chipped off in the run-in, so it kind of looked as if he won the bunch sprints. But I wouldn't class Jos van Emden as a sprinter. He's one of these big kind of motor time trial specialists. But yeah, from this race, and that's just evidence alone, Jez, that Jos van Emden winning this means that the race that year was quite hard to split up in a small group towards the finish. Then we look at the one a couple of years ago, Mark Cavendish. That was another brutal race. Well, that wasn't a sprint. No, maybe a sprint for about over 100 kilometres with the crosswinds and things like that. And the way the team kind of split it up, but that was definitely not a sprint. So this race can kick up a few kind of surprises. Traditionally, it's a sprint, but with the wind condition and where it's coming from at the moment, there could be some exciting racing in the middle. So we'll see a bit of a battle for the breakaway. Yeah. Hopefully we might see someone mix it up a little bit in the middle of the race, and we should have another exciting final.
I wonder how much it's influenced by it being so late on in the season, Brian. A lot of these riders will be thinking of, well, either getting their feet up or home, getting to the beach maybe, chilling out at the end of the season. That must have an influence on how well shredded this field gets, because an awful lot of these 150 riders will be well due a rest right now, won't they?
Someone said that the other day, and
No, you don't think so?
These riders, we used to race over 100 days of racing and get to this time of year it would be a bit kind of mental fatigue, but they're only doing about 80 days of racing. I know it's still the same longevity from the start of the year. In fact, we used to start in, I think, February through till now.
Yeah.
So it's a longer season, but they're not over raced.
There we go. So you've heard it from Brian, they're soft and they should just keep pressing on all winter. Some of them, of course, will once the cross. Well, I was about to say once the cross starts. I've already commentated on 5 or 6 cross races already this season. So you talk about getting confused, Brian. I'm waiting for the hurdles. I think we've got some hurdles coming up and then some steps. So you should see them unclipping in a minute. There's an awful lot of cross on here at the home of cycling Eurosport GCN. I was bringing viewers the US Cyclocross series at the weekend. That finishes at the end of this month. We've got cross this weekend as well because it starts in Belgium. The exact cross gets started from the B-Mine mountain bike centre in Beringen on Sunday. That'll be on the same day, of course, as Il Lombardia, which is the next big men's World Tour race, the penultimate World Tour race of the year that we're building towards here at the home of cycling. All those Italian races all this week. It's almost like an Italian stage race of one-day races this week, isn't it, Brian? You mentioned the one that's today, which I've now forgotten. It's Gran Piemonte tomorrow as well. There's an awful lot packed in. I found myself thinking this week, hang on a minute, is this a busier end to the season than we normally have? Is this a sort of rollout dealing with post-COVID thing or something? Or is it always this busy? Or maybe it's just that we're now bringing viewers so much here as well on our television coverage.
The World Champion, Tre Valle Varesine is the race that is on today in Italy, and that used to be one of the kind of build-up races for the World Championships. That used to be in August, but now since the change of the calendar and the World Championships being later in the year, apart from the Super Worlds this year, but later in the year, it's kind of mixed in with Il Lombardia prep, Worlds prep. So they're kind of, like you say, you go there, you can spend a month there and pick and choose the races that you want to ride or not. We had a really interesting one yesterday.
Right, racing underway. Fabian Wegman has blown his whistle, waved his flag one last time. The 6 or 7k rollout is over and complete, and it's one of the Lotto Kernhaus riders here. One of, what have we got, 4, 5 German continental teams going for it. I tell you what, Brian, you mentioned National Series racing in Great Britain. How we would love in Great Britain right now to have, hang on a minute, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 German UCI continental teams. That's not bad. I was over there, as you know, Brian, this year for the Deutschland Tour and got chatting to a lot of the German fans, and they were bemoaning the lack of some really big stars at the top of world cycling that are Germans. But actually, that's pretty healthy, I'd say, to have 6 continental German teams, all of which we have here too, because certainly in the UK right now, men's continental UCI teams, we've got 2, right? Hang on, now you've shown me 2 fingers, Brian. St. Piran and... Hang on a minute, what's the other one? That's terrible, isn't it? Hang on a minute. St. Piran and... Trinity. Yeah, Trinity. Well, it's
and
interesting.
They don't do a lot of domestic
racing. They don't. That's why I'm struggling to think who it was, Brian. You're right. They've got a very very diverse programme abroad, haven't they, really, whereas St. Piran is the one that's still racing an awful lot in the UK. I noticed, by the way, that the Cornish team St. Piran made a move for oh my gosh, who did they make a move for overnight, Brian? Help me out here, will you? Primož Roglič. Yeah, Primož Roglič. No, they have Ricky Pascoe, who manages St. Piran. He's a fairly charismatic character, as I'm sure you'll know, has put it out there. They're quite happy to sign Primož Roglič and are offering to pay him in Cornish cider and sort of, I don't know what you call it, Cornish knob biscuits or something like that. Something like that. I thought it was a nice publicity stunt. I presume at some point Primož Roglic's people are going to have to turn that offer down from St. Piran, and that's if they do. They might choose to go for it. Cornwall is a lovely part of the world for training and racing, of course. It was a nice touch. Jersey on the front now is the silver and yellow of a kit I really like. That's Saris Ruvi Sauerland, the team who are from the Sauerland part of Germany itself. And you're seeing some other jerseys, and there's a light blue jersey a little bit further down. Is that of P&S Benotti, sponsored by the bike company Benotti. a few of these German teams. In fact, they and Radnet Oswald, they both ride those Benotti bikes. We'll look out for them. And this is once again Lotto Kernhaus trying to get in. They're being bridged across to now by one of those P&S Benotti team riders. Other jerseys getting involved there, one of the Uno X team, and also Bora Hansgrohe as well, putting someone up there, so that possibly won't help in terms of well, the cohesion of this breakaway. Nice mix of different riders though, and it will be as you mentioned, Brian, probably quite a battle to get into this, because over a race of this length we probably expect there to be a well-held breakaway out front, enjoying their time out front.
It seems a little bit subdued though, to me. Korotek here trying, but you know, we've seen a few kind of individuals try, but I always say that if you're going to attack, go and attack. Don't just kind of roll off the front, and it seems to be just kind of rolling off the front here. I think it's, they don't want to make the big effort to get in the breakaway, or kind of string it out too much, but yeah, there seems to be a lot of looking around.
Yeah, they've got about 7 kilometres to go until they actually enter the first of these loops that goes from Bad Iburg going southward. It's not particularly lumpy either, and it's quite wide roads from what I can tell, from most of it as well. I was going to say, there was me going to say again, well, you know, it's the end of the season, some of these riders might be tired and might be just hoping the breakaway goes so they can settle in and have a slightly easier day, but as Brian has told us, they need to man up. No, he didn't quite say this, but I'm going to read between the lines. Man up a bit, because it's easy for these riders nowadays not having to ride so many races and being luxuriously carried around in their great big buses and what have you. Not that all the teams have that. Right, this is a little bit more persistence and gap, and these are exactly the teams I would expect to be involved. P&S Benotti at the front in the blue, Team Lotto Kernhaus black and yellow, and then one of the Saris Ruvi Sauerland team riders. We haven't seen any of the blue jerseys with the red sleeves yet. Radnet Oswald, I'd expect to see them trying to get in the breakaway as well, and the Saris Ruvi Sauerland rider looking around almost expecting to see them. That was very much the pattern in the Deutschland Tour this year. Riders from those continental teams, the German continental teams, getting up the road in the breakaway.
You kind of half expect all the teams, all the continental teams here, to try and get someone in the breakaway. That's what I would expect.
Of course.
You know, not unless I'm missing something here, that they've got somebody that can beat Jasper Philipsen and Olav Koy come a sprint at the end. It's,
yeah.
You know, I've been in teams where you said, don't worry about getting in the breakaway, we've got a goal to hit, but that's more in stage races than one-day races. So I think if I was any of these kind of continental teams in Germany, you'd really expect them to be here.
Yeah, of course you would. That's interesting though, because looking back at the peloton there, it was they parked up really square across the road as well, and yet we've not seen anyone from Radnet Oswald or Maloja Push Bikers, which is interesting. The Maloja Push Bikers slightly less so, I think, Brian, because they do actually have a shout in the sprint today in the shape of, well, either Filippo 14 or Roy Efting Bloom, both of whom are very good sprinters. And they might fancy putting a few eggs into that basket today, maybe. Of those continental, I don't know what you think, but of those continental teams, that they're the team who I think have the ability to punch above their weight come the finish today.
Oh, let's see if that does happen. I think a top 10 performance, or maybe top 6, if that's doable, and that's their goal, then, you know, let's see them do this. But I think also today we have got on these loops, can remember covering this race the last kind of couple of years, that they contest these kind of King of the Hills competitions that we've got, and it's another opportunity to get on the podium.
Yep, the biggest of the hills, in actual fact, the toughest of the climbs are the first 2 classified climbs we take in, which are on this circuit, or at the end of this 30k circuit that they're about to enter. And you can see the rain just falling down a little bit more now as we make our way into the hills. It is the Holpe-Dorpe-Strasse. And I know I'm saying that right, Brian, because I've had some help from a friend of mine over in Germany with getting these right. The Holpe-Dorpe-Strasse, and it is just over 2 kilometres long, average gradient of 5%, but it steepens to around about 10 in places.
Maybe it's just the accent you have to change.
Well, said the Scotsman. Do you want to have a crack at it?
No, I admit my language skills are not that great. I'm struggling to speak English.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Exactly.
I don't understand you. Let's hope this rain holds off. Otherwise, it's going to all turn a bit Cavendish, based on our memories of 2 years ago, where it was absolutely atrocious. Hopefully not. Certainly, the forecast is just for little light showers and what have you. There has been some really bad storms moving across mainland Europe. I'm on the edge of London, where I'm talking to viewers from. And yesterday evening, I saw some of the biggest thunderstorms I've ever seen in the United Kingdom. It absolutely kicked off. Thunder, literally like an explosion above the house, lightning crisscrossing the sky all the time. It was really, really bad. In fact, we had a power cut for about an hour at one point, Brian, so quite glad it didn't happen during this broadcast. I won't speak too soon, but there is some bad weather moving eastward across mainland Europe. Of course, I'm acutely aware that people are watching this all over the world, so I hope wherever you're watching this, the weather where you are might be slightly better than it is in Lower Saxony, where the riders are right now. But these are lovely racing roads. Thankfully, as is quite often the case on the western side of Germany, the road surface is really good as well, and it certainly looks like that here as well. Brian, should we roll through some of the big favourites that are here? Because most of the world's best sprinters are here, apart from Mark Cavendish, of course, if I include him in that, and we need to include him in that because he's the greatest road sprinter of all time. No Arnaud Delis for Lotto Destiny. We've got to include him in that list of current greatest sprinters. And no Arnaud Demar, who got his Arkea Samsic winning run off to a flying start this week, having switched to that team halfway through the year. But if we include them as three of the world's best sprinters that aren't here, let's roll through this list. Jasper Philipsen, Olaf Koy, Tim Merlier, Caden Groves, Mads Pedersen. I'm going to include Søren Wanskjold in this, despite the fact that he's a very good all-rounder. Christophe Laporte, the new European champion. Gerben Thijssen, Alberto Danesi, Alexander Kristoff, Jordi Meus, Matteo Moschetti, who is a very consistent sprinter, but not a big winner, although he's got a win to his name very recently, 2 weeks ago, I think, or something like that. And then Danny van Poppel, who by trade is not one of the world's most illustriously decorated sprinters, but I think most people would agree, Brian, you probably agree with me, that Danny van Poppel needs to be included as being as fast as any of the riders I've just mentioned on his day. Who's going to win? In the rain, as the rain starts to fall, who's going to win, Brian, of that lot?
I'll tell you in about 4 hours' time. Is that okay?
Yeah, all right.
Can you wait that long?
Yeah, we've got a while. It's turned a bit nasty, hasn't it? I wasn't expecting this. I don't think the forecast was for rain this hard, so this is not enjoyable. But it's mild, isn't it? It's not freezing cold this time of the year.
It's 19 degrees, but just 19 degrees will make it feel possibly nearer maybe 12 degrees or something like that. But there's a few. Uno X. I've got both. You said Warren's called Blickera as well.
Yep.
Christophe. Quick and Stewart of Jaco Alula. We've already mentioned DSM having multiple options with Dainese, Marco, Van Uden, Degenkolb. Some teams have come with a couple. It'll be interesting to see what Philipsen and Caden Groves. Philipsen recently, one of the races I was covering, decided not to do it because he wasn't feeling too good, so I'm not too sure where he is, but I think, arguably, there we go, the temperature there, 17 degrees.
Yeah.
But arguably, the best sprinter this year is the man from Alpecin de Koning. And then you've got Lotto Destiny with Caleb Ewan and Milan Menton. I think he deserves a shout out because he is, a decent enough sprinter as well. But by the looks of things, there are a few riders just going through the motions thinking, 186 kilometres in these conditions, putting capes on at the back, 3 riders in the breakaway. With this rain comes winds, which is going to be not kind of helping the riders today, so it could be a bit of a slog.
Definitely could, and already we see Jasper Philipsen there, I suspect, going back for some kind of rain cape or jacket or other. I can't believe he's doing it for all of his teammates, but he might be. He's a kindly gentleman, but he's certainly going back to the team car. Here we go. I knew there was going to be a moment at which we saw a Radnet Oswald rider try to go across. He's trying to bridge across to Albert Gathman of PNS Benotti, Julian Borech of Saris Ruby Sauerland, and Jakob Gessner of Team Lotto Kernhaus. Those 3 German riders from 3 German teams, and these are the colours of Radnet Oswald. I suspect we still might see potentially a German national. Well, that's actually, Brian, I say that. it is interesting that the two teams, we haven't seen anything of Santic Vivatech yet, which is the slightly smaller, certainly in terms of the rankings, German continental team, but we've not seen anyone from the German national team get involved in this, or the Maloja push bikers, and personally I think it's because they've both got a very good shout come a final sprint as well, and might want to put everything behind that. And Max Walscheid, of course, leading the German team, the Cofidis rider, riding for his national team here today. But then, as I say, Maloja push bikers with 14 and Efting Blum, who I've already called to a win this year in the Tour of Taiwan, where at that level, sort of 0.1 level, in these smaller races, Roy Efting Blum, of course, is a very well-known track rider, a big star of the Track Champions League, amongst other things, but plying his trade this year for that German team in the colours of pink, yellow and blue of Maloja push bikers. So one rider, and was being told it's Moritz Kretschke, the German rider for Radnet Oswald, trying to get across. He's certainly doing it the harder way, because it wasn't as if the three who went drifted away without others trying to get to them. They sort of were let go, and this was a pause before this point. You can see the kind of hills they've got throughout this today, and they do narrow in places, as they have right here. This is the back of that peloton. Oh, one of the Korotech riders there just struggling to get his foot back in. That was the Ukrainian rider Erkrilo Tazarenko in the colours of the Italian Korotech team. I was reading Brian yesterday, and I promised to make this hopefully my last reference to explicit references to British riders and British races. But Charlie Quarterman has been riding for Korotech this season, announcing, I think yesterday or 2 days ago, his retirement from the sport at the age of 26, I think, and talking quite openly in his post about his retirement, about just the stress of pro life, of the risk of crashing, the dangers that he and other riders are taking on a daily basis out there, and also just the stress of trying to maintain a contract and get results all the time. And I think from what he's saying, rightly proud of his career, but finishing early by pro cycling standards, I guess, but kind of looking forward to life without so much pressure on him. I don't know if you saw that, Brian, but it was interesting from Charlie Quarterman, and we wish him well.
Yeah, I've had a few phone calls with Charlie. He just hasn't had too much luck. It's a little bit similar to James Shaw, but unfortunately for Charlie Quarterman, he never got that second bite at the cherry. Because if you can remember, James Shaw went to Lotto for a couple of years and then came back to the UK and get that opportunity with EF Education Easy Post. And Charlie's top rider, good rider, and deserves to be at kind of World Tour. He was there with Trek, and due to kind of injury, illness and things like that, he never got the results. And if you don't get the results, off you go. And he found himself, scratching around trying to get contract. And I can totally understand him, because I was a little bit towards the end of my career, and I always used to think, well, there's very little contracts out there, very little money. In cycling. Where will I be in 4 years' time? Probably better off, away from cycling, with a wee bit more of maybe an education or, a life experience, looking, because I went to a different kind of industry. I never really kind of turned my back in cycling, but I just went away and got a job outside of cycling, and then I came back in. So there's options. And I think he's just looking at his options for getting very little money over the last few years. How can you live? It's all that kind of stress around things, and you have to look at, what you want to be, where you want to go in the future. And I think a lot of these riders have been thinking along the same lines. So it's difficult. It's a big call. I just wish that, the kind of illnesses and injuries that he had never maybe came at that right time. Of course, I covered the race yesterday that he was represented in, and I have to say the TV motorbike really helped to break away. You had 7 riders or 6 riders all swapping through and off, and I could see the purple jerseys in the background. thinking that's Charlie Quarterman trying to get across, and there's no way with the breakaway of 6, all swapping turns, riding behind a motorbike. There's no way that he was going to get across, and he didn't. He was trying to have that kind of last chance. Of course, he's got a couple of races still to go to finish his career, but for most people, never even heard of Charlie Quarterman. I have, because the reason why I phoned him is because I was trying to kind of engage with potential sponsors and a couple of teams, and at the time I was trying to kind of help the team of Doug Ryder, the African team now, Q36.5, find a sponsor and try and kind of save that team. So I was talking around to a lot of people, so yes, unfortunate, but I think for me, if he's not got that contract for next year in the World Tour team, why spend another year or two, and especially on the conditions of what's happening with these mergers. It's a very difficult market, and I think he's doing the right thing, unfortunately, for cycling and his cycling career, but I really do think it's a very mature decision he's made.
Yeah, well, we wish Charlie all the best in his ongoing career as he moves into a new phase of his life as well. So, Brian, just while we watch Moritz Kretschke here still trying to get across that gap, our breakaway has 1 minute 22 seconds. In that breakaway, as I say, Jacob Gessner of Lotto Kernhaus, the 23-year-old from Erfurt, former King of the Mountains winner last year in the Deutschland Tour, breakaway artist in the Deutschland Tour last year as well. Julian Borech also up there, and Albert Gathman. He's trying to get across those three. You just mentioned there something, Brian, which is interesting, and I know that everything about the merger between, or the proposed merger between Jumbo-Visma and Soudal Quick-Step is still very much up in the air, and we're finding out new things about it all the time. There's also some interesting things happening to a certain extent. I try and every few days check the transfers, and I noticed, I don't know whether this was mooted beforehand. Oh, crash here for one of the, was that one of the Bora riders? No, it wasn't. It's one of the Santic Vibatech riders. I hope he's all right. Might see that again, not that we want to. Thankfully, this is a circuit they're going to ride a couple of times, so the riders have now seen that turn there as well. Hopefully it should be a little bit safer next time, but it is wet and there's lots of painted lines on the road, of course. Sorry, Brian, I'll just finish what I was saying. I noticed that Florian Sénéchal is going to Arkea, or what will be called Arkea B&B Hotels next year as well, and I hadn't noticed that coming, and I just wonder whether that might be one of those quiet little riders moving out of Soudal Quick-Step before the merger happens. I only noticed it yesterday. I thought I haven't heard anything about that. Sénéchal.
Yeah, I think that would have happened. I think the fact that Jakobsen went, meant that riders like kind of Sénéchal and things like that were maybe having to kind of look at. Soudal Quick-Step were going in a different direction with the Evenepoel, and trying to kind of find the funds to keep him happy and keep him happy with the level of contract that he's got, and go for Tour de France victory. So there was always going to be kind of casualties. Jakobsen decided to leave, and when that happened, it's really kind of no surprise that others in that kind of frame, kind of lead out, kind of help her. These type of riders have decided to look elsewhere. So I think that was already coming in the game, but it's the riders that are there already, two teams into one.
Yeah.
I'd love to see someone come in and take over Patrick Lefevre's team, because I think that's why this has possibly happened. He wants to take more of a kind of back seat.
Yes. He's
getting a little bit older. He wants to be part of the kind of board of the team, but unfortunately, Jez, there's nobody queuing up to come into cycling. Nobody.
No. Well, we've seen, again, I can only talk about what I've read, but I'm sure you've seen this, Brian, the talk about Amazon coming in as a new headline sponsor to replace the Dutch supermarket Jumbo with this potential team. I don't know how much truth there is in that, but that's certainly what I've seen reported. That's one side of that merger. Brian, you mentioned Q36.5 and Doug Ryder earlier, talking about looking for, finding new sponsors, securing the future of a team. Of course, he's been through that cycle already, and come out of it the hard way on the back of the next hash. What was it called? Assos Next. I forget the name of the team. Before he then went back to the pro team level and has rebuilt with Q36.5. What chance is there of a Q36.5 and Doug Ryder being able to buy that World Tour license I don't even know how much that costs, Brian, but we're talking about us losing one team. If a team can buy the license, does that mean that effectively there are still maximum of 30 places?
I think Patrick Lefevre will be looking about maybe 4 or 5 million for that license. Wow. So who's going to spend that? You got to remember that the budgets of second division teams are 8 million on average, round about that, 6-8 million. So why would you spend all that and have no money for salaries? So yeah, it's a real conundrum I've got in cycling at the moment.
Poor Okrechki here is having a hard day of it, and the weather's changed since he's attacked to try and get across. 14 seconds behind the lead of the race. He's not quite there yet, but I think he will get on, presuming of course they know that he's trying to come across, and they might be weighing up just how much help he'll be. I think we've seen some difficulty at the back of this pack, still caused by that crash as well, Brian. 1 or 2 riders dripping off the back. If I'm not mistaken, one of them was one of 2 riders that I'm aware of in this field that are definitely retiring at the end of the year. Noticed Jonas Hentala, the Finnish rider for Novo Nordisk, drifting off the back. I think he was involved or sort of skirted round that crash and was trying to get back on, but I'll give him a shout out because he's right at the end of his career, the rider with Novo Nordisk. Of course, that's that pro team that's made up entirely of type 1 diabetics, and Hentala has had a long career, the Finnish rider. We don't have many Finnish pro riders, do we?
Just a second here.
Go on.
I'm just looking at that time gap, and I've seen a visual there. They've taken Shimano out, neutral service to follow, but look where the peloton is. This peloton, they're racing behind. I think the peloton behind, we've saw bits of glimpses of it. Not too sure if it was a crash, but the peloton started to race and started to enter this gap, and I think there's been a big split in the peloton now. So these are some of the shots. I just don't know why we show these shots.
Brian, I quite like them, but I do look at them and think, if you were thinking of getting into bike racing and you saw this, you would say, not on my life, I'm not getting in there.
If you've got the choice of a TV motorbike images or these images, I'll choose TV motorbike all day long, because we're not seeing it really. But definitely the gap coming down. I just noticed that. Sorry for interrupting, but it did look as if this peloton is split. You can see the other split further down the road. So
yep,
it's with the conditions. It does look as if there's a lot of teams out there willing to kind of race this one, which means that we could be in with something very similar to we saw a couple of years ago.
Yeah, Moritz Kretschky's about to be absorbed by that leading group. John Degenkolb is there by the looks of it. Bora Hansgrohe trying to get things together. Ryan Mullen, the Irishman, now leading through.
Did you see Danny Van Poppel there and says,
yeah,
Ryan, don't sit out there and shelter everybody. Not everybody's riding, so sit in the middle. You can see that Bora Hansgrohe are really interested in this, but DSM, nope, a few other teams might not be interested in it. So I think Bora Hansgrohe, the way that they want to try and win this race is by making it hard.
Oh yes, and there's so much pressure on Bora Hansgrohe, whoever racing. Caleb Ewan already, he's getting distance from that second group.
Are you surprised?
No, I'm not surprised, Brian, but I am saddened by it. It's
yes,
not
of
good.
Course,
it's not
same here.
I think we both agree on this, don't we? For whatever reason, he's got to get get everything back on track, Caleb Ewan. I hope that'll happen next year. Well, yeah, it's not good, is it? It's not good. There we go. They're in, as you can see, Bad Leer, which is the bottom right of this big 30k loop that they're on the first lap of. And Caleb Ewan, I suspect, fairly soon might be out of this race. We'll never know. Might be coming back winning. There, going through the shot Number there, 1. As we see Olav Koy. Now he's making his way back into that second group as well. So I don't know what's happened there. Whether there's been a crash that we didn't see. That's very odd, Brian. Really odd.
Something else has happened.
Yeah, very strange.
It's just narrowing down here. Team cars everywhere.
I think the change of weather hasn't helped. It's made it messy. These three persist out front. Things might calm down behind. No, they're not, though, because Bora Hansgrohe are right on it. They must be looking back thinking, come on, boys, just give us a chance, will you? Mads Pedersen is sitting right on the back of that line, but we know that Olaf Koy is not in there. And that's, in a way, Brian, that's all the indication we need as to why this is happening, isn't it? They know they've got, if you've got your sprinter in here, Maxwell Scheid, I think going through on the front now as well. They know they've got rid of Olaf Koy, the defending champion, winner last year, man in white-hot form as well. He's not only not in the second group, he's off the back of the second group.
Yeah, we don't know. We've not seen whether he's a mechanical or anything like that. It didn't look as if he crashed. But just trying to kind of piece together. Just when you thought, rub of the hands, we're in the break of the day, this happens. And there's a couple of teams rolling through. Soudal Quick-Step kind of rolling through. I think that the team with the most again here seems to be Bora Hansgrohe, a little bit kind of waving. They do have some numbers towards the front. I can see 3, another 1, so they've got 4, possibly 5 in this front group, so they want to make it a difficult one.
Brian, we joke about it. Those 3 are now in the break of the day, and they've got a lot of strong help. Do you see what I mean? They've now been absorbed in, this is the break of the day. They were just getting ahead of it before it formed. Look at this. DSM Firmenich laying it on. This is John Degenkolb coming through now. He won't mind these conditions at all. Tim Molier there
gap
on the radio.
Not a big gap at all. You just, I was going to look behind, but the cameraman concentrating in the front here. But yeah, I don't think it's a huge gap. Really depends who's riding. Oh, this motorbike getting in the way. What's he doing?
Deary me. Yeah, understandably. The most vocal there amongst them, Niels Pollitt, berating our camera motorbike.
Surely they have to have... You don't go down the inside where they're all trying to ride. The wind's coming from the right-hand side. If you're a TV motorbike, you go down the right-hand side instead of the left. You can clearly see that all the riders are in the left-hand gutter. Crazy move. You know, we expect, or maybe I expect that, you know, a lot of these people that work in races have got some experience and are trained and have been given the green light, you know, to be on these races, but that could have been a nasty accident there. Back to the race anyway.
Yes.
Quite a lot of the sprinters we've mentioned are here. Mads Pedersen is there, but and the fact that he's come to the back of the TV motorbike, and I just saw down the road, this gap is growing.
So Bora Hansgrohe very keen to roll through and work hard. DSM Firmenich likewise. Tim Molier well up in this group with a number 51 on his back. Hang on. Yep, that is Tim Molier. I'm trying to see how many teammates he's got in here from Soudal Quick-Step. I don't think he's got many, because he seems to be taking this one by the scruff of the neck himself, Brian, as well, Molier. Let's look to see if there's any other Soudal Quick-Step boys in there. That's the second group, sorry, we're looking at. That's the group who've been distanced behind. They, by the looks of it, are being led mostly by Entomache Circus Wanty, so I suspect Gerben Tyson is in this group somewhere.
You got an interloper jumping across. That would only happen if you thought, you know, this group is not going to make contact. So there's a few riders kind of sitting back there. Is this the second group or is this the third group? It's kind of very difficult to see this.
And I can't see all the race numbers, but I think that's Jasper Philipsen in the middle there as well, with the blue Alpecin de Koning top on. I think Philipsen is in the middle of this group. And that's that man I mentioned, Roy Efting Bloom, right at the back, the big powerfully built track rider. The Maloja push bikers. Yeah, I think Jasper Philipsen's in here, Brian, and I don't know. I think that's the second group, and the gap there it is. We can see it over their shoulders. It's a bigger group than this leading group. This is why we cover the whole thing from start to finish.
Oh, there's 3 groups. Look,
is there a third
coming into
one?
view at the top.
Oh, you're right,
yeah, this is the front group,
yeah.
And then there's another group. There's 3 groups now. I'm just looking at the size of the peloton. Christophe Laporte, the European champion, is here, but there's definitely 3 groups, and we're just seeing from the footage that there we go. There's the front group, second group, and this is the back group.
Well spotted. Yeah, well spotted. Well then, if the shot we were seeing was correct there, so I think Jasper Philipsen, I might be wrong, but I think he's in this group, right in the middle, with like a rain gilet on that's covering his numbers. This is the front group we're back to that contains the European champion Christophe Laporte, and it has to be said, a lot of the biggest riders, except no Olav Koy that we're aware of. Maxwell Scheid was in there in that leading group. Where's he now? Where's he? Look, he might be off the back of that leading group, just hanging back to the back to see what's going on behind. Third place last year, Maxwell Scheid, and a former winner of this race back in 2018, riding now in this race for his national team of Germany. Right, let's see who we've got here. Mads Pedersen going through for Lidl Trek. So a lot of the big names being drawn out very early on in this race and having to get working as well. But they're still, understandably, in amongst them, looking back to see whether it's worth it or how worth it is. I think, Brian, by the looks of it, probably is worth it at the moment because there's enough wind to cause problems. I don't know if we'll ever find out until the finish and the interviews how that happened, whether it was the wind or whether it was a crash. But happened pretty quickly by the looks of it too.
Yeah, we'll never know. If we don't get the pictures, we're never going to know anyway. So we crack on with what we've got, and we've got a really interesting race. I was hoping that this was going to be the case. That the teams were going to come out and you really kind of get involved and race it like a couple of years ago. Just trying to see this camera angle. I think Caden Groves. I think we already kind of mentioned there's teams here with multiple sprinters, and you can see that by the looks of things, Alpes and Deceuninck trying to kind of knit the second and third group back together, which means that I think that Philipsen possibly is there, Jez. So, and they've only got, I think, one rider here. He's not contributing. He's down towards the back. Is that? And there's two riders here. I think one of them might be King Groves, but I was just looking at teams have come here with multiple sprinters, so some might be happy, some might not, and this is one of the positives of coming here with a couple of sprinters. It gives you a different option. You're not kind of looking at just at one rider. You can get one rider in here, then that's fine. So the second rider in the blue here does look as if that's Caden Groves, the Australian. It's in this front group. So Philipsen, I think they'll be happy with Caden Groves in this group. Philipsen not there. I just said recently he suffered a little bit of illness. So when you come here with different options, it can be a good thing.
As you can see from the sign, we are in Glandorf, which is the bottom left of this 30k loop they're on right now. They're going to come through here again in a lap's time, which is why we've got a nice crowd out. And there is Olav Koy, the man with 11 wins to his name this season, despite the fact that he's only 21 years of age. There we go. And Jasper Philipsen with the number rolled up, those massive calves of the Belgian sprinter on the left-hand side of Alpes and Deceuninck, showing arguably the two best sprinters in the world right now in that same group together, and closing up the gap on the group ahead, Brian, as well. So we might end up talking about this as our leading group, and then the peloton being behind, the bigger group behind. It's probably, 25, maybe 30 riders here, something like that?
Well, they're happy with it. They're starting to ride on the front as Alpes and Deceuninck. So they seem happy. We're just going into that town there where Group 2 and Group 3, I think we have to kind of call them the bunch now. So the bunch of form behind. It'll be interesting to see who's not happy, because I think you'll see them riding at the front of the main peloton now. We'll call this the front group. It's a bit too much to call it a break, but it's up to you, Jez. Call it a break or the front group?
Well, it's kind of, they caught the break, didn't they? So, front group. I don't think this was forged through an attack. It's more a split that's happened behind them. Maybe that's how we make the difference between the two. This is the third group on the road, which looking just over their shoulders.
No, they're together now.
They are together. There you go. I was going to look for that. There we go. It looks to me like the rain is eased, which is a good thing, because it was pretty heavy. I wasn't expecting the rain to be that heavy. It was in amongst all that heavy rain that this kicked off. If you've just recently joined us, you're watching live coverage of what is the whole of the 17th edition of the Sparkassen Munsterland Giro, this end of season one-day second division Point Pro Sprinters Classic in the northwest of Belgium. Belgium? Dearie me. In the northwest of Germany, North Rhine-Westphalia, racing between Osnabrück and Munster. And the three finishing laps around Munster proving well, traditionally a great testing ground for the world's best sprinters, many of whom we have right here. I did my little tally up, Brian, of sprint wins as we see the shot from the back of Marcus Sander Hansen, the Uno X rider. I know what you mean. They're messy shots, these, and they're heavily pixelated, but the kind of encouraging cycling promoter within me, Brian, hates seeing them because they just look horrific.
I don't mind seeing them at particular points, but what is the point when you've got relatively good pictures here? Why show not so good pictures when you're covering a bike race? So there's a time and a place for these things. We can clearly see this is the front group. Show us, instead of showing us the pictures from the GoPro, wherever it is, the cameras on the bikes, show us the front of the peloton. We want to see the front of the peloton to see who's actually kind of chasing, who's missed, who. There must be, not every team is going to be happy with this. So who are the teams unhappy? Just trying to make up the, who's actually in here. So the German national team, Bora Hansgrohe, Alpecin Deceuninck, quite happy. Everybody rolling through at the front. You can even see Jumbo Visma, Uno X. A lot of teams, but there will be one or two teams unhappy with this situation. So who are they?
Yeah, we will, I guess, wait until we get a full breakdown, and we're confident of who has and who hasn't made this. But Jumbo Visma appear to have 4 or 5 of their 7 riders there.
They're happy with Laporte. It doesn't matter. They've got double option, Laporte, or they've got Olive Coy. So they're happy to kind of roll through in this kind of smaller group. So we've got almost about 30 riders here. Now we start to see who's at the front, and it does look as if it's on the right hand side. They're calling it the peloton. Jumbo Visma are starting to ride a little bit. Q36.5 was Roscoff, Intermarché. So there's 2, potentially 3 teams that are trying to bring this back together.
The gap we're seeing back to Group 2, 1 minute and 11 seconds. I think we might take that with a little bit of a pinch of salt, Brian, until we can maybe see it visually for ourselves. It certainly seemed to have grown as well. Interesting how many of the big names in there. I guess in a group of this size you can't help but work a little bit, but it's interesting to notice how many of them are happy to work at the front, like Caden Groves, no doubt with by the looks of it, quite good form coming out of that Vuelta, where let's face it, Brian, I'm sure you'll probably agree with me, he didn't have the stiffest of world-class sprint competition at the Vuelta, but that will have done his confidence no end of good, Caden Groves.
You can only race with the riders that are presented in front of you, and I think he did terrifically well. He's multiple stage wins. The last one was absolutely phenomenal. So hats off to him, and took the points jersey in that race as well. So yeah, you're right, confidence. And then he gets beaten with was at the weekend there by a rider riding with one leg. So that might not be as a confidence booster.
Brian, I saw that. Arnaud Delis, anyone who listens to me commentating on him will know that I absolutely love that guy. I just think he's so exciting to watch, so strong, so talented. Incredible finish, that. So right at the front we now have a former double winner, the most well-decorated rider in this race, in the race's history, that is. Jos van Emden, double winner. Not a sprinter, as Brian has already chastised me with today, but nonetheless, a double winner. Double winner of this Sprinters Classic.
I just can't see, Jez, if it's a minute Intermarché and Q36.5, it does look as if Jumbo Visma are in 2 minds, and it's all about communication. I know that they have last year's winner Olive Coy here, but they have options in front as well, so you kind of have to kind of weigh them up. It's 2 riders are not going to bring back the group in front. They're just kind of rolling through. They aren't kind of really racing because it's too big a group. Mads Pedersen is there, and he's kind of sitting down the back of this group, but just see them all. They're just all, Mads Pedersen starting to the right now, but they're all just rolling through. It's not a long way to go, 100 miles, 162 kilometres, so they're just rolling through in numbers, and that's just enough to keep the gap there. And we've got 2 riders, one from Intermarché and one from Q36.5 at the front.
Yep. So big name sprinters, people we were picking as our favourites for this race who have made the front group. Mads Pedersen, Danny Van Poppel in there? Did we think Danny Van Poppel? And Christophe Laporte is in there. As you say, plenty of Jumbo-Vismas, but not Olav Koy. Perstrand Hagenes is in here. I think Tim van Dijk is in here as well. Edoardo Affini, their big, strong Italian, is definitely in there as well. And John Degenkolb rolling through on the front. I suspect he'll be doing plenty of work, but who have we got? Casper van Uden in there as well for DSM-Firmenich. So DSM-Firmenich have got at least 3 riders in there. I would love to see John Degenkolb get a win here today, Brian. It would be brilliant. We think back, don't we, to Paris-Roubaix this year. What happened to him so late on in the race when he was looking so good? I think it'd be an extraordinarily popular winner, not least in Germany, of course. Bora Hansgrohe have 1, 2, 3, 4. They've definitely got Niels Pollitt, Ryan Mullen in there as well.
Yeah,
Patrick Gamper is in there as well, if I'm not mistaken. All right, the wind is getting up, I think, Brian. It's the fact that they're fanning across the road like this as well, forming a bit of an echelon going across the road. The wind appears to be coming from their left.
Yeah, I was checking it. It's in the middle, between the circuits. It was always going to kind of hamper them. But then again, it's kind of more in their face and they're running towards the finish. But
yeah,
you know, there was, I think I mentioned at the time, there was, you know, big opportunities here for crosswinds. We saw that a couple of years ago as well. So it's you know, good for us, good racing. Big group here at the front with, you know, plenty of strong riders. But you're not going to bring this back if you only put one rider at the front of the peloton behind. So
no.
Only Q36.5 and of course Intermarché, the kind of only 2 teams, you know, willing for the moment anyway.
They are just coming into the edge of Linen, which is the little town they go through before they take on that ridge. What a lovely shot. That's literally illustrative of exactly what I was about to say. They're about to go back up the Holpe Dorperstrasse, which is the climb which goes over the top there. And as you can see from the height to which they're climbing visually, it's not a whacking great climb. It's 2k in length, but it is the longest climb of the race today. And they're headed into the lower slopes of it right now as we watch the former Irish champion Ryan Mullen wipe his head unit and do what he'll do best. He'll be an ideal man for them to have setting the pace at the front of that leading group, as we'll call it now. This will be to complete the first of these 30k laps. Then I'll go back out through Bad Iburg, going southward. Bad, as I discovered, Brian, when I was on the ground at the Deutschland Tour this summer, you know what bad means in German? It doesn't mean
good.
bad. I wondered why there are all these bad places all over. I thought it was kind of seemingly unfair. It's very simple. It means bath or spring. Of which there are many. This is a particularly watery part of Germany where this race is as well. We're going to go, as we go further south, we go through some lovely wetland habitats as we watch Alexander Kristoff there. But yes, they go back through Bad Iburg, the Iburg Bath or the spa town of Iburg, and go southward to roll back off this ridge of hills we're about to climb onto. It's a really long ridge of hills, stretching from Horstel right the way through Bad Iburg and going eastward, bordering the southern edge of Lower Saxony. That's what they're climbing back over. So we think somewhere about 30 riders in that leading group, and the gap is just growing by 5 or 10 seconds every time I look at it. Now 1 minute 21. The question is, Brian, with 158k to go, is this it? Is this, I mean, I'm sure it might split again after this potentially, but is that it? Is that race over?
Doesn't have to be. We can now kind of double the riders that are at the front of the peloton. They've added Jack Bauer for Q36.5, and you know, there's 2 riders from Intermarché, but that's still 4 riders. If these riders in front wanted to be the race winning move, then it can be. There's enough riders here. If the majority of them contribute, of course you'll have some passengers. Some of the kind of smaller continental teams are just kind of hanging down the back. We see that Kristoff hasn't made it, but I'm pretty sure that, you know, you can see Uno X, they've got a couple of riders in here, very easy to pick out in their Tour de France kit, which I'm glad they've kind of stuck with. in the reds and the yellow. So if they want to stay away, then they're very capable of doing it.
Yeah, I think the team have only, I think, one rider in here is Lotto Destiny, Brian, as well. I can see Michael Schwartzman, off to the left-hand side there, the German rider. I think he might be the only one. Of course, don't forget we've still got those 3 riders, well, 4 riders in total, who were in the original breakaway. Jakob Gessner of Lotto Kernhaus, Sauerland rider Julian Borech, and Albert Gathman, the PNS Benotti rider. They're all in here. So we've got a nice spread of different levels of teams in this leading group. And the rain has stopped, but the road is soaked, and so the spray continuing on the face of these riders.
So Tim Merlier is alone here by the looks of things for Soudal Quickstep.
Well, that's why we've seen him rolling through and doing a little bit of work, I guess. He sits back there just off the back wheel of the second of those DSM Firmenich riders. I haven't seen yet who that is. He's wearing the very dark blue glasses, those Oakleys. I can't remember what the model's called now, Brian, but you know the ones that wrap around the nose, that we've seen Mark Cavendish wearing an awful lot. I have to find out what the model is called, actually. It seems a pretty popular one. They'd look good on you, Brian. Set of them. You want to get in touch with your Oakley contacts. I think I can see them. Yeah, they'd suit you, those ones. Wouldn't fit me. I've got a massive
pair every day.
I've got a massive nose. My nose sticks out so much. Yeah, they'd just be sitting on the end of it the whole time. If you're listening, Oakley reps, Brian Smith, get some in the post to him. They look good on him, I think. Anyway, enough of me trying to get increased sponsorship deals for Brian. Yeah, that one, I think it's one Uno X rider sitting right at the back. Bike change here. This is back in the second group, I think, as well for Lidl Trek. I'm surprised we haven't seen too many more bike changes and wheel changes so far, because these are very much puncture conditions where it's been dry for a while and we've suddenly had a lot of heavy rainfall over the course of a day or so, right the way across Europe. What a year, Brian, Christophe Laporte has had. I mean, it was good last year, but this year he really has stepped up to the very, very highest level. And his wins, how many wins has he had this year? 5 wins, but they've all been big ones, haven't we? Those European Championships, Gent-Wevelgem and others. What a massive step up. When you consider the rider that he was at Cofidis, where you would consider him someone who'll be there or thereabouts in sprints, might get the odd win, to now being a massive hitter.
At Cofidis, he was having to kind of battle it out, and I think at Cofidis, if I can remember, in his last year or two, that he was given the nod, rather than the other sprinters in the team, because they recognised that he had that talent. But it's not bad for a support rider, Christophe Laporte, when you consider that he was moved over to Jumbo-Visma. But it just goes to show you sometimes when you find the right team for you, this is what can happen.
Yeah, well, here we're going to see the attacks for those mountains classification points here as well. And this is Jakob Gessner. Presumably this would have been his aim when he was in that breakaway today anyway, so he's just following the game plan because he's still in the breakaway according to where he is on the road right now. Jakob Gessner, maximum points over the top of the Hulpe Dorperstrasse for the first time as a classification point. They've gone over the back of it when they started the circuit, so that's nearly one complete circuit finished. They'll go around this again, and they'll be back over the Hulpe Dorperstrasse before going into the very up and down, jagged midsection of this race when they go into the second loop around the Tecklenburg and Lengerich circuit. It's a shorter circuit, 3 laps of it, much more up and down. The minute they leave that, the race goes pan flat, really for the final 60, 65 kilometres, all the way to those finishing circuits as well. After that point, there's barely a hill there at all, certainly no classified climbs. There is Jasper Philipsen, right in the middle of that big, well, we'll call it the peloton now, Brian, I think. That is the peloton.
Yeah, definitely. This is the peloton, the two groups coming back together. And now we have Tudor Pro Cycling riding at the front of the peloton. And this is often the case, Jess. You had Intermarché, you had Q36.5, the gap was going up, and then all of a sudden it's like another team's come up to the front and they've decided, well, we're not going to ride now. So why ride in the first place? That's my question. Why ride in the first place? Why didn't Tudor Pro Cycling help? You know, we big them up a lot of the time, are riding like a World Tour team this year, and you know, they've had some good wins, but Intermarché and Q36, why didn't they ride initially? And this is what we often get in races, where some teams come up, then they'll disappear, then they'll come up again. You know, this is a big opportunity. Nip it in the bud, because you know, this is going up to about 2 minutes now, and just a couple of riders from the Tudor Pro Cycling, they won't be able to hold it. They won't be able to bring it down. It needs more of a kind of concerted effort, which I can't see where that is coming from at the moment.
So just as we get to very nearly 2 minutes of lead for this leading group over our main peloton, as Brian has said, Tudor Pro Cycling putting 2 riders up there. They've not got an avid decline here today. They have Rick Plumers, the Dutchman, another young Dutchman, 22 years of age, who's their probably fastest finisher on their start list.
We've also got a rider rolling through in this front group, so
there you go.
What is going on?
Yeah, they have... who have we got there? Mika Hemming, the German rider, paying close attention when that split happened. He's right there on the right-hand side. I did notice as well Yannick Steimler looking like he was very close to the front of the chasing group as well, the Soudal Quickstep man. So I just wonder whether maybe Soudal Quickstep are also thinking, well, you've got Tim Malier in the leading group. I would just leave him alone if I were them, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's a more difficult one, because you've got, you know, one of the fastest sprinters, but if you help out the chase, then you know, you use 2 or 3 of your team, which I don't think they want to do. And you know, if it is brought back together, then you're also helping bring Philipsen and Olaf Kow into the game. So it's decisions have to be made in teams whether to go to work or not.
Right. Well, we're out onto the second lap of this circuit. It's coming down a little bit. This is whether it's just the combination of where they are on the downhill, the chasing group. It could be that the gap's come down a little bit. Here are our 30 or so riders out front. Brian, I want to propose a little game that I'm hoping you'll play with me. I've not told you about this, so as you always do, and I know you will, you can always refuse to play it. Can I tell you what it is? Look at your face thinking, oh my gosh.
We had a game during Langkawi called Spot the Scot. There's one in there and we used to spot them.
Well, this
is it going to be harder than that?
It could be more controversial and difficult, but I'm going to give the disclaimer right at the beginning that this is just a game, and there is no personal intent or sadness to be taken from what either of us may or may not say. Here's the game. Let me run it by you. Today's Jumbo-Visma team of 7 riders. Today's Soudal Quickstep team of 7 riders. You know what I'm going to do, because I can see you smiling already. Make me a winning team out of those 14 riders. You've got to merge those 2 teams. I'll go through them for you. Olaf Koy, Eduardo Affini, Christophe Laporte, Jesse Kramer, Perstrand Hagenes, Tim van Dijken and Jos van Emden of the Dutch Jumbo-Visma team. And then the Belgian Soudal Quickstep team, Tim Malier, Josef Czerny, Lars Kraps, Yannick Steimler, Remy Cavagna, Bert van Leerberger and Stan van Tricht. Can you please merge them into one team of 7 that's going to win big? I'm just throwing this straight at you, Brian. But who? All right. So outright, who are you going to have as your team leader? I guess you've got to pick between Tim Malier and Olaf Koy, right? I did say this is cruel. So if riders, if you're listening back to this, and families and loved ones of those riders, please don't read it. First of all, Brian, are you up for this? I've thrown it at you. He's writing something down, folks. He's actually writing something. He's gone into full sports director mode here. He's not on the phone. I've noticed he's not on the phone. This is a good sign. He's gone very quiet. Brian Smith is writing things. I ought to get writing things down. I haven't prepared myself for this at all. I'm going to say And for everyone at home, I'll remind you again, the teams appear to be headed by Olav Koy and Tim Merlier. Tim Merlier for Soudal Quickstep.
Well, I'm going Koy, Affini, Laporte, Van Emden.
Oof, there's a lot from Jumbo-Visma.
Tim Merlier, Steimler and Van Leeuwenberger.
Wow. Wow. Okay, so you've got two big sprint makes sense. Tim Merlier and Olav Koy. I'm not going to list who you've got rid of there, Brian, because that would be unfair. But who had you brought across? Bert Van Leeuwenberger from Soudal Quickstep. Did you have Steimler? Yeah, you've got Steimler as well. So you, dare I say it, you might be dropping Jos Van Emden there. Well, he's retiring, so that's fair enough. That's
no, Jos Van Emden's with the four from Jumbo-Visma.
He is. Right, so you're okay,
he's a workhorse.
Right.
Obviously, in these conditions, it changes, but you need some workhorses.
Yeah.
With it being a German race, Steimler, he adds that kind of motivation. Van Leeuwenberger, a big, strong rider as well. So, Affini, you see what he can do. So, there's lots of big options there, and that would be my super team for the day. But Intermarché are now come back to the front and are helping Tudor Pro Cycling. I think that Q36.5 have come back again. So there's now approximately, 2 from each team? So 6 riders starting to ride a little bit. The thing is, Jess, it's not enough numbers. So what they have to do is ride a little bit harder. They have to ride this gap down. So they'll be kind of rolling through maybe about 300 watts. These guys have to do 350, maybe more, to bring them back, because there's less of them. We see this front group, and it's just kind of one continuous. There's quite a few passengers at the back, but there's numbers of riders all rolling through. Some of them are kind of missing turns, but the momentum's still there, and they're just keeping that momentum going. Well, behind, if they want to close this 1.5, 1:45 gap, then they have to do it quicker, and it's going to be harder.
Well, still on a very fast section of this loop, riding down away from that ridge that we'd looked at, going down to the southern part in Badeleur, bottom of this first loop, second lap of this first loop that we're doing. Now, Schloss in German means lock. So the lock of the Bath Iberg, Schloss Bad Iberg. I'm trying my best to learn a little bit of German this year, Brian. It started at the Deutschland Tour, and I'm trying to pick up little things, and it's just, as always, reminded me just how, and I'm going to say English, how ignorant we English are with other languages. It's absolutely terrible. So I'm trying to pick up little bits along the way. Hopefully my pronunciation isn't too bad on this race as well. We are rolling back in the direction of the Holperdorperstrasse for the second ascent of that. We already know that we have a leader in that classification, in the shape of Jakob Gessner, the German rider who went for the points the first time up. There's a lot more points to be picked up on that second circuit, though, when we go between the Länge-Rietscheberg and the Grafenstrasse. Those two climbs are taken in 3 times, so lots of mountains points there available to see who gets on the final podium for them. This is back to the front again, that leading group. We haven't seen a time gap for a while, but by the looks of it, I guess we'd be expecting it to be coming down a fair bit more, Brian, as well, possibly down to the 130, something like that. Baumwiefelpfad. I'm not trying that again, but it looks like an observation tower over the forest here as well. Very nice. These forests built on the edge of limestone quarries that run all the way along the edge of the Teutoburg forest, where that image was looking down on. Puncture here by the looks of it, I think, from our front group by the looks of it. That was Marcus Sander Hansen. Maybe Marcus Sander Hansen was the Uno X rider that was in the leading group, Brian. Let's just look up and see. Is he coming off the back of the leading group?
Tot bovenop de berg. Op de berg komen we erachteraan. Komen door die poort her.
Doubt it.
No,
I think that's
no.
skeleton.
No, you're right.
Yeah. 2 riders in here from Uno X.
Okay.
This is the right. This is the front of our leading group. I'm getting myself confused between looking at them. So they're actually there's more Uno X riders in there as well. There's Max Walscheid rolling through in the white of the German national team. Have they backed off at all? I'm just looking at them. Maybe it's just where we've come to in the course. Seems to be a little bit more looking around going on in there as well.
That Uno X rider's on the deck.
We can see little gaps opening up back there as well. This is hard. This has been a really hard start to this as well. That's Søren Malmskjold, who's just rolled through there for Uno X. He's the big, tall Norwegian for them, the 23-year-old.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. The other Uno X rider just kind of pulled out there and went and then slid out in that roundabout there. They only had kind of neutral service behind them. So again, another bit that the host broadcast, the producer, missed there. So I could just saw a glimpse of him at the back of the front group there. It's quite unfortunate, but I'm sure in these conditions we might see, you know, one or two others maybe suffer, you know, a puncture or something like that.
Right, so this is the front of the peloton now, being led by Entourage Circus Wanty. They didn't bring 7 riders to the race. They've only got 6 here, so 1 down on the maximum amount they're allowed to have. It looks like they'll be using all of that too. In that leading group was Julius Johansson, if I'm not mistaken, and he is exactly the kind of person they could do with on the front of this second group, bringing things back, because he's such a strong worker. 142, there we go. So if that's accurate, it's not come down by a great deal. But I don't know if it's just me, Brian, but so you think the looking around was because of the crash from that leading group? There was a bit of them checking who'd gone down, maybe? It just looked like the impetus had gone out of our leading group a little bit. I'd be wrong. Here it is again. This is the front of the race.
See, they're still just all rolling through. This is kind of holding pattern. So they've got multiples. There's, I would say, almost 20 in this string. You know, this kind of chain. So they're all just rolling through. Quite happy doing that. And when you do that, Jez, the pace remains high, and it's little effort. But when you've got 6 riders at the front of the peloton, they are putting in a lot more effort than any of these riders are doing.
Yeah, and it's very short, even turns as well. Eduardo Affini in the pink glasses going through. Danny Van Poppel now going through. And Christophe Laporte, who in interviews this week have been talking about his excitement and showing off that European Champions jersey. Can't remember seeing him in a different jersey. He hasn't been French national champ. No, sorry, I mean like a leader's jersey, not a leader's jersey, a year-long
yellow jersey.
The yellow jersey, there is that as well, but I'm talking about a season-long jersey. You know, a continental or a national champions jersey. Has he not been French national champion? He hasn't, has he? I don't think he has.
No, he hasn't.
It makes a bit of a change, that. I mean, someone of his...
He would have the stripes on the sleeves. No, he hasn't.
Yeah, of course he would. Well, there we go. He's going to have that jersey for a year. One on the Col du Vam, on that purpose-built cycle racing circuit. I don't know what you think about that place, Brian. It's something that in the UK we're so used to having now. In the United Kingdom we have so many of these purpose-built circuits, cycle road racing circuits, and it's still something that I was chatting to people in Germany at the Deutschland Tour, explaining how so much racing in the UK now happens on these closed circuits, and they seem surprised that we have so many of them, and in a way, dare I say it, they're kind of sucking away from the traditional road racing that we've historically had, because it's so much safer, simpler, easier to run races on these purpose-built closed circuits. Col du Vam's a little bit different, but not too much so.
Yeah, I think they're needed in the UK, especially for the youth development. You know, I've ridden quite long races in the old kind of Eastway circuit when I was pro, and it just gets a little bit monotonous, lap after lap after lap. Of course you want to be out in open roads, but I think, you know, very good, a controlled environment, especially for kind of youth riders. You know, there's a few of them, outdoor circuits, and you know, you can just kind of see round them all. The old Eastway course, of course, wasn't flat. There's a couple of lumps. I know there's one up north as well, forget the name of it, but you know, raced round there, and that wasn't flat either. So yeah, I think it's very important to have these circuits as well as tracks.
Well, it's lunchtime and an opportunity for riders to get the fuel in. Not too many of these riders have done other races this week. This is kind of dominating for them. As I said, if you're racing in the Italian races, you're effectively doing a stage race this week and then run up to Il Lombardia at the weekend. So much happening. So much on your screens here as well at the Home of Cycling on Eurosport GCN, and not just the road racing. I mentioned that today we've got an all-female commentary team bringing you the Banche, the men's and women's races. That's Jose Bean and Hannah Walker bringing you both of them today. In fact, it's on right now, but don't go switching over, will you? Because this is kicking off right here in Germany. On Thursday, the Italian races continue with Gran Piemonte, and then the mountain bike action comes back on Friday. The fantastic UCI Mountain Bike World Cup that we've been bringing you here at the home of mountain biking on Eurosport GCN kicks off with what I believe is the World Cup final round from the classic, the iconic Mont Saint Anne for the downhill and cross country all weekend here at the home of mountain biking. And then of course we're building towards Il Lombardia on the Sunday, the Tour of Lombardy, the tour of the ride of the falling leaves as it used to be known more commonly, the penultimate World Tour men's race of the year before the Tour of Guangxi, of course, in China. I did also mention cyclocross back on again this weekend with the Exact Cross from Beringen in Belgium on the old mine works, and then also on Sunday Adam Blythe and I are going to be bringing you Paris Tour, the last 2 hours of Paris Tour on the gravel roads running into that extremely famous finishing sprint straight in Tour as well. Now this is the front of, hang on, I've got my wits about me here, Brian. This is the front of the main peloton. P&S Benotti throwing 3 of their riders to the front to combine with Q36.5 and Tudor in this chase, which has chipped off another 4 or 5 seconds there. It will be very interesting just to keep an eye on how I think I read, yeah, that's not great reporting, is it? But I think I read that Q36.5 and Doug Ryder are certainly one of those teams who are interested in that vacant World Tour license. Maybe I've read that somewhere.
Can't get it.
You talked about, you talk, Brian, about the amount of expense. You know, when you talk about, what did you say? Something you thought maybe something like 4 or 5 million euros. Now, when we think about football teams,
but why would you buy it?
No, well,
that's the thing. Why would you buy the license? Just to guarantee you're getting in a lot of the big races. You know, there's a few teams there. You can't promote. The UCI rules say you can't promote anybody. There's 18 teams, and that's it. It's every 3 years, so nobody can step in unless they buy that license. And why would you? It's a lot of money, and not unless another sponsor comes in and goes, bang, there's 50 million, I'll have that, and you know, I'll keep the team. It's possible that could be the case, but it's not happened for many years. So we'll go down to 17 teams, and we'll just have to wait till another 2 years until we get that promotion process.
Well, Brian's mentioned it. We're nearly at the end of the season, so I'll give you a little bit of an update on where we are with those 18 teams at the moment. I always find it fascinating to look at, Brian, the build-up of these UCI points and where that puts certain teams. The 18th team, the team sitting just above the relegation zone, is DSM Firmenich on 7,313 points. Those who are beneath it, Arkea Samsic, in this order, this is the order they are directly beneath that cut-off line. Arkea Samsic, Uno X, Astana Kazakhstan team, they should be called, Total Energies, Green Project for Vizani, Q36.5 and Tudor Pro Cycling. Okay, those who have moved above it to move up into a relegation position include Israel Premier Tech and Lotto Destiny, who've done really well this year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They sit 9th in the UCI rankings for the teams, right in the middle of those, in fact in the top half now of those top 18 teams, and a lot of that I suspect comes from Arnaud Delis, who has been winning so many races this year as well. But a great turnaround for Lotto Destiny, despite the fact that they haven't had Caleb Ewan firing for them either. In actual fact, that's quite remarkable in itself, Brian, isn't it, considering how they've done to now be in the top half of those 18 teams. having been relegated, even without Caleb Ewan bagging all the points as we would normally expect him to.
Do you think it makes a farce of the UCI points?
Well now, do you think that?
Relegated last year
Yeah,
and sitting ninth best team of the world?
Well then, yes, there you go. I mean, thing is, when you think back to how things were before, I need to remind myself, Brian, how did you get to be a world team before? You had to apply for the license. What was it's not just a financial thing, is it? Did you have to have a certain number of UCI points or a certain level? Or was it literally just a panel who decided whether, yes, they'd take your money and you'd be in the World Tour? How did that work before this? I can't even remember now.
Yeah, it was, some of it's kind of on points, and the people were getting invited. Just watching that rider, I think that was Hansen. He was the rider that you can see a little bit of blood in his right hand knee, just hit the deck before. I think by the looks of things he might actually be on a Shimano bike, because he doesn't look. If I was doing a bike fit in him, I wouldn't put him on that bike. Put it that way. So he was the rider in the breakaway. Yeah, it used to be. I think. Alpecin were invited. They said no, we're happy staying at second level. It's about kind of lobbying. It comes down to kind of ethics, admin, funds, all this sort of stuff that will consider you to get that kind of World Tour license. But that's kind of all changed now. So there's procedures every 3 years now. That selection and relegation.
I apologise for the noise. It looks like the Saris Ruby Sauerland team car wants to get through. Right on the horn. Right on the horn.
Good luck. I saw the Trek. I saw the little Trek car trying to come through as well. They've made it up here. They took a long time to get up to the front.
Right, they are now working their way back northward, and we're edging our way to come into the conclusion of this. Once we've gone over the Holper-Dorperstrasse, they'll then continue westward along the ridge of hills, just kind of staying high and riding westward along this ridge which borders the southern edge of Lower Saxony in the direction of our second circuit, which starts in Leiden. Again, it's a clockwise loop. In fact, it's quite neat and tidy for my tiny brain that struggles to remember these things, but all three of the circuits we do, including our finishing laps of 3 laps in Munster, are all clockwise. It's neat and tidy, that. It's a lovely tracking shot following our leading group here. Still looking.
Chain gang.
Who's not chain gang it though, Brian? Maybe we'll look for the back of that group and see who's sitting on.
Well, there's a few. There's at least half a dozen not contributing. I think a few of the continental riders are just kind of sitting at the back, but most are contributing.
Right, let me run down the people we know who are definitely in here. Jumbo-Visma have at least 3 riders. In fact, I think I have 4. I'll go through them first of all. We know Eduardo Affini, the Italian, is in there, along with the new European champion Christophe Laporte. Perstrand Hagenes is their Norwegian rider, who's also in that leading group. We're looking here at Jordi Meus. Okay, winner, of course, of the final stage of the Tour de France on the Champs-Élysées. I didn't think he was in the leading group, but...
He's not.
No, he's in that second group, isn't he? So it'd be interesting to listen in on this conversation, maybe. Definitely a conversation going on in there. Yeah, he's just been shown the 3 fingers. I think that might be indicating... In fact, Jordi Meus is in that second group too. Interesting. I'm seeing listed online, Brian, that Jordi Meus is in that leading group, but that looked like a way too big a convoy following that leading group for that to be. I couldn't possibly say. A fairly well-known...
If you're looking at pro cycling stats, then they're wrong.
Right,
Meus is in the second group.
Yeah. Yeah, they've not got the entirety of their team there for sure. Danny Van Poppel we've definitely seen going through. We've seen Niels Pollitt biting his tongue, rolling through as well on the front of that leading group. Ryan Mullen we know is there, the Irish champion. Caden Groves definitely there, the Aussie fast man for Alpecin de Koning, and he has Edward Planker riding in the fairly old school Oakleys that he tends to wear. He's worn throughout the whole of his career, that shape. what would have been the old M frames, I guess, whatever they're called now, radars or something like that. We know that Mads Pedersen is definitely there. Tim Thorn Teutenberg, the German rider, I think is the rider that's there with him. He's been hanging around with Mads Pedersen in that group, the two Lidl Trek riders. John Degenkolb is definitely there. Niels Eekhoff I've seen as well for DSM Firmenich, along with Casper van Uden there. Fastman, the Dutchman, who's a good option for them. Lindsay de Wilde is the only Sport Blanderen Baloise rider there, the Belgian. He's in that leading group for sure. We've seen Soren Vanskold, the tall Norwegian for Uno X. And there he is, Vanskold, the tall rider, about fourth back from the front. This is Michael Hessman, the only Lotto Destiny rider in there too. Don't forget those three riders from the breakaway, Moritz Kretschky, Julian Borech and Jakob Gestner. They're here too. Joshua Huppert's, I believe, as well. There he is, Joshua Huppert's sitting third now, just behind Max Walscheid. They're slightly, well, everyone's smaller than Max Walscheid, aren't they? But Huppert's is the rider coming through now for Lotto Kernhaus. I think I might have just said Kern Farmer. Of course, I'm in the wrong country. Kern Farmer is the Spanish team. Lotto Kernhaus is the German team in the black and yellow. Back of the second group. Well, back of the main peloton, I think, Brian, by the looks of it. Judging by the fact that we've got Yannick Steimler at the back there with his number rolled up. This is the front of it. Jack Bauer going through. I dare I say it, I had a little look to see. I was looking through my start list, Brian, trying to figure out who might be retiring at the end of this year. And I thought, Jack Bauer, he's the second oldest rider in the race, but it doesn't look like he's retiring just yet. I think he's got another year with Q36.5. He's still looking very strong, isn't he, Bauer? This is Cyrus Monk coming through, the Aussie, 26-year-old, for Q36.5. 1 minute 45. It's not doing much, all this effort at the moment, because they are still working very well together up in that leading group. The roads, in fact, if anything, I wouldn't even say the road's dried out here. It's as if it hasn't really rained where they are there. By the looks of it, the road was bone dry. It certainly looks wetter here. And maybe some of the heavy rainfall we did see was a bit localised. Just finishing off, by the way, Brian, my promotion relegation. I know it's a bit early with 2 years to go in the whole cycle of UCI points. Leading team by an awfully long way, UAE Team Emirates. Jumbo-Visma in second. And those two miles ahead, some, 6,000-7,000 points ahead of Ineos, who are sitting in third right now, ahead of Lidl Trek, Soudal Quickstep and Bahrain Victorious. There we go, for what it's worth. By the way, I'll give them a shout out. Whenever I go to those rankings, they're updated every few days on the In Our Ring website. It's quite a neat little infographic they do of that. I have no tie to the website other than the fact that I go there very regularly to look at how the teams are doing on the UCI points. I wish I didn't, Brian. I know it's not...
So you're admitting to spending a lot of time in the inner ring. See, I'm more of a big ring person.
Actually, I've recently built up a bike which only has one front chainring. Road come kind of do-it-all bike as well, so I'm doing away with rings altogether. On my road bike currently, Brian, I've got a left-hand shifter which hasn't shifted down, I'm not joking, for about a year. And I've now got into the firm habit of, I press the left-hand shifter to change down into the inner ring, and I reach down and just tap the front mech and it moves across. And I've got so used to doing it that now I don't even need to get the shifter serviced. I just do it naturally without thinking about it. It's quite neat. It works.
And you run a development team?
Yes, I could actually. I have a budget within my academy to have it replaced, but there's something about, what is it? I don't want to condemn a piece of aluminum to the landfill or something while I can do it with my trusty hand. I tell you what, Brian, my hand's battery doesn't run out. Yeah? You know how I feel about electronic gears and that kind of thing. Don't even get me started on that. Dearie me. Anyway, well, the wind is blowing and we can now see a very clear indication of where it's blowing from. We are coming into flatter terrain. We're not quite there just yet. We've still yet got that last lumpy circuit around the Tecklenburg to do just yet, but that's a rather nice shot looking down on the wind farm. Crikey, that does make the leading group look quite small, doesn't it? It looks dinkier than I thought. We think it's about 30 riders, something like that. and the wind coming from their left. The turbine indicating that, but also the little echelon that spreads two-lined across the road from right to left as well. That's the other beauty about this race being on this day, this Tuesday. It is a national holiday in Germany for the German Unity Day. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, this day taking on particular importance as we look at the face of Alexander Kristoff, because it marks the 375th anniversary of the signing of the peace treaty, the Peace of Westphalia Treaty, which was signed in Osnabrück and Munster, the two cities that we're racing between in today's race. The race itself, by the way, has throughout its 17-year history changed the course pretty much every year, and that's kind of in keeping with where it started. It started in the afterglow of the Giro stage that ran between Groningen and Munster in 2002. The following year, this race sprung up as the Groningen to Munster Classic, and within a couple of years merged into becoming the Munsterland Giro that we now know it as well. So that is quite a nice thing to see, isn't it, Brian? This race being a direct legacy of the Giro coming here way back in 2002.
Indeed. I'm trying to kind of look at legacy projects in Scotland as well after the Super Worlds. Don't know if that's going to happen, but I've asked a couple of questions recently, and I hope it does, because they were super, and that's possibly across quite a few different disciplines.
That sounds very exciting.
See that Danish flag there?
Go on. Who do you think it is? Who do you know?
No, I've seen that vehicle, the same vehicle, same flag.
Oh yeah.
Pop up at quite a few races that I've been commentating on. So they must be big fans of possibly Mads Pedersen, just follow him around.
Fantastic. Yeah, well, they could be Uno X fans, because that's a Norwegian and Danish team, maybe, but Pedersen would be the obvious pick, wouldn't it? Yeah.
But it's the same. It's same van.
Yeah.
Same flag.
Well spotted, Brian. Well spotted. Lots of the fans out on the roadside, particularly as we get nearer to the finish today, will have been taking part in the really big amateur race and amateur events that happen around this race. The Leesen Cups is a competition for amateur riders. I believe it's about 65 kilometres. This morning, bright and early, and most of the riders who've taken part in that will then get sort of washed down and be watching at the finish. I know lots of them will be tuning in on our coverage here on the GCN app, so if that's you and you've already been out racing around the finishing circuit and the roads to the north of Munster today in the Leesen Cups competition, welcome to our coverage. I hope you've had a nibble to eat for your lunch and are relaxing, enjoying things, and waiting to go back outside maybe to catch the finishing laps. Here we are looking at Tim Merlier, former Belgian champion, of course, and a man who, as I said at the beginning of the day, Brian, I think maybe this is just in my own consciousness, has had a... I commentated on the last win he had, I think, if I can go back and remember where it was. It was a few weeks ago. It was the Grand Prix de Fourmies, beginning of kind of second week in September it was, and he won. And I thought, do you know what? Actually, let's just track back through the year. And actually, he has had 11 wins this year. But I'm trying to remember whether he'd had... Yeah, because none of those wins have come in, say, Grand Tours. But he's been consistent throughout the year, Tim Merlier, as well. But by his very high standards...
A couple of wins UE, didn't he?
That's true. Yes, he did, didn't he?
Started the season well.
Yeah, but he has been racing quite a lot of national races in Belgium as well. Has picked up some wins there as well. 0.1 UCI races as well. Good standard of competition, of course, but not necessarily races that get brought to our attention too much. He was second in those European Championships, though, of course, the gravel championships last weekend. I must apologise, I shouldn't mention that without qualifying it a little bit. He was second to Jasper Stuyven on Sunday in the gravel championships, European gravel championships, I should say. I think it's the first time that's run. I don't remember there being a European gravel championship before, Brian, but I had a little look down, and it really was a classic tale of World Tour riders that come to do the gravel championships, seemingly getting the better of quite a big collection of gravel riders and gravel pros and cyclocross pros that were riding as well. Jasper Stuyven was the winner, and I don't remember seeing his name down on any gravel race that I can think of, or even cyclocross race, but he won with a big margin over Tim Muller as well.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. You need the World Tour riders to be there to get the publicity. But at the same time, I think it needs to be a little bit more selective, a little bit more geared up towards and specialist towards the gravel riders as well. Good to see Paul Voss. I know Paul, he got up there. I've worked with him for a few years in the past, and he is a kind of gravel specialist over the last few years. But yeah, the kind of gravel specialists, I think this is the first year they've got onto the podium. I know the World Championships are Sunday. But yeah, it's a difficult one. If you look at just gravel, if you register to do gravel, of course Wout van Aert is looking to become world champion there. So you need these kind of big names for the publicity side of things. But I was talking to Nico Roach as well, who's doing a lot of kind of gravel racing and things like that. That says that potentially in the US they're starting to look at it being a little bit more selective, going over kind of rivers and streams and things like that, where it kind of forces you to actually get off the bike rather than these kind of hard packed tracks that these championships are on.
Yeah, that is that's a familiar story actually that was being told by quite a few of the riders riding in the US cyclocross series that we've been bringing viewers here the last 3 weekends from the States, where there's been this kind of seamless transition of the American gravel riders at the end of their gravel season, or nearly at the end of their gravel season, to starting to ride cyclocross. And so many of them saying, look, we do this, but we only do it because it's kind of what we all do. The difference between a 3-4 hour endurance gravel race and a 1 hour cyclocross race with running and steps and dismounts, it's a different sport, a completely different sport, and yet we sort of link the two together as if they are so similar. And so it shouldn't be so surprising that with the steady endurance nature of so many of these gravel races, that the World Tour road pros are so good at it, seemingly. And looking at that list, I haven't seen anything of Paul Voss. I must admit, that's how little I know about the gravel scene, Brian. I didn't realise that Paul Voss was still racing. But as you say, a brilliant podium for him there, ahead of Gianni Vermeersch and Florian Vermeersch, no relation, of course. Those two, 4th and 5th. Peter Vakoc in 6th. Bert van Leerberg in 7th. So a very familiar World Tour top 7. Lander Lux was the first of those dedicated cyclocross riders, the Belgian. 4 minutes 22 down as well. And then we had the others like Dan Suter, Laurens Sweeck, other cross riders mixing it up. Lawrence Tandam in 16th place. It's just a fascinating kind of still emerging side of the professionalisation of gravel on the European front. Of course, it's so big already and has been for a long time in the States. But anyway, let's get our focus back to the front end of this. Niels Pollitt has got his tongue firmly bitten between his teeth, and they're making the most of the second and final ascent of the Holpe Dorpe Strasse. I wonder if, this is about keeping this group clear. The question is, I guess, for Bora Hansgrohe. Well, no, it isn't a question. What am I talking about? They've got Danny Van Poppel in there, haven't they? So maybe, would you say that's the plan for Bora now, Brian? Keep this clear, and Danny Van Poppel's got a very good chance of winning. There he is, about halfway down this group.
I think so. I think he's showed the form. It looked that way in the recent kind of Tour of Britain as well. Meijers, fantastic win in the last stage of the Tour de France, but kind of since then he hasn't really showed that kind of sprinting form. So I think you can see clearly that as soon as this splits, that Bora Hansgrohe were one of the teams that really wanted to kind of instigate and keep this group away, and I think they'll be happy. But they'll also be happy with that they've got numbers here. They have got 4 riders in this front group. They just have to be pretty careful they don't kind of use them up too much, because there is There are a lot of good riders in here. You can see Tim Merlier down towards the back of this group. He's missing a little bit. He's the only rider from Sudal Quick Step, so he's the rider that's, if this came down to a sprint, would be a danger. But if you start to play the numbers game, then being the only rider here from your team, it just kind of limits your options.
Casper van Uden is the Dutchman for DSM Firmenich, sitting second wheel. He's also a very fast finisher, isn't he?
A little bit of a skirmish here by the two continental riders here.
Yep, Gessner won last time. Let's see if he can get the better of his, I think it's Moritz Kretschke. Yes, it is Moritz Kretschke. He's trying to go with him, but nope. I think Gessner's got too much by the looks of it, Brian, and he will once again get those King of the Mountains points. Jakob Gessner has now taken the two biggest climbs of the day, the Holperdorperstrasse, 2 times in a row. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more classified climbs to go, but they're all much smaller, about half the length. The climbs that we have coming on our second circuit over on the Teckelberg and the Lengerich climbs, those climbs are about 1 kilometre in length because they're staying higher up on this ridge that we've just climbed up onto, up in the Teutoburg forest. We're now going to ride, or they're going to ride, northwestward along the ridge, staying high, and then drop down for that next circuit we do that takes them down to the limestone mining canyons and the quarries around it. A little bit more open and exposed, the next one as well, so not so much in the deep forest. We should see a little bit more of them from the sky too, but it's a nice contrast in this race. Fingers crossed, Brian, that might be the last of the rain, possibly. I'm just watching the back end now. Alexander Kristoff off to the right, Jack Bauer on the front. There's a feed zone here over the top of the Holperdorperstrasse, but most of the riders ignoring at that point. 1 or 2 bottles being handed up. And we're now under 1.5 minutes for that leading group. If you have just recently joined us, we have about 30 riders in the lead, 30, 31 riders, something like that. And we're looking right into the damp middle of the bunch that's chasing them, the main field that's chasing them. How it formed, we still do not yet know. We have a suspicion, certainly I do, that there was some kind of crash involved that split things, but the wind was blowing at the time and really making the riders work hard. It really stirred things up, immediately snuffled out the tiny 3-man breakaway that had a little lead, and they have been absorbed into the leading group as well. But Q36.5 have been doing most of the chasing at the front of that second group.
Starting to run out a little bit now. The team that did come up to help them was the Benotti team. They came up with some numbers, but they've kind of disappeared and did look.
Oh dear, not good. That's in the middle of our leading group too. European champion is down. In fact, there's almost one from every team down there as well. Everyone back up. Christophe Laporte back up as well. Oh, that's not good. Casper van Uden is down. It was right near the front as well. Now looking to see who else is in there.
Teutoburg.
Yep. Tim Thorn Teutoburg, the German rider, is going to chase to get back in. And one of the Lotto Kernhaus riders as well.
Just watch that second kind of group. Who hits the deck first?
Right, it's the PNS Benotti rider. Yep. Oof. Thankfully.
Must have been just something on the road.
Yeah. Oh, we see it from behind now as well. Let's hope this is the last time we see it, but we'll have a look again. Yeah. It's slightly off camber as well, isn't it, Brian? Just sloping away to them into that corner, and the panic, a little bit of panic behind.
Just, yeah, bit of panic and hit the brakes. Just looking at the road surface. You maybe see her slightly on the right hand side there. Maybe a little bit of kind of oil or something like that.
Yeah, could have been a bit of. It might have been a little bit of gravel there as well, maybe, from what we're looking at, but I don't know. Tim Thorn Teutoburg is in company with our European champion, Christophe Laporte, and they're on the back of the Lidl Trek car. Should get back on fairly swiftly, I'd have thought. Oh, hang on a minute.
See, something on
same
the road.
Same place, yep. Brian, isn't it? Exactly the same place. Gosh, I'm presuming the word probably would have got back to this second group, but Deary
too
me.
quick, and I don't think
No.
the race director would have done anything with that. He would have just thought you have to. In a race situation like this, you really have to give the peloton an opportunity and maybe try and kind of neutralise it a little bit and give that indication, but that information has not got back, unfortunately. They had just over a minute to be able to do that, and they failed to react.
Yeah, it's very strange, isn't it? It's quite innocuous. It even looks like the road has dried out a fair bit there as well, and it's a lovely smooth surface. You're right, there has to be something on it there, because they've ripped through some of these corners so far and there's been no problems at all. This is Jared Drisner's of Lotto Destiny,
just
the Australian.
Up, there's about 3 riders from Soudal Quickstep. One still down on the right hand side, 2 a little bit kind of further up there.
It's not good.
Well, there's 2 of them still down, unfortunately.
Remy Cavagna sitting here, the former French champion, stripes on his sleeves, having his wounds cleaned by the looks of it as well. So far, not a good day for Soudal Quickstep either. That doesn't look great. No, I think they're talking about a hit to the head as well by the looks of it. Stan Van Tricht has been down 2, and I think it's Lars Kraps who's indicating there that he's hit his head, and dare I say it, Brian, that's not a bad thing. You know, that he appeared to be. I may have read that wrong. Did you see it like that? That he's actually said, pointing to his head.
Yeah, if in doubt, just sort it out.
Yeah.
You just don't take any chances like that. But yeah, it's just unfortunate that the race direction there just never made that call quickly. It was quite clear that there's something on that road there. It's not normal that they just go round in a sweeping left-hand corner. So something on the roads. Even if it did go back and then you have to shout it out, a minute and 20 seconds is not a lot to be able to act upon that, because you have to shout it out straight on the race radio. Then the teams get it, shout it out to them, be very careful, keep to the left on that corner or slow down. It's a difficult one. Maybe I'm being a little bit harsh on race control. I've been part of race control in races. I know you have to act very, very quickly, but it's not often we see that. I've ridden races before where there's been a whole peloton come down a road, and pretty much over half the peloton come down in diesel.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, Brian, you'll know better than me, but whether even if the message had got back, they might back it off so much into that corner and make people nervous that they then don't corner properly and then they wipe out anyway. It depends how bad it was. If it's really slippery and it's in the, you go wide so as not to cut across the corner, it could be even worse maybe, I don't know. Well, that will have taken a little bit of the impetus out of the chase anyway, because that crash happened. Well, then I say that we had a crash in both the leading group and the chase group, so maybe it'll even out, because we still have riders here trying to get back in.
Was that it would have affected the front group, but the fact that it affected both groups, it's kind of even Stevens. But 120 is not a lot, and you can see, look at the faces of the riders now. Coming round these corners, they're not overly confident.
No, very strange. Couldn't see anything on the road, but it only takes, as Brian said, like a spillage of oil, something like that, some petrol, diesel on the road, something like that, and that's enough. Right, that looks like, I think everyone is back into our leading group of some 30 or so riders.
I'm not too sure, because there was a couple of you can remember the car, the little Trek car was kind of helping a few of the riders back, but never really kind of helped a couple of the Continental riders that didn't react, didn't know what to do in these situations, because normally when you crash or something like that, you kind of don't panic, you wait for the car, you jump on the back of the car, and when you've got riders coming back in the back of the car, you're not going to brake and allow other riders to jump on, so they've not been kind of looking round quick enough and anticipating the riders coming by, so we might have lost a couple of the Continental riders.
Yeah, I think you might be right, actually. This is Jonas Koch on the back for Bora Hansgrohe with his. I've never seen that before. He's tucked his glasses in just through the arm into his back pocket. They may not stay there too long. It's certainly not the most aerodynamic of places to put them.
No.
Don't even know he knows they're there, but they're there. Yes, at least one. We'll just see Christophe Laporte rolling his wrist there, so possibly having put his hand down at some point. There's those
That's
two.
often the case.
Yeah.
Slow motion comes straight down onto
Yeah.
your body weight and scaphoid goes.
And have we not talked about this before, Brian, as well? Look, the two riders we've just looked at rolling through, no gloves on,
Here they
no
come.
mitts. Yeah. Oi, a little bit of squeeze to come back in, and by the looks of them, it's Jakob Gessner, our King of the Mountains leader, just coming back in on the back here as well for Team Lotto Kernhaus. Yeah, he's been down hard by the looks of it on his left-hand side. Now, Gessner will want to get back in because he'll want to see if he can keep building a bit of a lead in that Mountains classification and get onto the podium.
Yeah,
Let's
another
see.
case there. The commissaire car, the driver there, just almost, doing the wrong thing there. It's team cars do it every week. They know when riders are coming up. You hear the bit of a horn, someone's in the, and you look at the racing line, especially when you come up to a corner. You can back off and make sure that the riders are safe enough to come round. So yeah, it's. There's been a few tricky moments, and I think some of these riders now coming back. You see neutral service behind the peloton, so a big group coming back after that crash.
Yeah, you can hear the squeal of oily disc brakes in there as well as they come back in. And as you said, Brian, it's always the way, isn't it? When you've wiped out on a corner like that, you are going to be more nervous afterwards, particularly in these changing road conditions. You can see little patches of dry on the road, then it's wet, then it's dry again. One of the German national team riders here, Vincent Dorn, who rides for Bike Aid, normally in the green at Bike Aid on the road, and they're just now back into the back of these following cars. Will try and nip through as quickly as they can while the road is still wide enough. They're nearly onto that next circuit, 114 kilometres to go, and this is where it'll start to get a little bit more lumpy once they come down off the high point that they're on right now. They are just exiting Natrup Hagen, the leading group anyway. They'll go through Leiden and then start these 3 clockwise loops that take in 2 classified climbs, but really 3 climbs in total. But it's really sort of up and down 2 sides of the same climb, down into the valley, down in the direction of the limestone quarries at the bottom of them, and then coming back up again. And there's the faces of Uno X, Alexander Kristoff just washing off his hand by the looks of it, or washing something off. And then all of those Jumbo-Visma riders, except Christophe Laporte. We are decided, aren't we, Brian, that Christophe Laporte is the only, and we mustn't forget he's not in yellow, so it's easy to forget that. He's in that white European Champions skin suit, but he's the only one up there, isn't he? What do they do? What do they do now? Why are they just sitting near the front to stay up and out of trouble, or what? What do they do?
Say that again.
Jumbo-Visma. They've got Christophe Laporte up the road. So there's nearly all the rest of them, with Olaf Koy in there as well. Wait, is all the rest of them? Oh, sorry, he's got Affini up there with him, hasn't he?
And Hagen
Laporte, yes, he has. Thank you, Brian. And wakey Cox, yes. So he's got 3. The rest of the team are all sitting there, but they're sitting fairly close to the front. Are they just staying out of trouble in these damp conditions? Keep Koy safe?
Yeah, that's
4 of them there.
Plan
Yeah.
B now.
Yeah.
That's all they can do. They've got, Plan A because of the nature of the split in the peloton. They'll go with Hagenes can sprint as well, so Affini can go alone. So they've got different options. This might not necessarily come down to a sprint in the end.
Yeah, true. It's now going back above a minute and a half as well, the gap back to this group. This all happened, for those of you who missed it and are recently tuning in to watch our live coverage here of the 17th edition of the Sparkassen Munster Giro, it happened on the opening rollout, really, to get to the first circuit. We had, well, what we think was either a crash or a split. Certainly, for some reason, there was a split just as our early breakaway had gone and left us with a leading group of some, at the time, 25 or so riders who quickly absorbed the 3 in the breakaway, and that has formed our leading group. And the gap has gone out to just under 2 minutes at one point. It's come back a little bit now under the chasing of Q36.5 and 1 or 2 others, but it's still sitting at that 90-second mark even now. Just see the face there of Jasper Philipsen again. If you have just recently joined us, I'll remind you we have Jasper Philipsen, Olav Koy, Tim Merlier, Caden Groves, Mads Pedersen, Søren Wounschold, Christoph Laporte, Gerben Thijssen, Alberto Danese, Alexander Christoph, Jordi Meijers, Danny van Poppel, amongst some of the very best sprinters that are here in this race. So most of the world's very best sprinters, minus perhaps Arnaud Delis, Mark Cavendish, Arnaud Dumas. Have I missed anyone else out, Brian? I was going through that list earlier thinking, who's missing? Of the best sprinters in the world, who am I missing? Caleb Ewan is here, of course, or was here. We saw him drifting off the back a little earlier. So I don't necessarily know whether he's back in that second group. Found myself scratching my head thinking, current peloton, have I missed anyone? Not really. Wout van Aert, you see, now that's interesting. Wout van Aert. How many of his wins this year have come in bunch sprint finishes? I don't know, I'd want to go back and look at that. But you would classify, I know you're of course right to classify him as a great sprinter, but that's a tricky one, isn't it? Would you count Mathieu van der Poel as a sprinter?
Possibly not, no.
And that is interesting. Wouldn't mind seeing the stats on that. There we go. Anyway, there's a conversation for another day, perhaps. It looks like Casper Van Uden happy to do the work in here, so I wonder whether this might swing in the favour of John Degenkolb. We haven't seen Degenkolb at the front too much just yet. It'd be lovely to see him given a bit of a leadership role in here for DSM Firmenich. Max Walscheid doesn't have any help up here, does he, Brian? So the leader of that German national team is here by himself, unless I've missed something. There isn't.
No, he's here. But the thing is that, look, you just have to roll through. There's 111 and a half kilometres to go to the finish. It's a long way. I'm pretty sure there'll be some hard racing to be done. So it's a case of just kind of roll through, keep it. A lot of teams will be happy with this situation. Other teams not happy. But your hand has been dealt pretty much. Soudal Quickstep, I've got Merlier here, and you would think at the start of the day he'd be one of the favourites, but he's here on his own. 3 riders down in the crash behind, and in your own in this group up against teams with multiples, it's always going to be a difficult one. You've got Caden Groves. Caden Groves has got Edward Plancart, only one rider. I think the team that have got most here are definitely the team of DSM.
We are now on to that second circuit, the Lengerich-Tecklenburg circuit, going along that ridge of the Teutoburg forest. And they're going southward right now, so they have 3 laps of this loop to go. It's not a massive loop, it's 15 kilometres, so it's half the length of the last circuit they took in. 3 laps of it in total. It won't be long until we're on to the Lengerichberg, kilometre long, average gradient just under 4%, so nothing particularly testy, but an opportunity maybe if Jakob Gessner has got himself back in here and regrouped after crashing, for him to see if he can bag some more points. But I wonder whether things might swing a little bit. It did look, there he is sitting on the back wheel of Max Walscheid. It did look like he'd come down pretty hard actually, so I wonder what that'll do to him. It might either fire him up or knock a bit of wind out of his sails. We will see. Caden Groves on the front, Danny van Poppel alongside him, and it is, Brian, increasingly starting to look a bit more like that Mark Cavendish race from 2 years ago that he won, where we see a leading group with a lot of bunch sprinters in it, rolling through in damp conditions, and it could become even more attritional now, couldn't it?
It could. I think that year it split again, so we had a front group and then it split again in the crosswinds. Bit of a kind of drag up towards the kind of finish as well. So yeah, I don't think these riders here are all happy just to kind of roll in towards the finish, and we're going to have a bit of a battle before we get to this finish. However, they still have to keep riding because minute and a half the main peloton aren't that far behind, but you have to think that something's going to give. And I think it's the peloton that is going to give before the breakaway, because this front group are kind of rolling, saving energy, or just rolling through. But there is a bit more of a concerted effort behind. But every time we look at the front of the peloton, some teams are coming up, some teams are you know, starting to show signs of fatigue, and it's been a long chase for the peloton, and they haven't really kind of dented this lead.
John Degenkolb stepping on the pedals up front, and he has behind him Jakob Gessner, who is readying himself, despite his recent crash and wonky helmet, to try and take some more points. He has Radnet Oswald's Moritz Kretschky alongside him. They're going to go for it, these two, and I think we're going to see this. This is them still in the breakaway they were originally in. So Kretschky goes first. He's got Gessner on his wheel. Gessner has got the better of Kretschky at the last one, but Kretschky's decided to go hard early. Gessner out the saddle, looking to see if he can accelerate. We're going to see a nice battle between... Ooh, I don't know about that. Do they know?
They're asking each other.
Yeah, not sure. That was that line was on a bend as well. Cheeky. Well, there we go. We'll wait to have that one confirmed maybe, but there seems the battle line drawn. Jakob Gessner and Moritz Kretschky are going to battle this one out over the next few climbs, and they come fairly thick and fast. It's 2 classified climbs a lap as we look back at Jasper Philipsen. 14 wins this year, including not just sprint wins either. When we think back to his ride, this is a man who's, after this year, and I didn't necessarily expect I'd say this at the beginning of the year, Brian, I'm sure you'll tell me you saw it coming all along, but a man who seems destined to win Paris-Roubaix one year after his ride this year behind Mathieu van der Poel.
You would think so. It's something that in the past that I kind of learned a little bit from kind of Mark Cavendish, because I said to him way back in 2016, you know, what race did he want to ride the most? And he said Paris-Roubaix. He wanted a good crack at it. He didn't, with Quick-Step, he was classed as a sprinter, and wasn't classed as a kind of lead out, a classics rider. So, you know, and he did a relatively good job at that, so I think sprinters can deliver.
Of course, it came not too long on the back of his win in Brugge de Panne in atrocious conditions, hammering rain, where he was surfing between tiny groups that had been absolutely shredded by the crosswinds. And I was commentating that day, Brian. I can't remember who I was on with. It might have been with you, but it was the way he rode that day at Brugge de Panne that for me was the most enticing and interesting to watch, because it showed he is so much more than a bunch sprinter as well, and the way that he copes with the cobbles, the tough conditions. And then of course Paris-Roubaix really did highlight it, didn't it? But there's a race where everything's got to come together on the, you know, it has to work, and you've got to have a bit of luck on your side as well, apart from everything else. Punctures in the wrong places, you could be in the form of your life one year and not win it, and then never quite get back to that point when you're able to take it on. Not a predictable race, is it? Now this is the back of our main peloton. Where is Gerben Thijssen? I haven't seen anything of him. Campbell Stewart is the Jayco Alula rider in the blue and white. And then just behind him, Tom Paco, teammate, of course, of Gerben Thijssen. Thijssen is in this group somewhere, I believe. Of our leading protagonist sprinters, those who've missed that front group, Olav Koy, Gerben Thijssen. I don't think Alberto Dainese is in that leading group, the DSM Firmenich rider. And we know Alexander Kristoff definitely isn't. Jordi Meus isn't. Jordi Meus is in that main peloton we're looking at right now. Thankfully this is all dry, because this could have been rather shiny when it was wet, Brian. Not least that storm drain off to the right hand side there. I'm not entirely sure that wasn't metal in actual fact. Big crowd out on this public holiday to enjoy the race passing through for the first of 3 times. But this is narrow, isn't it? Just like a round of the Tour Series.
Yeah, this is a crowd pleaser more than anything. It's just taking it into the town and part of the circuit. You know, they barried it off. But yeah, you have to consider everything when, you know, potentially if you've got the wet weather, which was always in the cards. you know, when you take anything into kind of town centres, city centres, it always gets a little bit tricky, especially in the rain.
Well, that was the very edge of Lengerich, the peloton going through there. Our leading group now riding northward back towards the Tecklenburg, which is the next classified climb of the day. And we're seeing some splits there as well at the front of that group. I don't know whether that's just in and out of the corners in the town there. They're not big splits by any means, but little gaps open up. They'll make the riders work a bit harder to close things up. This is our leading group of, I think we're nearly tied down to our complete list of who's in there. It's just under 30, if not dead on, something like that. TSM definitely the team who've got the most riders in there, though, I think, Brian, if I'm not mistaken. If we're confident certainly in the list that I'm looking at, thinking about who's in there, DSM have got definitely Degenkolb. I haven't seen Pavel Bittner, but I'm seeing that he's in there in that leading group. Niels Eekhoff I've seen a couple of times, and Casper van Uden definitely. So DSM Firmenich have ridden this really well, the Dutch team that have always had strong German talent within them. This is the tail end of our main peloton, isn't it? And I'm not sure that something hasn't happened, because it didn't strike me. They have gone over that climb, but
it's just going through the town, Jess, when
right.
The gaps have opened, and it's the same when it gets very technical, putting on the brakes, it stretches out a little bit. A couple of riders starting to feel the pinch. I've decided that I've let the wheel go, and of course the riders behind have to close these gaps.
Here's the first of those canyons, created in part by the limestone mining that is common right the way along this Teutoburg Forest ridge, and that's us looking along the ridge there as well. Pretty ridge of hills, not unlike, if I was to draw it to an English an English comparison, the Chiltern Hills stretching westward from London, in which I was cycling just a few days ago, Brian. Lovely, lovely ridge of hills. Similar kind of height, not big climbs by any means, but lots of ups and downs, and a nice ridge you can make your way along it. Forested too, although the Chiltern Hills recently have suffered all sorts of terrible tree diseases which are devastating parts of the forest that look along it. This looks lush and green. Thankfully there's been plenty of rain in recent weeks as well. This is the front of the chase group. The chase group, the main group, the peloton we'll call them. Intermarché Circus Wanty with no one in the leading group, so understandably they're involved with that chase. And now we're looking at the tail end of it again. It's the same riders just struggling away a little bit. And this is on the climb of the Tecklenburg. And this is a pretty common sight we're going to see on this circuit. Quite narrow roads, in actual fact, up through the forest here. Actually, I don't think this is the Tecklenburg. I'm giving Duff information there. It's further up, just on the outskirts of Tecklenburg, the town itself. It's the climb of the Grafenstrasse. This is a classified climb. We may have missed the classification point at the front of our leading group. This is the second classified climb that they take in each of these 15k laps. And now we see the speed that they're taking these corners, Brian, pretty quickly. It was just one dodgy corner, wasn't it? With something on it that caused a problem. It happens. Thankfully, from what we could see, most people back up and running again after that spill on the left-hand corner. Left-hander, that's the expression I'm looking for. Brian, is it just me, or over the last, 6 months, does it look to you as if the sock length rule has been relaxed, shall we say, or ignored? Because some of these socks are mighty high. I know it's a duff discussion, but I'm just saying. Come on, get involved. You've got your hand across your mouth. I can see you trying not to say anything.
I don't know. I know there's a reason for it. It makes a difference, but I'm not kind of really looking at socks. More so when it gets to time trialing, I can see, but you know, you start, you get them measured, and then you pull them up. And
is that one of those things?
What can you do?
Is that one of those things, Brian, that comes back to that age-old UCI thing of trying to protect the image of the sport? So a racing cyclist in a road race looks like a racing cyclist in a road race. And a time trial is just going to look slightly different. Is it that? Because the rule that's been used, the UCI have said before that certain rules are being brought in to protect, so that technological advantage and money doesn't necessarily mean that by spending a certain amount of money you're going to be that much faster than someone else across different levels of the sport. I can't believe that longer socks are that much more expensive than shorter socks made from the same material. I know you can get extremely expensive aero socks. If we look at Max Walscheid here, I mean, he's a big, tall guy. That is a long pair of socks. You know, on Caleb Ewan, that's leg warmers almost. You know, they are long. But I mean, I know we don't talk about it that much anymore, but I'm just curious. Some of them look. I thought the rule originally was something like halfway up the main body of your calf muscle. The gastroc, is it your gastroc? The gastroc medial. No, oh dear, I'm digging myself a hole here, aren't I? Anyway. Do you want me to park that there, Brian? You're not saying anything, so I think I'm going to park it.
No, there's aerodynamic advantage. It's the same with when they took tape down the front. I know that happens in Britain in a lot of time trials. You just have to look at what they get away with. You know, they're only showing their knees and, you know, the aerodynamic advantage that they've got. So, yeah, it's just the advantage that they get. Not many people, you know, consider, but there's a lot of different elements combined together help the CDA, did they call it?
Yeah, the drag coefficient. How much you catch the wind, or how much of a punch you make into the wind with your body and your bike. I forget, Brian, as we watch a little lifting of the pace into the narrowing of the road here in our leading group up through the forest. I forget who I was on air with a few weeks ago. Who on earth was it? But I was talking about how tricky it can be, and I'm happy to confess I've tried a pair of these aero socks, but I couldn't get them to stay up. They kept slipping down, and a like bunched up set of aero socks looks absolutely terrible. Who was it? It was definitely a male co-commentator I was on with, and he said, "Oh, it's very common. You just use some honey." Like literally wipe a little bit of honey around the top of the inside of the sock, doesn't go anywhere. Who was it? Now, if anyone was listening at home, they'll know.
Definitely not me.
No, exactly. And there's no way you'd be saying that. Who was it? Anyway, I think
just have a smaller pair of socks.
Well, yeah. Anyway, there we go. That is the next ascent, and once again, it's Jakob Gessner over the top, or Jakob Gessner, I should say, over the top of the Grafenstrasse. That's the high point of this circuit, and actually these shots making it look particularly climby, but it is quite gradual. I think the fact that we're in a forest makes it look worse than it is. If we were in open terrain, it wouldn't look quite as bad a climb, but that tree-lined kind of tunnel-like vision looking up through the climb. The Grafenstrasse average gradient just over 4%. So Jakob Gessner, by the looks of it, uncontested by Moritz Kresge on that one. And that means we're getting a little bit closer to restarting the start of the circuit again in Leiden, where we joined it. There's a kind of a flat now over the top on the ridge before starting the second lap. Remember, folks, if you're watching this, once we come off this circuit we're on now, we go downhill, and that's pretty much it. Flat all the way to the finish. It's then about 63k to the end, but it really is pan flat, and that's when the end game will start to be played out. And if there is still 90 seconds between these two groups coming off this circuit, Brian, that could be very interesting, because it's still quite close, isn't it? I thought it might have gone out a bit more by now, and we're presuming that time gap is accurate, but it's not over, is it? 90 seconds.
No, it's not, but you know, who's going to ride? You still got Intermarché, is Lotto Destiny getting involved here, but there's less riders now willing to ride. So Intermarché, one of the kind of original teams that came to the front, Q36.5, one rider. The Benotti team in the light blue, one rider. Is it a case of Lotto Destiny just putting one rider up? If it is the case, then why not put more riders up and kind of bring this one down? The more that this goes on, Jez, the more that these riders are starting to run out of energy of themselves in the peloton. They're going to run out of resources. So I still favour the front group. The win is going to come from there.
The observation tower here indicating that we are right on top of the ridge, looking eastward, I think, now by the looks of it. Back along it, P&S Benotti back on the front. Might get a little look at the smart looking Benotti bike that the rider's on. I had a good look at them during the Deutschland Tour. Nice looking machines as well, kind of a half and half between an aero bike and a kind of standard road bike as well. I wonder how quickly this might have been brought back if Christophe Laporte wasn't in that leading group. It's really, with all those Jumbo-Visma riders there, I wonder if Christophe hadn't been there, so we were then just left with Bertrand Hagenes and Eduardo Affini there. They might have been adding a bit more to the chase. Well, they would have been adding more to the chase, I suspect, particularly if Christophe was back here. But I guess we'll watch how this unfolds. Did I say Christophe? I meant Christophe Laporte, not Alexander Christophe. I'm mixing up my Christophs here. But with the European champion up there, so keen to show off his jersey, as he's been saying this week, and presumably in very good form too, it's kind of an ideal scenario. We are halfway through this race now, exactly halfway through with 97k to go. What I thought I might do is ask some of our viewers at home to give us, because we're nearly at the end of the season, we're not quite there, it's the Lombardia this weekend, but as I talk about the race of the falling leaves, we see the fallen leaves rolling around the riders here underneath their wheels as we track them back down this descent down onto the second, going out onto the second lap of this circuit. I want to put a shout out to people at home to give us your highlight of the season. What has been your highlight of, it could be men's or women's, let's stick to road racing and avoid the gravel and cyclocross and everything else at the moment, but please can you send us your highlight from the season, one highlight only. What was the moment you look back on? It could be right the way back in the springtime, it could be somewhere in the summer, it might be as far back as the Tour Down Under. What was a real highlight for you, something you look back on and remember fondly? It might not even be a win, it could just be a key moment in a race. Let us know what they are. You can ping them to us on social media. I am at Jez Cox and Brian is at Bryce Smithy, and we'll do our best to read some of them out. It'll be a nice way to look back on the year that has been. What stuck out for you? Let's call it moment of the year. And then if you want to, if you're pinging us a message like that, tell us who you think is going to be a rider to watch in the coming year. Again, it could be men or women. Yeah, you don't have to do both, but one or the other maybe. Highlight of the year and someone you're excited to see next year. Not necessarily someone who's at the very highest point of the sport, but someone who's up and coming that you think is going to have a big year next year. Who is it? Share your thoughts with us at Jez Cox, JEZCOX, and at Bry Smithy with a Y on the end of it. And we'll have a look through them and hopefully read some of them out. Keep them clean, please. Well, that's indicative of how much the chase is on in that second group. 1 minute 36 down. And this all happening, and it all having happened, not really through attacking at all, but through a split that happened very early on in the race, in the first, 40 kilometres or so that this happened. Highlight for you of the year, Brian, if I'm chucking that out there to our viewing public on social media, what would you say? A moment?
It wasn't maybe a moment, but a race. Not being biased here, but the men's elite road race world championship.
Oh. Yeah.
The whole way that was raced out, coming onto the circuits, what happened in that race, it was just incredible. The way that Mathieu van der Poel won it, it was just a great race.
Yeah, the drama was incredible. I was, of course, lucky enough to be there on the finish line as well in George Square. But it made great television as well as being a brilliant spectator event on the ground, and all those different disciplines coming together as well. Yeah, it was a serious high point and breaking new ground in our sport as well by bringing everything together like that. And we'll look forward to the next one in France on the edge of the French Alps as well, in the Haute-Savoie. Okay, we've got a few coming in already. JB on Twitter says Sepp's landmark Tour of Spain win, and he says in brackets, and yes, I am an American. I'd agree with that. I don't think, in fact, I haven't seen anyone, Brian, anyone at all saying a bad thing about Sepp Kuss at all. I think his win in the Vuelta was very well received inside and outside the pro peloton, from what I hear as well. So nice one, JB. Recent pick, but yeah, a good one. Certainly the sense I got covering the American cyclocross races the last couple of weeks has been real excitement on having a new American Grand Tour winner, first since Chris Horner, of course, won the Vuelta. 10-12 years ago now, isn't it, since Chris Horner won the Vuelta? Do you think, Brian, and I'm going to ask you again, you don't have to answer, you know that with all my questions, sometimes you don't answer at all, which is fine. Is this a start of a new phase of the career of Sepp Kuss as a Grand Tour contender, or do you think it's just not a one-off, but you know what I mean, a nice high point in his career?
It's one-off. I would say it is that. What he's done this year has been incredible. I think has to be up there. It's a difficult one with Mathieu van der Poel and kind of the Wout van Aert, Tom Pidcock, and what he's done in different kind of disciplines. But I have to say that Sepp Kuss is up there, definitely my top three for Rider of the Year. What he does, what he sacrifices, and he's won his Grand Tour. Most people just hope to get to ride a Grand Tour, maybe finish a Grand Tour, but he's actually won a Grand Tour. But I think his job, and I think in some of the interviews, I never covered the Vuelta, but I caught kind of snippets and caught up. He's quite happy with the role that he's got. I remember interviewing him a few years ago when he won his first stage of the Vuelta, and he was quite happy in that role. He doesn't want to be that Grand Tour contender. He's quite happy just supporting other riders and maybe getting that opportunity to go for stages and win these stages. So, but yeah, he has to be definitely one of the Riders of the Year and what he does for others, and great to see someone like that get that success.
Just coming up to the Längeritscheberg climb now, and that means, of course, that Jakob Gessner is following the back wheel of Niels Pollitt, ready to try and pop off and score some more points. I don't think he's going to have any competition in this now, because by the looks of it, Moritz Kretschky has given up. Moritz Kretschky still in the group, but we watch Jakob Gessner second wheel just behind Niels Pollitt, who's doing what Niels Pollitt does, setting a long hard tempo on the front. And I think we'll see Jakob Gessner pop off in a minute and get some more maximum points. He has a sense to look round over his shoulder, make sure no one's coming up on him. Can't see anyone coming up on him just yet. And there are a few riders, including Max Walscheid, of course, swinging out to grab a bottle. And Jakob Gessner will do a decent turn on the front as well to kind of return the favour, swinging around that bend and taking maximum points there on the Längeritscheberg at the start of this second lap now. 2 laps to go of this circuit, and then we start the run southwestward in the direction of our finish, of course, in Munster, the city of Munster, where we'll take in those 3 final laps, 3 closing laps. Oh, lovely one from Sue on Twitter. Her moment of the season was the end of the Giro, Cav winning the sprint from Geraint Thomas lead out. Absolutely right. What a moment. Certainly for British fans of British cycle sport, but also fans of our great sport as a whole. What a moment that was for Mark Cavendish. Didn't quite go his way at the Tour de France, but we might be treated to that option next year. Thanks for that, Sue. Another lovely one here as well. Thank you for getting in touch with Brian and I on Twitter. Lovely one from Colin Squires, reminding us his highlight of the season was probably Matej Mohoric interview after stage 19 of the Tour de France. That wonderfully emotional interview where he was, well, very emotional, in tears, talking about his dreams as a young man, starting out in cycling, and still talking about how humbled he was to be able to achieve what he was achieving. It was wonderful. Enjoyed that. Really enjoyed it. So yeah, do get involved. Send us your thoughts. It's at Jez Cox and at Bryce Smithy. Don't leave Brian out of it. You're tagging me. I don't know, Brian, if you're getting any correspondence. There might be some people who are just messaging you. Maybe check your feed as we go along, if you could. But 3 lovely moments there picked out already. Nice to hear. It's been a busy season. Certainly having those Super Worlds, as Brian has mentioned, right in the middle of it, meaning that it's kind of made the end of the season come quite quickly. See the riders backing off through there, those exclamation marks marked on the road there indicating where the drain cover is. Thankfully very well marked. That must please you, Brian, to see that. At least marked well. I know it could be possibly taped up a bit better, and most of these drains now on a circuit like this will be covered with that sticky back tape, you know, the kind of sandpaper tape, aren't they?
Yeah, I had to do that quite often myself, walking around circuits and things like that, but yeah, it's just the different changes of surfaces, and you know, though they're marked, it doesn't look as if they're taped. It's this surface here that's very, very slippy. I just don't understand why. Well, I do understand why. Just bring them through the town. The town wants, you know, the audience to see this, but it's just taking a high risk when you take it in the precinct. I said this in Glasgow as well. Taking it up Buchanan Street on that precinct was just madness. They get away with murder at the Worlds. You know, I know it kind of rained in bits, but I wouldn't have sanctioned that circuit. I know it was brilliant. A few people moaning about the amount of corners, but there was a lot of kind of high risk, but they get away with it.
Yeah, you do. It always works when you get away with it, and it's not quite everyone getting away with it either, by the looks of it. This is Erlen Blikra. You mentioned him earlier as one of their sprint options for today, Blikra. Just panicking a bit, getting his chain back on. No, there we go. I think sometimes that can be the problem with the electronic shifting as well. It's not quite as easy. Hello, he wasn't the only one down either. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that is Max Briese. Oh, well, there's a few of them down on that corner. Literally, as you were saying it, Brian, as well. It looks like they have had more rain there on this part of the course as well. And they are really very shiny cobblestones too.
Yeah, it was the last time round. It was dry. Now it's wet, and these are the risks you take. There's no real reason to take these risks. Just take it round the town. Why take it through the centre of the town? Everybody knows what these risks are. I just don't understand sometimes with these race organisers. Just think of safety more than anything. Anybody with any kind of cycling brain would have realised that with the weather and there's a big risk there.
Yeah, it is that. Well, you know this as well as anyone, Brian. It's that balance, isn't it, between bringing the race where businesses and councils and what have you want it brought, and then bringing it in this place that's safest for the race. And there's a balance between the two. Sometimes that balance goes the wrong way. Narrowness is one thing, can make it dangerous, particularly when it's barried on either side. But those shiny cobblestones would be fine when they're bone dry, I suspect. But as you can see from that, they're like ice when wet. Caden Groves stamping on the pedals. Not necessarily how we'd expect to see him, but he's a very multifaceted rider. He's not just a super fast bunch sprinter, he's quite capable. That's part of the reason why he's probably going to win so much in the coming years, is that he survives the climbs pretty well for a fast man, doesn't he, Brian?
Yeah, I remember saying that a lot about a certain rider called Paris again.
Oh yes. Just like that, Peter Sagan's road career is over. I don't know how you feel about it, Brian. I felt a little bit sad this week with people kind of having to remind people. I guess it's, he's been a pro for, 14 years, something like that, but people having to remind people just how good he has been and what he's won. And yes, occasionally, I must admit, I've looked at some of those. Was it really 7 green jerseys? Of course, I remember the 3 World Championships, but I mean, I can't help but think, is it, when you have to remind people just how good they've been, could it be that the end of the road career had gone on a bit too long? I don't know. Who am I to say that? I suspect he's been on very good money as well, but it's never fun to watch when people who maybe have come to the sport recently have to be told just how good someone has been. I'm not saying was, of course, because he's still racing next year on the mountain bike. Tricky one, isn't it?
Yeah, you don't like losing good riders, but Peter Sagan was more than just a good rider. He was a character, losing a big character within our sport. Covered Vendée, his last race at the weekend there, and just the way he spent time signing everybody's bits of paper and jerseys and everything like that. He's just a huge presence, no matter where he goes. So he'll be a big loss, but our sport will go on. I think I said it at the weekend. It's something that we do lack in our sport of cycling, is characters. Cyclists tend to be a little bit on the boring side, possibly myself included.
Tell me about it, Brian. I have to sit here and talk to you half the time as well. You wouldn't believe how much effort it takes.
So you have to, you have to, look at the next kind of characters that are coming through. It's a serious sport, and definitely Peter Sagan was a big character in our sport, and will be missed in the road cycling side.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we wish him well in his quest to be on the mountain bike at the Paris Olympics, of course, as well. Not just on the mountain bike at the Olympics, but contending for them. It will be interesting to see, because he's dipped in and out of that mountain biking career during his road career as well, and it's never quite worked out for him. So let's see how the singular focus of the fat-tired 29er is going to be for him. Still seeing riders just dripping off the back a little bit. And this is Baptiste Planker, the very experienced Belgian for Intermarché Circus Wanty, who's now setting the pace on the front in those little light drips of rain. And back out into the sunshine by the looks of it as well. So definitely mixed weather conditions and different parts of the course here. Wet back here with the chasing peloton, and our leading group in a little bit of sunlight too. Thank you once again for getting in touch with your memories of this year, your highlights of this year. Claire White, regular correspondent for us here at Eurosport GCN, said so many great moments in cycling this season, but one of my highlights was Rasmus Tiller winning my home stage in the Tour of Britain. By the way, great commentary from you both. Thank you, Claire. Thank you for being there throughout the year. You've been a regular contributor, so thank you. Yeah, Rasmus Tiller's win there. There's a rider who deserves to win big a little bit more often, I think. He's so often there. Rider with a deadly sprint, but a very good all-rounder as well. Extremely good all-rounder. There's a guy who I wouldn't be surprised, Brian, to see one day right up there in Paris-Roubaix. In fact, he's the kind of rider I could see winning Paris-Roubaix one day, Rasmus Tiller. I'm not quite sure why I say that. He just seems to cope very well. He's ridden very well in Trobreau-Léon these last 2 years and been close to the win in that too. Yes, Tour of Britain was a good one this year, despite the fact, I think, what some people were saying, who maybe weren't necessarily at the race, but I enjoyed it. Apart from anything else, Brian, as you would know, it's just good to see these races happening, because we've lost so many races these last few years, particularly in Great Britain as well, and having the national tour happening for us as British people, so important.
Not highly important to have it, rather have it than not have it. Just watching this time
Yeah.
gap now. It's coming down a little bit. Just moving the neutral service forwards. You know, they've come very relaxed in this front group. It needs a bit of cohesion now. It needs someone to go, come on, we want this to succeed. We have to kind of ride. It looks as if they have lost, you know, 1 or 2 riders from the back of this group. But yeah, they have to get their act together and keep it. I think they've just become a little bit complacent. But also at the front of the main peloton, it's not a big chase. You know, the guys in front are just more concentrating on what's coming up and what they have to do. Still 86 kilometers to go, but it's never, I think, for the peloton.
Well, this is the climb of the Grafenstrasse. There's the stats for you. The actual climb is longer than the classified section. The classified section is only just over a kilometre. But now the pressure being picked up a little bit. No sign of Jakob Gessner at this stage. Just looking to see where he is, the Lotto Kernhaus rider. Might be getting to the point where we don't see him so much in these mountains classification points. Tim Merlier just about to be caught. I'd missed that, Brian. At some point, Merlier's taken his dark glasses off.
Yeah, I just saw that a moment ago in the previous climb that they'd lost a couple of riders. Merlier had been, I don't know who it was kind of very difficult to see, but I noticed there's a few riders, even Van de Wilde of Flanders, which now, you know, begs the question with Soudal Quickstep not represented, do they start to ride behind? But you've got to remember they've lost 2 riders already with that crash. So they're pretty much depleted, and if Tim Merlier's getting dropped, then who else are they going to ride for come the finish? So this is getting a little bit more difficult, getting a little bit more selective, and we may see a couple of teams come to the front and chase. 51 seconds, it's doable, but it needs to be done, like I just said a moment ago, sooner rather than later, because it looks as if not only is the front group starting to feel the pinch a little bit, so are the riders at the front of the peloton that are riding.
Brian, dare I say it, you asked the question, if Tim Merlier's been dropped, who do they ride for? Well, they might ride for Tim Merlier because he's been dropped to that second group. So if he gets in there, once they come up, they've only got one more circuit of this lumpy thing, and then it's flat. So if Merlier can regroup himself in that second group, and then they catch these leaders on the run-in back to Munster, we could still see Tim Merlier winning. Maybe he's backing off deliberately. Maybe this is a clever move. I know it's not, but he could. I'm just saying it just in case it happens, Brian, because he's only going back into that main peloton, and now under a minute down. First time we've seen it, 59 seconds, as Danny Van Poppel now comes to the front. Jonas Koch there in second wheel has been doing a lot of hard work over the top of the Grafenstrasse. For the second time, they're now onto the descent from the Grafenstrasse, and then there'll be the final climb of the Lengericheberg, right at the start of that like final lap. Nearly into that final lap.
Puncture for Reinders.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if his team car is still there, because with that gap coming down, they might have kind of moved some of the team cars out of that. So another team.
Yeah.
You just see stop and get neutral service now. So you know he was the only Jaco Alula rider there. So we've seen a couple of them that have been distanced. So that's another team not represented in front. So slowly but surely, there's a couple of teams might be brought into the equation behind.
Yeah. Good point. And only really because they only had the one rider in there, and the puncture could have happened to anyone, but Reinders going out, as you say, immediately, if he is absorbed, and it could take him 40 seconds or more to get that change to get back in, suddenly you've got a pretty strong team there, including Luke Durbridge, if he's still there. Zdeněk Stybar I haven't seen, but he started the race. You've got some riders in there who could contribute nicely to that chase to drill down this minute's lead again one more time. It doesn't half look a bit murky, Brian. Looks almost Scottish, doesn't it? Looks like we're looking across the Highlands. Oh, it's rough, isn't it? What is it about
the
this?
German rain? The German rain does look very similar to the Scottish rain. Wet.
Very wet. It's not cold though, by the looks of it. I've not seen any arm warmers being pulled on or anything like that. But yeah, classic autumnal shots looking through the Teutoburg forest here. Another memory coming into us on socials from Tina Moffat. Thank you, Tina. And it's a very, very recent one. Arnaud Delis winning with a broken cleat, pedalling with one leg. I didn't realise he'd actually broken his cleat. I just thought he couldn't get it back in. Did he snap it off then, Brian? You were on comms for that, weren't you?
No.
Weren't you? I thought you were. Sorry,
no,
my apologies.
No, I never did it. Yeah, that's why he decided to try and pedal with one leg because he couldn't get it back in. Brilliant,
absolutely brilliant. And just almost by winning on one leg, he suddenly made that, a far better win than it would have been otherwise, because we're talking about it now. So that was a nice moment. Thank you, Tina. Keep getting in touch with us, folks. Have a little think back over what's been a very long season. They're always, of course, pretty much exactly the same length, but maybe remind us some things we might have forgotten about from earlier in the year as well. Well, now just over a minute. We'll excuse a few seconds here or there. Crunch time. Let's see. We probably won't really get to see whether Elmar Reinders is back in that peloton. If he is, though, it's a very visual cue to get his team doing something back there, if they can, that is. This would end up being a much more interesting race than it could potentially have been otherwise, Brian. We could have had that breakaway of 6 German UCI Continental team riders up the road. Nice 3.5, 4 minute, 5 minute maybe lead, and then it's drilled down gradually as we come off the hills, and then we have the big bunch sprint. It's been nothing like that so far. It's been much more interesting to a certain extent. But it's also horrible, really horrible now. This is proper rain. It's not even the little spitty-spatty rain that we had before. Niels Eekhoff, we haven't seen too much of, but we know he's been in there, the DSM Firmenich rider, now going through on the front. This is when the tough get going, isn't it? This is going to be those conditions where, by pressing on, maybe causing a few little splits in this group as well. Maybe this is a place to make the split, Brian, in some of these narrow roads as well. Yeah,
it looks as if DSM and, of course, Bora Hansgrohe are pushing on a little bit now in this front group. Just thinking, are we going to see a reaction from any of the teams? You say Jacob Lula up towards the front in the blue and the white, but it's only kind of one rider, 1 minute 10. It's still one rider here from the team of Intermarché here on his own, not getting a lot of help, and it's doable. It's just over a minute. It's not that much. It just needs a little bit more help at the front, and this could come down.
Jumbo Visma now right up at the front, almost looking itchy to do something. But what are they doing? They now that it's wet, are they still just keeping up and out of trouble? Are they blocking, Brian, by being up there in numbers and not contributing?
I just think they're sitting there because a minute is nothing. I think they just want to be there, be safe, keep out of trouble, like you just already kind of mentioned there. It's more important that they keep on focus in what they're trying to do. I think they'll be happy with Christophe Laporte being here, and Hageness. Of course, they would like another couple of riders up here as well, not to be outnumbered, but I don't think they want to kind of push on at the front of the peloton. They will hope the teams will keep it together. If push goes to shove and something happens to Christophe Laporte, then they can shut this down. They can come to the front and shut it down. I'm talking about a puncture or crash or anything like that. We've already seen Christophe Laporte involved with a crash, but he seems okay. And if I was him, I'd want the support. I wouldn't want the peloton to come back.
So now we see 2 Jaco Alula jerseys up there, and well, in fact, there's more moving up too. So I think that presume that means they have been reabsorbed. That is who do we have? Elmar Reinders, I think, has been fed back in. There's Zdeněk Stybar on the left. Luke Durbridge has just necked, by the looks of it, what looks like a big gel, and is readying himself to do some work. Now there's a team who could definitely chip 30 seconds off this pretty quickly if they wanted to as well. Yeah, it's still Baptiste Blanquart here, the 35-year-old for Intermarché Circus Wanty, who's doing a nice long turn at the front, but it looks like the Australian team just about to take over. They've definitely got the firepower, Brian, I would say, to chip this right down and cut it in half maybe even straight away. This is Luke Durbridge.
Yeah, they do, with Durbridge and Stybar, but the information to the front of the race will come in, and they want to kind of push on. I just think that the way that the front of the race is looking now, there's a few tired legs. Some riders have already been distanced, so unless they keep on riding, then 1 minute is not a lot. So there'll be a few kind of nervous moments in the team car of deciding what to do.
Well, you're watching the 17th edition of the Munsterland Giro up in the northwest of Germany, in now North Rhine-Westphalia, riding away from Lower Saxony and Osnabrück, where it started, on this German national holiday, the German Unity Day, and on a day when there's a celebration taking place of the peace route, as this year's route is called, between Osnabrück and Munster, where 375 years ago the peace treaty was signed to end the 30 years war. And there's been something of a war going on throughout our race all the way since the split happened after about 30 kilometres of racing, leaving these riders out front. About 30 riders, lots of them from the German Bora Hansgrohe team, who at the moment are trying to get Danny van Poppel to the finish line in Munster in good place so he can win. But there's some big riders in here with him. Most of the world's best sprinters are in this race. The people who've missed this leading group, though, the fastest man in the world right now, the most consistent sprinter in the world, Jasper Philipsen, is in the main peloton, not in this leading group, as is Olav Koy. He's back there too. But in this leading group we have Max Walscheid, who was third last year. We have Christophe Laporte, the new European champion. And as I mentioned, we have Danny van Poppel of Bora Hansgrohe. He has 3 teammates with him. Niels Pollitt at the front there. Ryan Mullen and Jonas Koch, who's been doing lots of work. Other fast men in here, John Degenkolb, Casper van Uden. 2 of the 5 I should say, DSM Firmenich riders that are in here as well. And Mads Pedersen, we haven't seen too much of recently, the Dane for
I was just about to
leader
say that,
track. Is he there, Brian?
Yeah, he's ducking and diving very well. We've not mentioned him for a while now. So he's got a teammate with him, but we've not seen him do too much towards the front of this group. This gap is 1 minute. I'm finding it difficult to believe that, because I think every team car is up here towards the front. They just moved Shimano neutral service back as well, so I'm not too sure if it is a minute. But yeah, Lido Trek's Mads Pedersen has been very quiet in this front group, which is a good thing for him.
Yep.
Could be a bad thing for some of the riders that are riding at the front.
Absolutely right. Dare I say it, these at the moment are almost exactly the same conditions in which he won his world title in Harrogate in Yorkshire 2019. Another world championship where I was lucky enough, blessed enough to be actually on the finish line as he came racing towards us as well, and it was very much like this, colder in actual fact, and if anything even more rain, but we know that Mads Pedersen loves a tough day out, and yeah, he won't be too worried about these conditions by any means. Right, John Degenkolb leading through another mountain point. That is the where are we? That was the Lengericheberg. So he goes through there, takes maximum points there, John Degenkolb. Haven't seen anything of Jakob Gessner, so he may have even been dropped from that group, but I can't see him. He's certainly picked up 1, 2, 3, 4 if not 5 of our mountains points so far. So if the race continues like this, there's a good chance he will be the winner of that classification on the podium at the end. There's Zdeněk Štýbar.
I think he already is the winner, he just has to finish now.
Yeah. Do you know, Brian, I had it on the tip of my tongue that Zdeněk Štýbar was retiring at the end of this year, and I looked it up just before we came on air and I couldn't find anything to confirm or deny it. You don't know anything about that, do you? I hate to announce...
yeah, I think I was commentating in the race and I think that was brought up as well. I think he possibly is.
So I'm just going to have a look and see. Yeah. Certainly can't see anywhere where it's been announced who he'll be riding for next year. I'm sure he's still of great use to them. We've seen it throughout the year this year. More of a team worker role these days. Former world cyclocross champion. It's the back end of the peloton, and it's the squeal, yeah. Coming back into those tough roads again now with the drain covers and the concrete slabs. Fingers crossed through here this time. I think it might be a little bit more careful. Oh, look how shiny it is, Brian. Mamma mia. I know what you're saying. And I think that drain to the right is metal. I think that's a strip of metal down the right-hand side. Well. Hopefully, thankfully, by the looks of it. This is the corner where we had some riders off last time, wasn't it? There's drain covers everywhere, and look how shiny those cobbles are. There are some, you know, Brian, who watch this, and I know your take on this is, look, put the rider's safety first, and I totally agree with that. But I'm just going to say there are some who watch and think, no, you're testing the rider's full ability to control their bikes in all conditions. You don't watch cross-country mountain biking and say, why have you put that rock garden there? I'm not saying that's necessarily my thinking, but there are some who think like that actually a slippery bit of road on some nasty black shiny cobbles tests the rider's bike handling. I think you and I know that when it's shiny enough, it doesn't matter how good a bike handler are, you're going down. You're going to break your elbow or your collarbone, and that could be, you know, a month or more out, couldn't it?
I think you're talking about, you know, mountain bike and gravel, anything not on tarmac is a risk. So why bring that risk into road cycling? Just keep it on tarmac, not pedestrian areas or you know, anything like that. But you know, this gap 32 seconds now, so they have to get their act together because the team of Jaco Alula really bringing this one down, and you know, we're just about to go up this next climb again.
Yep, they come thick and fast on this circuit. Jumbo-Visma will be rubbing their hands together right now. Now, does Affini come through and... is that a full turn from Affini? I just wonder if there's anything getting through to them about, right, OK, there's got to come a point when they start to go, hello, we've got Coy back here. Let's play it Coy from now on. Hard to tell, isn't it? Affini's been very useful in keeping this group where it is. But look at them sitting in behind. Jos van Emden just sitting there behind Zdenek Stybar now in the yellow of Jumbo-Visma.
See this turn here, see the former turn from Durbridge. This is the way to do it. This is what they weren't doing earlier on. They were riding tempo at the front of the peloton, and it was just pretty much stalemate. You have to be prepared to ride harder when you come to the front to bring the gap back. And Durbridge has already done a long turn. Now Stybar is doing another you know, long hard turn. This is not sustainable for Stybar to be able to do this. It wasn't for Durbridge, and this is the difference it's making. Riders going out the back purely because they cannot keep up with the pace that's happening. So either you have the same numbers as in front and you ride through and off, or you have to ride somewhat harder and really bring the gap down. And it's Jaco Alula are doing it with Stybar, and you know, they've got Plankat for company. Possibly just bring this down as much as you can and try and nip across this gap. So just watch out for the Jaco Alula riders, because this is not sustainable for this team to keep that tempo as high as they're doing at the moment.
He is so strong, Baptiste Plankat, and you can understand why he was signed by Intermarché Circus Monti, despite the fact that he was signed quite late on in his career to a certain extent. He has so much experience, but he's an extremely powerful rider, really good at doing... He's got a fine sprint on him as well. He's taken some good wins with his sprint previously, but now being used in the way that we're seeing him being used today. And here we are back at the front of the race, though. Jonas Koch with Danny Van Poppel in prime position. Bora Hansgrohe, I guess, the team in here who's set to lose the most by this group being caught, if they are caught, because they're in such a fine place. We've seen Caden Groves do a fair bit of work at the front, but as Brian has said, in a group of this size, rolling through makes more sense, really. European champion in his white jersey, Christophe Laporte in the middle. This was such a strong move. I say was, it's not caught yet. It might survive yet, because if they come off this hilly circuit, it then becomes a very flat, fast run southward to Munster.
Yeah, I think we should be watching the rear door of the front group.
Yeah.
The acceleration from Danny, but they know that they're in a good position here. They don't want any other riders to come across. They don't want that. They were the ones that really instigated it earlier on today. Some riders being distanced now at the back, so Mads Pedersen having to do a bit of acceleration now to come round some of the riders losing the wheel. So this is a big effort here, and I'm expecting the same from the front of the peloton. I doubt we're going to see it going in what the producer showed us already today, but I think maybe some of the riders from the peloton might be trying to come across, but hard to see until we get over the top here. Philipsen is there, but I think this is it. The fact that Philipsen is there, you've got the riders from Jumbo Visma. This is the kind of selection. There was an opportunity there for this gap to come right down, but I think it's a bit too late now. 23 seconds it's saying. I'm not too sure.
Yeah.
But these are the strongest riders. They were waiting for this moment. They've pushed on, and a group of 30 odd riders became about 26. Now it's kind of whittling down even more now to the strongest riders left at the front.
Yeah, you can see them in dribs and drabs out the back of it as well. Mads Pedersen has moved up, just taken his glasses off, but you're right, there's probably, might even just be 15 riders at the front now. See, there's a definite second group back there. Mads Pedersen, I think, just off the back of this first 10 or so riders. You need to be careful again coming back down here. This is Perstrand Hagenes, the Norwegian for Jumbo-Visma, with Søren Varenskjold behind him, the Norwegian for UNOX in the red jersey. We have just half of this final third lap of this circuit to do. So one more big climb up the Grafenstrasse before turning southward and running back in the direction of Munster. We reach the finishing circuit with 12 kilometres or 12.6 kilometres to go, and then those 3 laps at 4.3k. The question is, will this now filed down leading group survive there together?
DSM had 5 riders in this front group. They've only got
it's Eekhoff, isn't it?
One
just
rider,
Eekhoff.
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah, where have they all gone? Degenkolb was doing quite a bit. Casper van Uden we saw doing a fair bit too. They pressed on when they could, but yeah, I'm very surprised they've all gone.
Across. So Jumbo Visma 3 riders.
Yep.
Looks as if Caden Groves is there. You have got just the 2, Koch and Danny Van Poppel, Mads Pedersen at the back there. So these are the strongest riders that were in that kind of original break. But this is suiting some of these teams a little bit better now. But you have to say that Jumbo Visma having 3 in this group now, still having 3. This is what I was saying a little bit earlier on. If I was Christophe Laporte, I know you've got Olaf Koy behind, but I would still want my opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. Particularly looking how strong Athene is, and Perstrand Hagenes. As you said, Hagenes himself has a fine sprint on him. I have to say, though, he's got some serious competition in here, though, hasn't he? In the shape of Mads Pedersen and Christophe Laporte, Danny Van Poppel, Caden Groves. What a fast finishing group of
but they only had
riders.
2 as well. Alpes and the 2 of them are here. So it's better numbers for them, because I think they would have been worried about having 4 riders from Bora Hansgrohe and 5 riders from DSM. That's completely changed the complex of this race now.
Yeah, so that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'll make that 10 at the front. And here's that group behind. Julius Johannesson, the Dane for Entourage Circus Wanty, down in that very recognisable, unique tuck of his for such a tall man. He is, of course, a great Danish track pursuiter as well, Johannesson. The pressure still being laid on. They don't want this group to be replenished by those who've been dropped behind either. They want to stay clear. And according to our timing, it's now 43 seconds between the front of this group and the group behind as well.
Yeah, they've got rid of the dead wood now. This is it. This is a group that, you know, the winner will come from. And it's only 43 seconds, but I can't see anybody coming across now. You know, they have been saving a lot of energy by continuously, you know, going through to the front, just keeping it nice and steady. It's been a hard chase from the teams behind. I think Jaco Alula got it very close to about 30 seconds, but nobody had the legs to try and kind of go across the gap there. That was their moment, but I think now that Danny Van Poppel kind of pushed this out, he's got a teammate to help him as well, with Jonas Koch at the front here. So it just looks as if, you know, this gap will go up a little bit more now.
Right, let's run through who we think is in here. This is Jonas Koch on the front, and just behind him, Danny Van Poppel. So they're the two Bora Hansgrohe riders in here right now. Behind them, Caden Groves, the Australian sprinter for Alpecin de Koning. And then just behind him, Perstrand Hagenes, Christophe Laporte and Eduardo Affini. Those three Jumbo-Visma riders there. Don't forget Laporte, not in the yellow now, but in the white of European champion. Soren Vanskold is the rider who has rejoined this group from behind. I think he's the only one who's just made his way across that little tiny gap as well, Vanskold, the Norwegian for Uno X in the red jersey. He's tucked in a little bit further back. We're now looking at the second group. And
this is the front of the peloton now.
Yeah.
This is still some of the original group. This is the group of Philipsen. Olaf Koy is here. Walscheid is just kind of hanging on the back there, but yeah, I don't think they're going to go across it. It's still doable, 43 seconds, but it does need a big chase. And with the two riders in here from Jumbo-Visma in the yellow, I don't think they'll contribute to the efforts of this group.
Yeah, Alex Kirch was there too as well for Trek Segafredo. With Mads Pedersen up the road, it's highly unlikely he'll contribute. He'll gladly sit there and be drawn across, but I can't see him doing anything. This is back at the back end of that group as well, the main peloton. Alexander Kristoff is still there, the big Norwegian for Uno X. And this is a lovely shot following these leading, I think it's 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
yeah,
it's 10 riders, isn't it?
You've got Affini, Laporte, Hagenes, Koch, Van Poppel, Plancart, Groves, Pedersen, Eickhoff and Manspool.
A lot of hard men in there, dare I say it, Brian. You know what I mean by that. On a day like this, it's drawn out the tough guys as well. I'll certainly include Edward Plancart in that as well, the Belgian for Alpecin de Koning. Very well formed leading group, a lot of power in there. Groves slotting onto the back wheel of Mads Pedersen. So numbers wise, Jumbo-Visma, the Clockwork Bananas, are there in the prime position with 3 riders in that leading group. You would I would assume they're all going to be working in the favour of Christophe Laporte, working for him, Brian, although we haven't seen, because it's such a small group, we haven't really seen any indication of that. Laporte is going through and doing as much work as any of the others seemingly, but along the way, you would presume the other two. Would I presume the other two will do more than him? Take longer, harder turns?
No, I really do think that they all have to do this equally. It's only 34 seconds, and you can see from the previous pictures there that the remnants of the breakaway were just about to be caught by the front of the peloton. So by a general regrouping now, there'll be a lot of kind of looking around who's going to do the chase and who's in front. As soon as that information comes out, then you know a few teams will be happy with the situations. Definitely Jumbo-Visma. They've not had to do too much, but I think realistically the group of 10 look good. You know, as you say, hard men, strong riders. I still believe in them, but let's see who's got numbers and enough strength left to put riders on the front, because this has been a hard race already.
This is the split. This is the second half of our main peloton. Gerben Thijssen is about 8 or 9 riders from the back in that white and yellow Entomarché Circus 1T. So I've picked him out for the first time. It's definitely him with the number 31 on his back. One of the fastest finishers in this field. Not looking at the moment like he's going to get to use that finish on the streets of Munster. But let's see. That 32 seconds, don't forget, is to the front of the little group that's been off the front of this lot at the moment. We could do with getting out of the forest and having a bit of a helicopter shot, couldn't we, Brian, to see actually where everything lies?
Well, I think we'll get 2 groups. We'll get group of 10 and then this kind of main peloton. nobody in between now at 35 seconds. Somebody must be doing a little bit of the chasing. I can only think Intermarché still, willing to do that little bit, but it did look as if that last time up the hill there, Danny Van Poppel pushing out a little bit. There's a few riders in that front group that are willing just to put that little bit extra in to make sure that that group stays off the front.
Well, at the moment they're into the quite long descent between the Grafenstrasse and the Längeritscheberg. The Längeritscheberg will be the last climb of the race. So the next climb is the last one. After that it is pan, flat and fast all the way down to Munster. And this last climb, the Längeritscheberg, is the smallest of the climbs on these circuits anyway. It won't be too much of a bother. It'll be just another sting in the legs, I suspect, for the riders who are trying to stay in the group they're in at the moment. Bear in mind that we've actually lost quite a lot of riders over these ups and downs, over the Teutoburg Forest circuit. This lap itself has been pretty attritional, these 3 laps. This circuit's been tough, hasn't it?
Look at this. They just looked Trekker happy. Lido Trek, that is, with Kirsch in the middle. DSM, going from 5. What they're talking about now, going from 5 to just having 1 there. But they seem happy enough. Degenkolb just having a chat there. They seem happy. But that's... and Jumbo-Visma just talking on the radio. Look, it's that information they're giving up now is... There's no more chase.
Wow.
They've sat up in the group behind. You give that information because it just gives that motivation to the group. So who is going to come up and chase this group down? Who wants to bring it back? And they're giving Eickhoff that opportunity, but DSM, 5 riders down to 1. If I was in the car, I'd be maybe a little bit unhappy and hoping that Eickhoff, still the sole representative, can try and get something, salvage something for Team DSM.
Yeah, no pressure, Niels Eickhoff. He has got a reasonable sprint, but I think he's going to have to attack and maybe go with a late attack for him. And he's well capable of doing that as well, but let's see. So, we're nearly done with the hills in this 17th edition of the Sparkassen Münsterland Giro. My name's Jez Cox, I have Brian Smith with me, and we're musing over the business meeting that appears to have just taken place at the front of the peloton. Jumbo-Visma and others looking around, deciding whether we're happy with that situation. Lots of radio action going on, and it's Jaco Alula and Lotto Destiny now who take over, because there we go. We've not mentioned Lotto Destiny. We've seen Caleb Ewan disappearing. I am presuming, I can't be entirely right, but I'm presuming Caleb Ewan didn't get back onto the peloton and isn't in here.
No, Milan Menton's their rider. That's the only opportunity they've got left. And Jaco Alula, well, they did chase, and now they've been forced to do it again because they've not been represented. They had 1 representative in the front, but he had a puncture and came back, so that threw them into the mix. Lotto Destiny had Schwarzman there, so they're having to ride, but 3 riders, don't think it's going to be enough. But look at the size of this peloton now. There's only about 50-60 riders in this chase group now. 10 riders still in front, 46 seconds. It's going to be a difficult one for these riders to bring it back together. This is more attritional than maybe most had thought. In the past, the history of this race in the 17 years has been predominantly a sprint finish. Today I don't think it's going to be a sprint. We saw yesterday in the race in Italy where, for me, you had an almost kind of out-and-out favourite, Wout van Aert, and you had 2 riders from Jumbo-Visma there, just controlled, just rode on the front. I don't think this is going to come to a sprint, Jez. I think it's a big risk. Can Christophe Laporte beat all the other riders? Is he super confident that he can beat them all? I don't think it's a done deal. So that means that we're due to have a very kind of attacking final.
Yeah.
Quite possibly, Jumbo-Visma might have the win. Purely because of the numbers, not because they have the fastest guy here, because Danny Van Poppel can sprint very well, Caden Groves, Mads Pedersen. You don't want to be bringing these guys to the line, so it's not a nailed-on sprint victory for the European champion. So in Christophe Laporte, so I think this will be an attacking final. But first and foremost, they have to push this advantage out, break the will of the peloton, and then race into the final, which I think they will do.
Well, I know the German fans watching, Brian, would have spotted something we've not mentioned so far, and that is there is only one German rider, Jonas Koch of Bora Hansgrohe, in this leading group. That'll be a little bit of a shame for them on this national holiday as they watch on. But of course, Bora Hansgrohe, and they always support well those riders from other nations that ride for German teams. And Danny van Poppel would be a very well-liked winner, I suspect, of this. I agree with what you're saying in a way. Christophe Laporte, I don't necessarily think of him. Well, he's not. I mean, I definitely don't think of him as being someone I would necessarily classify in a list of formal sprinters. He's much more of an all-rounder, isn't he? I don't know what you think, Brian, but in a straight-up sprint between him and Danny van Poppel, and even Caden Groves, three going in a line together over 150-metre sprint, don't see Christophe Laporte winning myself. No, it's a silly thing to say, but what do you think?
And that's what's going to keep the interest in the race, because they have to use the numbers game rather than just, for the two riders, Affini and Hagenes, just ride on the front. Hagenes can sprint as well. He's more of a kind of sprinter. But Mads Pedersen, is he the ultimate sprinter? He can win bunch finishes and hard bunch finishes. But I think Christophe Laporte, very good chance he can win, but not from just riding, getting his team to ride into the finish. Just 10 riders together. I don't think it'll come to that. We're going to get some attacking racing. Not for the moment, because it's still only 1 minute. They have to contribute. They have to keep on riding, and it could come down to the numbers in the end.
I think I may have missed that classification point, but I think our leaders have already been over the Lengo Richerberg and are starting the descent down, so we might have just missed that last one. But as Brian has said, we're pretty certain that Jakob Gessner, as long as he finishes the race, is going to be winning that mountains classification anyway, so we should be able to bring you that podium presentation. There's Gerben Thijssen taking a drink from the side of the road. And Tudor Pro Cycling not giving up on chasing things down either. 1 minute again.
Just like that. A lot of hard work at the front of the peloton today. A lot of hard work. It's not been like together. They haven't been riding together. Some teams will come up, some teams will sit back. Like, I'll say the question again, you've got Q36.5. Where are they now? Where's Intermarché now? Why ride for 50 or 60 kilometres and then decide, oh, I'm not going to ride? You're never going to win a big race if you don't bring these riders back at the front. So they'll ride a little bit and then stop. You can clearly see that there's a few riders from different teams. I'm trying to see who that was. It must be someone of note. I didn't recognise.
No, I didn't either.
Bearded man.
Yeah. Hopefully people aren't groaning at their screens and slapping their forehead as they listen to what we're saying. But I also looked and thought, no, I've not got that. Apologies, folks, if we were supposed to know that one. And this is the last time through here, right at the bottom edge of our course as well in Lengerich, before we ride on southwestward. Let's hope everyone gets through here nice and smoothly. It is a steel drain off to the right there, isn't it? A kind of grated steel drain. Thankfully, everyone avoiding it. I'm suspecting they probably couldn't put the barriers over it because it would have made the course too narrow. And there is a minimum width as well. I think it might be 6 or 7 metres, something like that. There's that slippery turn again. Right, they're through okay. Mads Pedersen, the last of those to be through, just behind those two Jumbo-Visma riders, Affini and Bertrand Hagenes, who I had the great pleasure of calling to a brilliant stage win in the 4 Days of Dunkirk earlier this year. Was I on that with you, Brian? I never remember. It's terrible, isn't it? It's so terrible. That's not. I feel awful. It was us, wasn't it? He went away with the young Frenchman. What's his name? I've forgotten. The two of them went away to the finish, and he took off and won in the end, didn't he? Solo by himself. That's the Badger. Romain Grégoire.
He just has to watch himself while shite here. Look at the difference he's making. He's taking some risks here.
Oh, Brian.
He's got a higher centre of gravity as well.
Yeah. Yep. Wow. That was milking the grip of those tyres on that slick surface. I wonder how much of this is just him being G'd on by the crowd and wanting to put on a bit of a show too as well, because I can't see he's going to ride away from this lot and ride across a minute's gap by himself. But if he's going to press on like that anywhere, I would not do it here. But there we go. He's up for it. It's a real shame for him because he was in prime position earlier, wasn't he? And then was one of those who got dropped from that leading group. And there's Degenkolb. So we're seeing a few of those now involved in this chase who were up the road in the leading group earlier before it split. Battle is on to be the best of the German riders. I've mentioned that a couple of times already, Brian, but the number of times I spoke to German fans at the Deutschland Tour this year, there's still the older fans who've known the sport a long time. They still bask in this kind of longing for a new Jan Ullrich. They want a big general classification star. And and I said to them, is there someone coming through that you've got your eye on? What do you think? And they're like, no. They're kind of resigned to the fact that maybe they'll never have another Jan Ullrich in that sense. I was struck as well by how much love there still is for him as well in Germany amongst the fans. Of course, the best ranked German male rider on the UCI rankings, you know who it is, Brian? It's not Max Walscheid. He's the second highest ranked on the UCI rankings. Leonard Kemner, of course. The Bora Hansgrohe rider. Best placed male German rider on the UCI rankings anyway at the moment. Georg Zimmermann in third. There's an exciting, relatively young talent, still improving all the time as well. Pascal Ackermann, the fourth highest ranked German in the world. Phil Bauhaus, Niels Pollitt, Nico Denz, John Degenkolb still inside that top 10. Marius Meyerhofer, there's someone to be excited about, continuing to improve as well. Young German sprinter. Manuel Buchmann, Felix Engelhardt, and Ben Zwiehoff. So there is some young talent coming through in there. But my sense was that what they're longing for is a general classification Grand Tour, not just rider, but winner, hitter. Unless Leonard Kemner goes on some kind of GC-focused... in fact, there were some fans I was talking to, Brian, who talked about Leonard Kemner, if he was in a different team, not at Bora Hansgrohe, could develop into a Grand Tour contender. But anyway, just one rider with the hope of, in this leading group anyway, of bringing home a German win today, and it's Jonas Koch. And I can't see that happening just purely because he has Danny van Poppel there, who stands a really good chance of winning this if it's to swing in his favour.
I'm not sure, because obviously there's a motivation there, but of the two Bora Hansgrohe, he's more likely to be given a little bit more freedom if they start tactical attacking towards the end. So if Koch goes, who goes with them? One of the Jumbo-Visma would definitely have to go. If it's Affini, can Koch beat Affini in the sprint finish? I would think possibly. So it's not all over. I think in that front group, if you've got the numbers, you have to use the numbers. You cannot just ride for one person, because I really don't think that this will come down to a sprint in the end.
Still, Jaco Alula combining with Lotto Destiny. Liam Schlock there, the Belgian rider for Lotto Destiny, just waiting to do his turn. He's already done some quite long, hard ones too. And there's some miserable looking faces looking back down that group, Brian, isn't there? And now they know we're done with the hills, we're done with the woods and the undulating terrain. It really is a very relatively straight run-in. They basically follow the canal, the Dortmund-Ems canal, southward all the way down into Munster, where it flows out of the river Ems and tracks down to Munster itself. It's a massive canal as well. It won't be too long before it's off to their left-hand side. 290 miles long. Couldn't tell you what that is in kilometres, I don't know. It runs between Dortmund and the seaport of Emden as well, so a vital connection point, taking boats out to sea or taking goods up to the seaport anyway, up the canal.
And just a little fact, of all the riders in this front group, you cannot write off Koch, because he has got the best result in this race of all 10 in 11th
Has he?
place.
Good work, Brian. Where have you got this from? Come on.
Can't
You
tell
can't disclose
my
your
sources.
sources. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Listen
I've
to the
just spent
sound
a
of
few
those.
minutes going round every 10 see where they
Have
finish
you?
in this race.
Good work. That's it. So hang on, when was that, and what was his? What was his?
I
I'm
think
now I'm going to
2000
drill down into your stuff.
That was 2016, I
Oh.
think he was 11th. Of course, we have got 4 riders debuting,
Yeah.
Christopher Laporte being one of them.
Danny Van Poppels. I was surprised Danny Van Poppels not been up there in the top 10 here before, but maybe not.
Yeah, recently 31st in
Yeah.
2021.
There we go. Olaf Koy, soaking wet, rain dripping down his face. Not been able to be in the position to use his distinct potential in this race today. And still sitting in this enormous group, the peloton, 1 minute down. We're talking about this leading group potentially as if it's all over, Brian. I'm agreeing with you that it's quite likely, but it is still only 56 seconds.
Yeah, but where's the chase coming from?
I know. Yeah, well, we know the teams it should be coming from, Jaco Alula and... hang on, what's happened to Soudal Quickstep? They all disappeared. They've just vaporised, haven't they?
Yeah, they've had a terrible day today,
Yeah.
in this race especially. You know, where they crashed, taking almost 3 of them out, 2 DNFs. Van Leerburg and Merlier were dropped. So, you know, very limited with the personnel they've got left.
There's a great shame, Brian, as well, that the German team don't have anyone up there now as well. It looked so good with Max Walscheid up there earlier, and I've had high hopes for them today, but let's see. 53k left, a minute's gap, and 10 riders out front.
There has to be a significant change, and that significant change has to come from the teams in the peloton, because they're just going to swapping turns now. Everybody just going through doing their turn. It's the peloton it's going to make the difference. You know, we're seeing here at the back of the peloton a lot of riders from the kind of 3rd division continental teams. They'll just be happy with, you know, where they're sitting at the moment. The fact that it's kind of strung out a little bit means that someone is riding, and that someone is Jaco Alula, are riding a little bit in the front. The question is just kind of moving up a little bit more. I think Tudor are also riding, but if we move up a little bit more, cameraman. No, we're looking back again. It's all about numbers. I know we mentioned DSM have got Eickhoff here, but potentially they have got, you know, a sprinter here that can deliver the victory for them. But at the same time, if you drag the peloton up to the front of the race, then you're helping out Jasper Philipsen and Olaf Koy, you know, 1st and 2nd from last year. So that's the decisions as a sports director that you have to look at. Little Trek happy with Mats Pedersen, Alpecin Deconic. Well, they've got a couple of options here, but especially with Caden Groves. The European champion, Jumbo-Visma, they're happy. Uno X, Wannes Colt, strong rider as well. And then Bora, Danny Van Poppel, Koch as well. Eickhoff is at the back. So you've got 10 riders, just nice and easy, swapping turns, although you've got kind of 3 riders, Tudor and Jaco Alula just at the back there, at the front of the peloton. We haven't seen, or well, I haven't seen the kind of makeup of this main peloton to see if any team would be interested in riding it down. There's still enough time for that to happen, just over 50 kilometres, and with it only being a minute, they're in sight. If we keep this camera shot for a little bit longer, you'll probably see them just in the distance a little bit, but it just needs one team to decide, right, we're going to take our chances. But the problem is, you take a big chance because you've got arguably the world's best sprinter in that peloton, plus last year's winner in that peloton. And would you risk it if you've got just one rider here in the front? I don't think you would, and that's why Lotto Destiny have put, you know, one rider up. Milan Menton is the rider that they'll be riding for, and also Jaco Alula. I think they've lost Campbell Stewart by the looks of things. I think it will be for Blake Quick. That's their only other option. And even looking at it, Jez, Blake Quick up against some of the other top riders that we've got here, you wouldn't necessarily think that he's got much of a chance. But at the same time, you have to give yourself a chance. I think the only team that I'm alluding to here that can make a big difference in the outcome of this race now is DSM. If DSM, just looking at the front of that peloton, Dainese, even Van Uden, I know they get dropped in the hill, but if DSM decides, sit on Eickhoff, we come up to the front, we bring it all back together, we're in a better chance of winning. That's I think from where I'm sitting, it's the only team that can make that call.
Yeah, I guess it depends. I guess it depends how they feel about Niels Eekhoff being there, what Niels Eekhoff's form is like. It's a tricky one, isn't it? Because he is actually the kind of rider. I don't say it'd be a great surprise if he clipped off.
You've got 10 good riders here. How does Eekhoff feel? Are you happy taking 10th place? Right, that's what it comes down to, because you're guaranteed 10th place there. Anything above that is maybe a little bit of a bonus, but can he win? That's the questions you're going to have to ask him. How does Dainese feel? Dainese, he's won stages of all 3 Grand Tours, very capable. But if you bring it all back together, how will you fare against Jasper Philipsen and Olaf Koy?
Brian, so Eekhoff, have you noticed Eekhoff's not going through as well? I don't know if you picked up on that just now, but he's not going through. They're not even looking for him to go through. He's sat on twice now, 2 rotations of riders going through in front of him.
Well, maybe they've made the choice. It's the only team that can do it.
You watch here. There you go. Walenschool doesn't even look for him. He's sitting on. He's sit on through 2 or 3 rotations now. Same with Laporte. So they now know.
Some people do these tactics, maybe not about, if you put a rider up towards the front, all you have to say is, well, you know, we're chasing behind, I've been told to sit on. Just put one rider up towards the front, even if you don't bring it back, it just gives your rider an opportunity to sit on the back. And all the sports directors can see that, you know, the black jersey or the dark blue jersey of DSM are at the front. But I really do think that if Dainese has got through that part of the race and he feels okay, there's plenty of them, see on the right hand side, plenty of them. Do they want to put it down to a sprint where there's a good chance they'll get a podium in this sort of company? Or do they want to give Eickhoff that opportunity of trying for himself? Only time will tell, but it's the only team that have been represented highly in the breakaway and are still have good numbers here.
Yeah, they're all there together. Dainese is at the back of that group that's led by John Degenkolb. 47 seconds. I don't know whether our timing's just jumped, but it's almost like 10 seconds have just chipped away there. Maybe I wasn't looking at it, but getting Max Walscheid on the front will probably help to add a bit of firepower to it. There's going to have to be total unity between that group at the front, and the fact that they might have one rider sitting on already might be a slight chink in that. A slight problem with that, I suspect. These are our 10 riders in the lead. We've got Caden Groves rolling through at the front. Watch Niels Eekhoff sitting at the back there. And Danny van Poppel just has to kick over the pedals to get back in front of Niels Eekhoff, the Dutchman, the tall Dutchman, who is definitely sitting on at the back in the black and blue of DSM. Swan Walenschool is the Uno X rider who's just gone through. This is Caden Groves again kicking through. Short, sharp turns here for these riders. And all the while, Niels Eekhoff sitting on the back. But if he's going to sit there, then his team behind Brian surely need to get on and start chasing, because they're not yet, although they might be clever, sitting on and let others do a bit before they then open it up. We still have got 50k, let's call it, to go. Sorry, 48k to go.
The others keep it here, they can come up, even with 20k's to go, 25k's to go, they can come up and start to help. But all this time that Eickhoff at the back here is getting an easier ride. I'm not saying it's brutally hard at the frontier, because even all 9 riders doing through and off, just short turns, just keep it rolling along, keep keep going the same pace as the peloton, you'll still have just round about 1 minute. That seems to be what they're doing. Just look at Warrensgold here. He just looks quite relaxed. So just roll through, keep on rolling through. Forget about takeoff. He's been told he's got his job to do. It's if 2 or 3 riders start to sit on and you start remonstrating and it starts to kind of break down. So just keep on rolling through. It's the nature of the day for all of these teams that are committed here.
This is Eduardo Affini. Probably if anyone on that Jumbo-Visma team, if you want someone in there to keep this break rolling, Affini is an ideal man. And Søren Vanskjold not to be underestimated. He has a little word there with his fellow countryman, Perstrand Hagnes, the 2 Norwegians on different teams. And Jonas Koch there, about to come through as well. Liam Schlock is back chasing at the front, the Belgian rider for Lotto Destiny, but he's the only rider there for them doing it. Look at the face of the rider. It's been a really hard day out, hasn't it, Brian? Not fun today. Might see a few smiles and a bit of chatting going on in that leading group, but none of that back here. Welcome to those of you who are joining us on our linear television coverage on Eurosport. These are going to be the closing 46 kilometres of the 17th edition of the Sparkassen Münsterland Giro from the northwest of Germany in North Rhine-Westphalia. Today's race following what's known as the Peace Route, the road that links Osnabrück and Münster, the 2 cities where the great truce, the peace truce, was signed 375 years ago, that brought to a conclusion the 30 Years' War. So a historically important race on this national holiday in Germany, German Unity Day. My name's Jez Cox and I have Brian Smith with me, and we are now following that enormous canal. It's the Dortmund-Ems canal, which runs up to the seaport all the way from Dortmund, and the riders have no more hills to do. We've got the hills all out of the way. And they're riding towards Münster for 3 laps of a 4.3k circuit. We have a leading group of 10, which was formed from an advance party that left the peloton, jumped across to 3 riders very early on in the race, in the first 30k of racing, in fact. It's got rid of half of the group. There were about 30 riders in the front. At least half of them, more than half of them now have gone, and we're left with a position where we have 10 riders out front, and this lot chasing, still only 45 seconds down. There haven't been any big gaps in this race. The biggest gap we've seen was about 1 minute 50 between the peloton and that leading group of 30. We've had 2 hilly laps in the middle of the course where they've been encircling the Teutoburg forest, going up and down the edges of it. That formed our hills classification, and really a combination of the weather, a few crashes in the slippery wet conditions, and wheels being let go early on in the race have really formed what we see in front of us right now. This is the peloton being led by Jaco Alula, and we have 10 riders ahead of them. When we go back to them, I'll tell you exactly who they are, but we've got some really strong workhorses up front. We started the race today with 150 riders in Osnabrück just after midday, and some of the world's best sprinters, most of the world's best sprinters are in this field, including Jasper Philipsen, Olaf Koy, Tim Merlier, Caden Groves, Mads Pedersen, Søren Vanskjold, Christophe Laporte, Gerben Thijssen, Alberto Danese, Alexander Kristoff, Jordi Meus, Matteo Moschetti and Danny van Poppel. They are all here. Having said that, of them in that leading group, there is only Caden Groves, Danny van Poppel, Christophe Laporte and Søren Vanskjold. So your leading group are, you can see them on your screens right now, Eduardo Affini of Jumbo-Visma, one of 3 Jumbo-Visma riders there, along with Christophe Laporte and Perstrand Hagnes, the Norwegian. Bora Hansgrohe are down to 2, but it's an important 2 because they have Danny van Poppel and Jonas Koch, the only German in that leading group, and they're there with Edward Plenker, the Belgian for Alpecin-Deceuninck, who's looking after Caden Groves, the Australian sprinter, fresh from his 3 stage wins at the Vuelta, of course. Mads Pedersen is there, the big Dane. Big danger man, of course. I should have mentioned him as one of our fast finishing sprinters in that leading group. And they're there with Niels Heekhoff, the only DSM rider, and Søren Vanskjold. Notably, DSM had a lot of riders in that leading group, 4 or 5 riders at one point. He is the only one left there, and he's now been sitting on the back of that leading group, the only rider not contributing to the leading group, and his team behind are readying themselves to start working to try and bring back that gap. That's you up to date. You'll be pleased to know it's not just me waffling on here. I have Brian Smith with me, and Brian, we've been watching some nasty conditions, haven't we? It really has been a tough day out there in Germany.
It has, and it's not going to get any easier. It's kind of nagging wind all the way in. Of these 10 riders, the teams, I'll just go through them. Jumbo-Visma, I've got 3 riders in this front group. Christophe, Laporte and Hagenes, we know they've got kind of good finishes on them. Affini, a strong rider, but they've got backup behind. They've got Olaf Koy sitting behind in the main peloton. Koch and Van Poppel, well, Jordi Meus isn't there anymore by the looks of things, so you know they have to commit to this one and hope the breakaway succeeds. Then you've got Ed Plankert and Caden Groves. Well, Jesper Philipsen is in the group behind, so you know they've got backup. Mads Pedersen, no real backup in the peloton, it's down to him. Eickhoff, well, you know there's plenty of backup here, and I think that's why he's been told to kind of sit on. Warrenskold has got Christophe here, so he's got backup. So there's a few teams that have to really kind of commit to the success of this breakaway because they've got nothing left here in the peloton. But there's a few teams that have got representation in front that'll be more than happy if this all comes back together. But then again, the big risk you've got is the sprinter of this year has to be Jasper Philipsen. He is here, last year's winner is here. You go up against them and it's going to be tough. So let's see what happens over the last kind of 40 kilometres. It still can all come back, but I'm still believing in this breakaway. I know that should have Pro Cycling have come up and added a little bit of kind of firepower, but I've still got to believe. But just look at the numbers here of DSM. They have 5 riders in the original breakaway, about 30. They still get numbers in this group behind, and they still have a good enough sprinter. The only risk that they've got is going up against 2 of the world's quickest guys.
Just watched Alexander Kristoff roll through our shot there. Gavin Tyson there as well. Some serious sprint threats in this group. We look back across the history of this race. Last year won by Olaf Koy. The year before that was Mark Cavendish in similar damp conditions. There was no race in 2020. Alvaro Hodge was the winner in 2019, the Colombian sprinter. Max Walscheid, Sam Bennett, John Degenkolb, Tom Boonen, Andre Greipel, Marcel Kittel, a double winner of this race. Andre Greipel, a double winner of this race, going right the way back to 2006. Some big sprint names, this Sprinters Classic. As Brian mentioned, I mentioned there Olaf Koy, our defending champion from last year. He is back in this second group, but such has been the dominant nature of Jumbo-Visma across virtually everything that's happened on the road this year. Here they are again, 3 riders in the leading group. And one of them is the new European champion, a championship that he won where all 3 riders on the podium were Jumbo-Visma as well. And yet that team is going to be merging with one of the other biggest teams in the world soon too. So it seems, oh gosh, some would say a little unbalanced, the top end of the men's pro peloton right now. Then again, others have said that about the top end of the women's pro peloton as well. So maybe such where there are riches, there are many riches at the same time. Will it be Jumbo-Visma's day though? That's the only thing. Brian Smith pointed out the fascinating fact that the rider with the previous best result in this race in the leading group is the only German rider in it, Jonas Koch, riding for Bora Hansgrohe. This is about as much of a hill as we're going to get on the run-in back into Munster. And don't forget, we start the first of those finishing laps in the city of Munster itself with 12k to go. This is crossing that enormous canal. We cross it 2 or 3 times as well, the Dortmund-Ems canal, fed by the mighty River Ems to the north. But it's really just topping up that enormous canal, which is a very important industrial route out towards the seaport itself. This is interesting, Brian, I think, that Tudor Pro Cycling are doing so much here. And they've still got a decent number of riders in that group as well.
It is indeed. You know, I've followed them pretty much all of this year, and you know, they do step up and ride at the front, but you're probably missing, you know, I'm not too sure of the group that they've got. Hemming, Clickers, Mikutus, Plumers, Tendon, Brun. I'm not too sure who their sprinter is, and you know, of those names I just mentioned, I've not seen any of them at the high end of the big bunch sprints. So is it a case of they've got numbers here, try and bring it back and give them an opportunity to finish at top 6, top 10? Definitely in my book they don't have anybody that can compete with the likes of this guy here.
Oh, nobody does though, do they? Nobody does. He is, well, almost untouchable this year, Jasper Philipsen. When you look at his record, my gosh, he's won 14 races this year as well. In his last in September alone, just past, he won he won all the races he finished. He won 3 races in a row. Admittedly, they were all UCI .1s. One of them, though, was the Championship of Flanders, which has a very, very good field. It's the final round, isn't it, of that Belgian Cup we were talking about earlier. So that has to be classified as an important win in itself, and a decent one as well. But he's just been winning all the way through, hasn't he? Winner of the points classification in the Tour de France, as well as, what, 4 stages? 1, 2, I've counted them now, 3 stages, and the green. And winning on all sorts of different terrain as well. He still has his long sleeve jersey on, I noted though, today. One of those slightly kind of windproof, waterproofy long sleeve jerseys rather than the short sleeves. In fact, looking at that shot, Jasper Philipsen is the only one with his arms covered, I think, by the looks of it. What you can read into that, you can read into it. I don't know. Søren Vanskjold. I've been bigging him up all year, Søren Vanskjold, Brian. I keep picking him as the man to watch in sprint finishes. It's not quite happened like that, but then I wonder whether some of that is to do with having Alexander Kristoff in their team and where he's been working for Kristoff a fair bit. That dare I say, it hasn't quite worked either. He got that fantastic win, didn't he, Vanskjold, earlier in the year at the Saudi Tour in that long, draggy uphill finish. I have to look back to see if he's won since then, Søren Vanskjold. Yes, he has. Yes, he has. He won a stage in the Tour of Denmark, didn't he? There you go. I'm now tracking back and realising he's also recently won the Tour du Poitou-Charentes. Won first stage and won the race overall. So he has been winning since then. What do I know? But possibly not quite as prolific as I thought he might be. He is still pretty young though, 23 years of age, plenty of development room still. There we go. Thank you. Well picked. So he's still in that main pack and will finish despite the fact that he's bloodied and bruised from a crash, as are, dare I say it, quite a lot of these riders. I guess thankfully, Brian, we've had this conversation before, haven't we, about different kinds of crashes. When it's really wet like this, on the whole, the riders will tend to slide a little bit more. You talked earlier about putting out a hand when it's going slowly and the hand stopping on the ground and then you end up breaking something. But these are more slidey conditions, aren't they? Where, it doesn't sound nice, but where you tend to lose more skin than bone.
Given the choice, what would you rather do? Crash in the dry or the wet?
Slide in the wet, big time. Ice is the best way to crash.
Everybody say the wet.
Yeah.
Be a bit more chance of crashing in the wet.
Yeah. When did you last have a crash on your bike, Brian?
I'm not going to answer that.
Come on.
I'm touching wood. I'm touching wood.
You know me, I laugh in the face of fate. I operate in a fate-free exclusion zone. You can talk about.
I cannot remember. It's been such a long time.
Oh.
I'm very careful.
I know mine. Straight into a kind of like a pothole before a manhole cover. Lost the hands. You know, it was that sort of one where my hands went through the bars and I had my chest on the bars. And I thought, well, either I steer by holding on. We're looking down on a field full of, is that turkeys or chickens? Chickens. Anyway. Yes, and it's that, do I try and steer this by holding on to my quick release, my front wheel? No, because I've got no brakes there. Yeah, I'm going down. And then straight down on my shoulder. probably maybe a couple of years ago now as well. I was in a group of young cyclists, none of whom laughed, Brian. None of them laughed at me. Well, they probably did. There we go, setting the example of how to do it. I'll squeeze it out of you at some point, Brian. I know you know when you crashed. You know
I didn't crash a lot, but when I did, it was serious enough. But I could only think of a handful of times. I was always careful.
Unlike me. There we go. Right, 45 seconds the gap for our 10 riders out front. It won't be too long before they're riding into some interesting terrain as well. The further we get towards Munster, the more wetland habitat we roll through as well. And there's some very big nature reserves we skirt through. I'll save my interesting, riveting nature facts about them until we actually get there. We only have about, 16, 17k to go until we're onto our finishing circuit anyway, and they know it too. Julius Johannesson tucked down in his super tuck, elbows in on the front, the big tall Dane for Entourage Circus Wanty. So that's for Gerben Thijssen. He is in there. If this comes down to a massive bunch sprint finish between all these riders that are in that group, having absorbed the lead, Brian, it will be, well, I don't know, it'll seem remarkable, but we wouldn't necessarily normally be saying that. If the breakaway didn't have the riders in it that are in there, we'd be talking like it's doomed, wouldn't we, right now?
Well, at one stage the 30 riders got almost kind of 2 minutes. It reminds me of a national championships where myself and Sean Yates get no more than a minute for about 80 or 90 miles off the front of the chasing group, and it came down to about 24 seconds in the last 10 kilometres, and he just turned round to me and went, "It's now or never," and I went, "Now." We just gave absolutely everything and stayed away by about 30 seconds, but it's just one of these things in the back of your mind that you just want the elastic to relax a little bit. It's just, they're just keeping you there at 47, but looking at the riders at the front of the peloton, it's not easy. It's not easy. You've got 9 riders, although 10 in front, 1 rider sitting on, but 9 riders just rolling through, and they've been rolling through pretty much most of the day. This is what's left of the peloton behind. There's about 30, 40 riders left in the peloton. It's not been easy for them.
No, it's been really tough. The hardest of the rain has fallen really in the toughest of the terrain as well, along the edges of the Teutoburg forest and the ridge of hills just south of Osnabrück along the Lower Saxony border. We're well away from the hills now, but by the looks of it, still the rain falling a little bit. Let's just roll through these riders as they come towards us as well. And that's Edward Plankert just rolling through on the front for Alpecin-de-Koning. One of 2 Alpecin-de-Koning riders there, along with Caden Groves, who I wondered at the start of today, as we rattle over some clinkers here and back onto the smooth road, I wondered what his form might be like after the Vuelta having finished, where he won the sprinter's jersey, I keep calling it the green jersey, the sprinter's jersey and 3 stages. Well, it does look like his form's really good. It looked like he was climbing well around our 2 hilly circuits we've done so far. And when we go back to our breakaway, we'll talk people through who else is in there in that 10. Welcome back, those of you who've been away on a break. This is our leading group of 10 riders in this, the 17th edition of the Sparkassen Münsterland Giro. Rolling through right now, the Dutch sprinter Danny van Poppel. Just behind him, the young Norwegian talent Per Strand Hagenes, riding for Jumbo-Visma. Then the 2019 World Road Race champion Mads Pedersen, the Dane, riding for Lidl-Trek. And no one's following him through, which is interesting. So I wonder, just looking at them, as we look down that line, I'll go back through who else is in there. Looking like Søren Vanskov might be about to come through, but they're down to 1 line. They start peeling off to the right again. Danny van Poppel, Edward Plenker with the glasses in his helmet. And this is Søren Vanskjold, the Norwegian, one of two Norwegians in the breakaway, along with Perstrand Hagenes. There he is, riding for Uno X. And then this is Jonas Koch, the Bora Hansgrohe rider who, as Brian Smith has mentioned, has the best previous result in this race. This is the new European champion. If you've recently tuned in, you might be thinking, who's that white jersey for Jumbo-Visma? That, of course, is Christophe Laporte at the very end of this brilliant season he's had, where he's even now hoovered up a continental championship. We'll see him in that jersey for the rest of the year. And Perstrand Hagenes going through again. I think, Brian, are we seeing a little bit of one or two sitting in here? Yes, I think Caden Groves is sitting in a little bit. Is he at the back there?
No, I think both. Affini just went back to the car, and I think Caden Groves just waiting for the car to come up as well.
Okay.
He just put the bottle in there, so he's just kind of waiting. But it's just holding. We've seen this holding pattern for the last 3 hours. It's just holding there, and big choice from a decision from, I think, DSM, because the problem you've got is if you've got a rider like Aikoff sitting on the group in front, as soon as you make an attack, all the others will chase you down, and they'll help each other to chase you down because you've been sitting on. You might class it as a little bit unfair that you've been told, but DSM have got Dainese in this group behind and have the numbers. They have the numbers to make the difference. But for the moment, the riders at the front of the peloton, they aren't bringing this down.
Brian, sorry.
Another 10 kilometres have passed, Jez, and it's still the same.
Don't for 1 second. Bear in mind you're talking to me, right? I very rarely think any tactics are unfair in a race. If I was in there right now, I'd radio back to my team car and I'd say, that bottle you've got back for me there, can you split it into 10 bottles and I'll come back and get each bottle in turn? And I'll just keep coming back. Bit of sticky bottle. Oh look, I don't seem to have done any turns for about 40 minutes. Well, I've got 8 more bottles I've got to go back and get. Admittedly, they all only contain about 10 mil. That would be very naughty though, wouldn't it? But I
just going through the only sprint of the day.
That's
it.
It
Wasn't contested.
No, of course not. Oh, this looks a bit slippy. Careful. Oh my goodness me. Yeah, they're more old style cobbles, those ones, aren't they? Not quite like the shiny town ones. Peloton have to be a bit careful on there, Brian. I'd have thought they were rustic at best. Right, now let's see them get back into formation. If we're done with going back to the car again, let's see who is rolling through. Jonas Koch, you would presume, would do some harder turns here.
Not necessarily.
No?
No, it's even Danny Van Poppel's not a guaranteed victor in the sprints. I still think it's open. So I think you have to keep it equal. And then when it comes down to the kind of tactical deploys of the teams, let the racing commence, because I think it will once we come on to these finishing circuits.
This is Pietro Pekala, one of 3 Polish riders in the German Santic Vibatech team. Not sure how that's come about, but they have a half Polish, half German team in this race. Nice to see the Poles getting a chance to race in the big German national races as well as the biggest races in Germany, just like this. That was Tim Thorn-Teutenberg, the German rider for Lidl Trek, right at the back there. He was in that original leading group along with Mads Pedersen, and one of those who was distanced from it now finds himself right at the back of our main peloton. Liam Schlock's done a lot of work for Lotto Destiny. I think we need to be a little bit cautious, as we always are, Brian, with the timing gaps. It's now saying 48 again. We'll take it, it's under a minute somewhere, something like that. But yeah, I agree with you. I completely agree with you, Brian. I cannot see this being closed down. Now I think it's
look at the riders here. The swapping turns at the front. There's no real kind of grimacing. They look very relaxed. Given a choice, the easiest place to be is at the front of the race today with the conditions, because it's just a lot more steadier. What we've seen is you know, some accelerations in the group behind, and you know that's taken a huge toll on the size of the group. You know, the peloton is smashed to pieces behind, and this is what's left in the race. You can just see them all. What, 50, maximum 60 riders that are left now in this peloton. So if you look at the faces that they're pulling, they're trying hard. Well, in the fronts, they're just rolling through.
Well, right now they turn away from the river, and this is the wetland habitat that they're about to ride past, and it's an impressive one too. Big open flatland expanse of nature reserves. It's called the Munster Rijsselvelden, and it's basically a big network of ponds and reed beds that are home to an awful lot of migratory birds that stop off in this part of Europe on their way eastward. Great place to spot migratory birds that wouldn't normally be there. For those of you who love your wildlife, I'll run you through what the most common amongst them are. Bluethroat, godwits, greenshanks, and of course millions, and if you look down you might be able to see them, millions of lapwings. Brian, do you know the other name for a lapwing? I know you're listening intently to my bird talk, my ornithological information.
Peewit.
Sorry?
Peewit. Good
man. This is excellent. I was about to say it's a name that I've heard you called by some of our friends on cycling Twitter. It is peewit they call you, isn't it? Something like that, isn't it? A peewit, or what's the other name for a lapwing? A peewit, after the peewit, the sound it makes. You know what it's called? A green plover. Peewit or green plover, lapwing. I don't know why it's called a green plover, because it's not green. I think that's correct, by the way. Certainly that's what my dad told me back in 1983. So I'm hoping my dad's right. He might not be. Anyway. Yes, so quite unique nature reserve, that as well. It's been sort of manicured and drained particularly in that way as well, in that flat wetland habitat just to the north of Munster. We've turned northward again actually as we go alongside it. It should be quite windy here as well. We'll watch out for that sort of 28 kph wind which is blowing in from where is it now? It's blowing from their left at the moment as they ride northward, but it'll soon be blowing in quite hard from their right as well. I'm getting a look at some of these are not waders, these are much bigger birds than that, appear to be geese, might be barnacle geese, something like that maybe.
Greylag.
Whoops, could be grey. Brad Smith, quite the birder, aren't you? When did this happen? You've kept this hidden under your bushel, haven't you? Greylag geese, crikey, he's a birdman. I'm impressed, Brian, you've gone right up in my estimation. I thought, wow. Greylag, you're right, I reckon they're greylag geese. Don't you, in a minute you'll start talking fish and things and then I'll be really upset. Oh, there's quite a lot of them as well, isn't there? Lovely. I was looking forward to this. I remember it from previous editions when it's come in from the north. Of course last year we were coming in from the south. Completely different route last year. Ooh, look at that. That's a very nice shot across the wetland terrain as well, of what 45 seconds out on this long straight road looks like. Pan flat, Brian. They'll be able to see the tail end of the following cars of these riders. 45 seconds. Gosh, what if we have a chase on our finishing circuit? That could make things both interesting and dangerous as well, because it is wet. There'll be an awful lot of painted lines around that circuit in Munster, in the city centre. Not that I'm wanting any further crashes. We've had more than enough of them already in this race, but do you think it will change anything about the chase once we're onto that finishing circuit? If it's still 45 seconds when we get onto that finishing circuit, even if the chase isn't up, surely there'll be people thinking about attacking, even if it's just to be seen in a gap like that.
I'm not too sure we'll see attacking from behind. I think it's more of a case, do you want to help the chase? Normally in a 45-second gap you wouldn't keep the team cars in there. Just looking a little bit further down there, that's the peloton. It's just not snapped at all. I think the riders at the front of the peloton are looking a bit, weary more than the riders in the front group.
Yeah.
But Walshide seems to be interested, kind of helping. They've got Rick Zabel, but Guys, you have to look around and see who else you've got in this group. You've got two of the world's best sprinters, but then again, you have to be in it if you want a chance to win it. And there's a few teams that might be interested in trying to bring this back, but at the same time, keeps the pressure on the front of the race. But also, we're less likely to see, the attacks in the front of the race until late. Because they don't want to kind of risk too much. They want to kind of guarantee that they've got enough time gap to stay away.
And that is definitely a reduced group now, isn't it? We've lost quite a lot off the back of there. 150 riders started this race at around about midday today in Osnabrück. It's been a really, really tough day out. Jumbo-Visma, the rest of them anyway, have just been sitting there mostly together in this group, looking after Olav Koy with the number 1 on his back, last year's winner. I was going to say, Brian, it was... so are they the following? Yes, they are. So the cars have now been pulled out. I was going to say it was a bit strange that when it had been 45 seconds for quite a while, the cars were all still there. So I don't know if that's all of them, though.
Yeah, I think it's just the safest place there. It was a bit too narrow there. So a little bit safer to bring them over on the kind of wider road there.
Right, let's watch this. The least young gentleman in the whole field, Jos van Emden, there nearest us, at 38 years of age, retiring at the end of this season. And maybe it's on days like this, Brian, they might be thinking, crikey, I won't miss this. Surely.
I think if I'm mistaken, the Q36.5 have only got one rider left, and he's the rider there at the back, 114, and he was the rider that was actually chasing as well. So who were they riding for before? That's Cyrus Monk.
Well, that's Cyrus Monk there, isn't it? I mean, I would have said today would have been all about Matteo Moschetti, but I haven't seen anything of him. There is Monk at the back with that. You look at that number, I just want to pull it off, Brian. It's been swinging off the back of his bike for the last, 70k? Someone grab it. Right, we've got about 9k to go now until we're on to the finishing circuit itself. And that is the kind of first punctuation point. We've rolled through a sprint point, as Brian said, that was completely irrelevant because of where the breakaway was and who was in it. 3 laps of... What am I saying? Sorry, 3 laps of 4.2 kilometres around Munster. It's exactly the same finish we've had for the last few years. Long finishing straight, but with a bit of a kink in it as well. Right-hand turn inside the last 400 metres, but not really a turn. It's more of a...
Jordi Meus.
Oh, he's there, is he?
John Degenkolb.
Right.
So it's the kind of first sighting we've had of him. We're concentrating on John Degenkolb, but the Bora Hansgrohe, Jordi Meus is there. Stage 1 on the Tour in the Champs-Élysées. So I didn't know where he'd gone, so it looks as if Bora have got back up behind. So they've got Danny van Poppel in front, Jonas Koch, but they've also got Jordi Meus.
And Alexander Kristoff is still there for Uno X. 52 seconds. If there's any messing around from this group, it's going to have to come very, very late on, isn't it? You've said that already, Brian. It makes sense to me that you can't be affording to mess around too much. How many of these guys would it take to shut off and stop going through for it to become a real problem for this group? I still don't think Eekhoff is coming through, but it's not exactly as if his team are going nuts behind either, is it? Seems very convenient for him, that.
No, I thought it would be maybe about this time. If they wanted to shut it down, they could, but there are risks involved with that. And Eekhoff, if he's feeling okay, he might want to be given his opportunity. And it looks as if so far that Eekhoff, having sat on this group for the last 15, maybe 20 kilometres,
yep.
That kind of energy he's saving. This is his big chance.
I'm loving the fact, Brian, we've not seen anyone reminisce with him at all. It might have happened. Obviously, we're not hearing everything down at road level.
Pro bike racing, maybe at amateur level and things like that, but it's pro bike racing. You get told, he's already said to them, look, I've been told to sit on, just forget about it. Often in bike races, if someone's sitting on, it can get into your head a little bit. Don't get involved with that. Just, they're doing their job, you do your job, simple.
Yeah, you're so right. In an amateur, particularly in an amateur men's race, he would be being laid into it, every single rider that came back to him as well. You're right, it's a fascinating difference, isn't it? Oh, they're definitely enjoying their national holiday today on this German Unity Day, celebrating the peace route between Osnabrück and Munster. A bit of work gone into that hay bale structure. I'm not sure I'd sit directly underneath it. Thankfully, by the look of their flag, the wind has dropped a little bit and the sun is coming out. This is more like it. Welcome back, those of you who've been away on a break. We're looking at who might be one of the last German hopes today. Max Walscheid, right in the middle there, riding for the German national team. This is the 17th edition of the Sparkassen Münsterland Giro, this Point Pro Series Europe Tour one-day race, one of the 3 big German races every year, along with the Hamburg Cyclassics and the Eschborn Frankfurt. Hamburg Cyclassics this year, of course, won by Mads Pedersen, who's in this leading group, and he won ahead of Danny van Poppel, who is also in the leading group. Elia Viviani was third there, and he and his team are not riding. Eschborn Frankfurt, of course, was won by Søren Kragh Andersen, ahead of Patrick Conrad and Alessandro Fideli, so not quite the usual same finish we might expect in the Eschborn Frankfurt. Breakaway surviving in that one, and on this occasion we may well be seeing a breakaway survive here, if we call it that. It was a split in the bunch, and the leading group of that split caught a tiny little group of 3 hard-working UCI Continental riders who were absorbed into that group. The group became 30 riders, and that group then whittled down to be the 10 super strong riders we see in front of us right now. And the group in itself is almost a tale of this 2023 season, because it's dominated by Jumbo-Visma. 3 really strong riders, including the European champion, the newly crowned European champion, Christophe Laporte. And back here, we go back to the group behind, and what do we see? Loads of his teammates sitting in ready, just in case it should come back, because they have the defending champion, of course, in Olaf Koy, who rides right in the middle of our shot with the number 1 on his back. There's Gerben Thijssen with the 31 on his back in the yellow and blue of Intermarché Circus 1T. He'll be ready, should it be coming back. And we are nearly into the outskirts. In fact, we are into the northern outskirts of Münster, Brian, and ready to get onto this circuit, which is very much focused right on the centre of Münster. It goes up alongside the edge of the Schlossgarten, alongside the edge of the university building itself, where our finish is, and it crosses the river twice a lap.
Yeah, they had Lotto Destiny had, you know, one rider up towards the front. Schwarzman, of course, was in the original breakaway, but you know, they've decided that, you know, instead of Liam Schlock, who they were using at the front, he was in his last legs, that having Milan Ment on there, that, you know, they were going to have to use Schwarzman again, so he came up and done a few turns there, but I just can't, I'm not getting that feeling yet that, you know, these guys are going to be brought back. I think there's if it was a, no, hands down one favourite in here, then it would have changed the complex of the, you know, the final 20-30 kilometres, but everybody believes they can win.
Mads Pedersen now sitting on the back wheel of Niels Eekhoff. I love watching Niels Eekhoff on the bike, Brian. He's so easy to spot, isn't he? Apart from the fact that he's tall and long-limbed, slim too, he's got that almost Bradley Wiggins-esque flat back as well, hasn't he? Do you know what I mean by that? An almost sort of locked out flat back. Even when sitting upright, there's barely a curve to it at all. He looks rock steady in the saddle too. Fascinating style. Tudor once again at it on the front. This will be very helpful for the other teams, and as Brian and I have said, we can't quite work out what it might be about. Rick Plumers is, I think, their best sprinter, but we're looking at the likes of sprinters behind him readying themselves should it come back. Alberto Dainese there on the back wheel of John Degenkolb, but there's no point getting in sprint train mode unless you've actually caught the breakaway yet, and it's just still not happening. Despite the likes of Julius Johansson here coming and doing some longer turns at the front, they still, I mean, even Johansson there doesn't look like he's caning it, does he, Brian? He's not.
No, he's trying as hard as he can, of course, but slowly but surely one rider just dropping back from the front. You've only got kind of one rider left. I don't know when Aikoff is going to have a go, but when he does have a go, I think he'll be chased down quite quickly. They might run out of time. If Aikoff gets dropped, he doesn't manage to make it into the the split when they start attacking each other, and it might be a little bit too late for DSM to bring it all back. But look, that was a turn left of the last turn of Intermarché, Niels Pollitt and Bora Hansgrohe, straight onto the radio. There's no more chase. That's it. The gap will go over 1 minute now. So I think DSM are the only team that could have done anything in that kind of run in towards the finish. They do have the numbers, but then again, you go up against two of the best sprinters in the world. That's why they started to just tell Niels Aikoff to sit on, because this is their kind of only opportunity of trying to win this race.
So our breakaway of 10 riders is nearly on the finish line. You're seeing the graphics on your screen, so I'll roll you through who they are again. This is Mads Pedersen right at the back for Trek, for Lidl Trek. I very nearly said the S word there. Lidl Trek right at the back on the red Trek bike. Just in front of him, Caden Groves. Such is the power of sprintability in this leading group. If it does come down to a sprint between these 10, we're going to be treated to a brilliant one, I think. This is going back to 2 years ago where Mark Cavendish won on this very circuit in the hammering rain with wet leaves all over the road, exactly as we have now. Having said that, when Cavendish was on the finishing circuit when he won, it was even worse. It was getting dark, it was hacking with rain as well. Things have at least brightened up a little bit for these 10. And just to carry on who else is in there, I've mentioned Pedersen, Caden Groves. Edward Planka is there supporting Caden Groves, the second of those Alpecin de Koning riders, and then Danny Van Poppel and Jonas Koch, the two riders for Bora Hansgrohe. Those three Jumbo-Visma riders, Per Strand Hagenes, Christophe Laporte and Edoardo Affini, the Italian, in a very, very multinational leading 10 there. The only nation that has two of the same... Oh, I do apologise. No, we've got... Yeah, Danny Van Poppel and Niels Eekhoff, the two Dutchmen, and then the two Norwegians, Per Strand Hagenes and Søren Vanskjold. So deceptive, isn't it, Brian? Because this almost looks slightly relaxed here. It's anything but. Now Eekhoff is going through. Sorry, Brian, I've just noticed. Eekhoff is now going through.
He started going into the line now. He's had a lot of time at the back. You want to get involved with the kind of race. I think he started going through when maybe he got the information that the chase was finished behind. There was nobody else kind of chasing this down. However, they're still holding it 1 minute.
So this will be the first passage of the line. 3 complete laps to go now to this point. So it's effectively 3.5 laps of the circuit because they had to get to the finish line first. It's Planka who's going to lead them through for Alpecin de Koning. Edward Planka leaning across the road from Jonas Koch, and look at the leaves on the road as well. It is very much autumn. Tricky conditions. You can't exactly sweep these, can you? Because the leaves are falling in front of our very eyes as we go. 10 riders onto the circuit. Just wondering whether, just watching Mads Pedersen, Brian, wondering whether he'd started to miss a turn or two. He certainly didn't follow the wheel of Caden Groves through that time. Of course, he might just be eating something, taking on a gel or something, but just keep an eye on Pedersen at the back. Been back there for a while. Søren Vanskjold just behind him. So you're getting a look at this finishing circuit for the first time, folks. They turn left after the finish line, they go back across the river, they're following the Universitas Strata, I should say, with the at the end, in my pidgin German. And they then go eastward through Rothenburg and turning back on themselves to go back across the river. So there's a big sort of southerly sweep of the loop. And there is our chasing peloton led across by John Degenkolb. That will have been popular with the crowd who are watching, I'm sure. Such a popular rider, John Degenkolb, not least because of his Palmares, but also because of the way he races and the effort that's evident throughout. Once again, we've got slightly testy urban terrain under tyre as well, Brian Smith, haven't we? Whenever we get into these city centre circuits like this, it's a blend of, lots of different road surfaces. This is smooth, flat cobbles. I remember this. I've forgotten about this section after the finish line as well. They'll have to be, well, they are being cautious on it, aren't they?
Yeah, you have to be. And you're right, it's, this is what kind of normally happens, but most of these riders will know what they're up against in this circuit now. Does look as if the winner, I think I've been saying this for the last hour, is going to come from the front of the race here. It started with 30 riders, now down to 10 riders, and you only have to think that Jumbo-Visma have got the numbers here. I saw Affini been back to the car in the run-in, chatting to the sports director. Is he going to go for a long one? I don't think there's a clear and outright winner in here if it comes down to a 10-up sprint, Jez, so that's why I really do think that we're going to see the attacks.
Yeah, but I'm not going to let you get away with that one, Brian Smith. You're a signed-up member of my 10k to go club, and we're nearly in the 10k to go club, so I'm going to ask you, who is going to win this race? You've already said it's someone that's going to come from that group. Come on, stick your neck out. You know whoever I pick won't win, so if you want, I can go first. Would you like that? Happy to. I'm happy to.
No.
Oh yeah.
I'll go Caden Groves out of this
Okie dokie. Right, just going to make a quick note of this. Brian Caden Groves, pick your winner at home, folks, as you look down on them in the glorious sunshine of Munster in the city. I am going to go for Søren Vanskold, right at the back, purely because as I look at them to take my pick, he's sat at the back, and I think he might be being clever. Caden Groves, Søren Vanskold. Neither of us have gone for... Oh, there's so many. You could argue for any of these guys, couldn't you? Eekhoff, is the unknown in terms of how long he's been sitting on, what he's saved, what he can do in a group that's got so much sprint talent in it like this. There's a conversation here going on between Mads Pedersen and Caden Groves, and I think that might be to do with what I was saying, Brian. I think Caden Groves might have spotted as well that Mads Pedersen is doing less. You watch him. I don't think he's rolling through at all. 1 minute. Look at the face of these riders. Look at the face of the best sprinter in the world right now as well, Jasper Philipsen, who's right up there at the front. He's got other great sprinters around him as well. Alberto Dainese keeps popping his head out to look to see what's going on ahead, but all the while we're looking at the same time gap that we've been looking at more or less for the last, hour and a half? 2 hours maybe, Brian. Doesn't change, does it?
No, not at all. There's a bit of a move there. Christophe Laporte was trying to get a sneak off just before one of the corners there, but you think that Jumbo-Visma, with 3 riders in this front group, they stand a higher chance of winning.
But after 184 kilometres of racing, it's down to a 10k criterium, effectively, around the streets of Munster on this fantastic circuit. Big crowd out enjoying it as well on this German Unity Day, a national holiday in Germany, this Tuesday afternoon. Wherever you're watching around the world, thank you for being with us here at the home of cycling on Eurosport GCN. My name's Jez Cox, and I have 2-time British professional road race champion Brian Smith with me. And we've enjoyed bringing viewers the whole of this, from gun to tape, as they say, from the moment they set off in Osnabrück just after midday this afternoon, right the way through to where we are right now. And it's, late afternoon, early evening in Germany now. People out and tuning in on their TVs to watch the finish of one of 3 big one-day races every year in Germany. And this one, the youngest of them, the Sparkassen Münsterland Giro, but one that's got an illustrious list of winners too. Mads Pedersen, will he be the next of them? He rolls through, coming towards the finish line again for the second time. 2 laps to go. You should see the 2 laps to go board being held out somewhere. It'll be up there somewhere. Caden Groves leads across, fresh from that brilliant Vuelta, where, as I mentioned earlier, in slightly less illustrious sprinting company, even than there is in this race, in actual fact, he's certainly notched himself up in terms of confidence and form by the looks of it too. Someone's going to attack Brian Smith, aren't they? It's coming. Definitely coming.
We're hoping, and we've been trying to set this up, but yeah, I don't think anybody would be super confident in their sprint ability in this front group, so there's a lot of kind of evenly matched riders, and only they'll know how they feel. And they'll see small things from some of their other rivals, but yeah, I truly believe that the attacks will start. It's good that the peloton have actually kept this gap down, because they can't spend too much time kind of messing around. But 1 lap down, 2 laps to go, still waiting for the initial attacks. It's
quite bizarre, Brian, isn't it? They're going to probably keep that chase pace going right the way through to the finish, and yet really for the last it is about an hour and a half, nearly 2 hours, that they've had that sort of minute gap between them and the peloton, and they've been working hard, and it's never really changed. Them and the breakaway, sorry, and I could see it still being under a minute on the line as well.
It's
quite incredible.
It's been relentless, isn't it? Yeah. It's just like not many races when the group goes, everybody's happy, they kind of sit back, but this race is, to have a race of this length, this time of year, and the breakaway, even the initial breakaway up to the 30 riders, never really went over 2 minutes. Most of it has all been under 1 minute.
It's like watching a Zwift race or something, honestly. It's like just sort of measuring out of watts that has an end product on the screen. It gives us that same time. It just happens. There we are, back onto the cobbles after the finish. The riders now second time across there. Those of them who've ridden the Munster Giro before will know that section. It's not terrible cobbles, but it's when wet, you've got to be a little bit careful, as you can see. Everyone, even the breakaway, still paying it a little bit of careful attention. Got to be an attack on this lap, Brian. Next time they go across the line, they're going to get the ding-ding. Someone's got to have a crack
Jumbo,
at this.
I think Jumbo, I'm thinking more Affini trying to go. I think Jumbo has to use their numbers. So I'm thinking Eduardo Affini.
Yep. Boy, this looks like Danny Van Poppel having a go. Jonas Koch dropping back a little bit. I wonder whether Van Poppel doesn't fancy his chances against Laporte, Pedersen.
I don't think I would be overly confident, especially after a long, hard race like that. This is going to be if it does come down to a sprint, this is going to be a very different sprint to what we'd have if a bunch come in together. These guys have been out front pretty much all day for the last 3.5 hours, maybe a little bit more. So putting their nose in the wind. So this is going to come down to what you've got left in the legs rather than how quick you can sprint.
This has been a good ride today, by the way, by Joshua Huppertz. I'll give him a shout out. He's been on the front a lot, the 28-year-old from Lotto Kernhaus. He's their most experienced rider, Huppertz. I've been impressed with him. Done a lot for them today. I say done a lot for them. He might well be the only Lotto Kern Farmer rider left in there, but he's been on the front. Here we go.
Christophe Laporte was in the front. Danny Van Poppel went, and he completely looked what he's doing. We've got 3 riders here. Laporte was just looking behind going, come on, guys.
Right, so who is that riding across then for Jumbo-Visma? I'm just looking down to see. Is that Bertrand Hagenes making his way across? No, it might be Affini, actually. Looking like Wanskjold might bring it back together again, but these riders, after a long race in terrible conditions, are going to have to pay attention. It is Affini who's closed down that gap for Jumbo-Visma, and he just sits on now as well. But anyone who attacks on this course, Brian, that's the other thing to think. While the roads are still just about drying out, if you attack, you're going to have to send it through these corners, aren't you? But here we go. He's going again. Is it Affini? I think it is Affini, yes. But you thought he might be the one that goes on the attack. He's waited till that's come nearly back. And he's having to go himself now as well.
Just look at the effort of Danny Van Poppel. He's already made an effort and having to make another one. That is really going to kind of blunt his speed a little bit. Ed Plancart bringing it back together for Groves. Groves might fancy this one, for a sprint finish. He is up against it with so many good sprinters here.
Yeah, so Caden Groves.
Eickhoff as well. Eickhoff is the rider that's done the least amount of work in this front group.
Yep, Christophe Laporte moving up to just overlap Niels Eickhoff as well. Eickhoff on the outside, following Christophe Laporte through. Looking at the front end shot, is that an attack? Yes, it is a little bit of a dig there from Christophe Laporte. Caden Groves looking across to see who can close it. Can Jonas Koch close it? No. And right now they're waiting. Groves might have to twitch here if he wants to go after this, because Niels Eickhoff, as Brian has said, has been sitting on a little bit, and he looks very comfortable on the back wheel of the European champion.
Well, with Danny Van Poppel making a couple of efforts there, Koch has to right now, and that's the decisions that you have to make. I think Ed Plancart will absolutely bury himself, for Caden Groves behind, but there's a few riders playing the kind of cagey game, but these are kind of two strong riders you don't want disappearing down the road.
Absolutely not. This is closing in on the finish, and that final lap, 2 leaders clear, Christophe Laporte and Eduardo. Sorry, Christophe Laporte, of course, and who's he got with him, Brian? I'm losing my mind up there.
Eickhoff.
Sorry, Eickhoff, Niels Eickhoff, thank you. So back onto the cobbles.
Look at Edward Plancart shutting this one down now. He's full. I think Koch's gone. His legs have left him. So Ed Plancart doing a terrific job here for Caden Groves. It looks like Mads Pedersen is just intent on just kind of saving everything for this sprint at the end. Hageness is still there. Danny Van Poppel just opening up a little bit of a gap. So I think looking okay for Caden Groves and Mads Pedersen for the moment. Warren's Call just kind of sitting on the back. Just wait until they all come back together, because prime place is Warren's Called at the back. If he can just launch, but it's what you've got left in the legs. Do you want to put it down to a sprint? 3.2 kilometres to go. It does look rather tired and ragged at the front now.
Definitely does. Don't forget they're on the cobbles right now. But Caden Groves swung out and sat back a bit. He's on the radio there to Plancart, and he's radioed to Plancart, I think, to say go for it, get on with it, go. He's going to follow. Groves had swung out actually and dropped off the back wheel of Mads Pedersen. This is the peloton chasing. 50 seconds. This is a desperate late chase, and it's Jasper Philipsen, the fastest sprinter, the most illustriously decorated sprinter in the world right now, on the front of that chasing group, but we'll ignore them. If the timing gaps are right, we don't even need to worry about them at all. Plankart's been brought back. He has Christophe Laporte on his wheel. Mads Pedersen tucked in third wheel. Pedersen hasn't really opened up yet in this group. Maybe he is the danger man, particularly after the tough conditions we've been in today. Attack from Jumbo-Visma though, just like Perstrand Hageness, I think. Perstrand Hageness has gone.
Has to go, and I think into the radio. I don't have the legs to Caden Groves. I don't think Ed Plancart has got the legs to shut this one down. He was straight onto the radio, and no reaction there from Caden Groves.
With 3 riders in there, we knew this would be what Jumbo-Visma would try, particularly if the first effort from Christophe Laporte didn't work, and it didn't. This is the young Norwegian, Perstrand Hageness, who's gone hard by himself. Of course, he's got 2 teammates behind who'll snuffle anything out. Unless they want to do a Jumbo-Visma and jump clear, the 2 of them, and get the 1, 2, 3 on the line. I wouldn't put past anything past Jumbo-Visma this year. It is eminently possible, but let's see, because behind there are now some very strong sprinters and the likes of Groves who'll be thinking about charging up their nitro ready for this final sprint. Will they get a chance to use it though, or is this young man riding away to what would be, along with that stage of the 4 days of Dunkirk, it would be probably the biggest win of his career.
Well, Ed Plankart's not going to do this himself. He's already brought back Christophe Laporte and Eickhoff, looking very good for the young man from Norway to deliver a big win. I think this will be his biggest win ever.
I think you're right, Brian. I think he might do this. It was brilliant timing. It was a big hit out right at the right time. He's thankfully on the smoothest part of the course. There's no cobbles now between now and the line, so he can send it a bit more through these corners and not worry too much in these drying out conditions. It's been Jumbo-Visma's year. It's already been their race today, getting 3 in that breakaway. And is it about to become their race entirely? Perstrand Hageness has got to keep it rubber side down, and he's under the Flamme Rouge.
That's the difference of having 3 riders in that break. They had to play the numbers game. Christophe Laporte looked for it. Affini went as well. Hageness went at the perfect time, because they were shedding riders from the group, and with going at the right time, Ed Plancart he was straight onto the radio. I've not got the legs. You need to go. If you get the legs going, nobody had the legs, so it's going to be a sprint for second place, but this man has it in the bag.
He does look like he has it in the bag, Brian, but I wouldn't mind looking over his shoulder. It's been shut down behind. Jumbo-Visma have done the job on this. Christophe Laporte ready to sprint it out. They'll try and get second and third on this. I would not put it past them at all. Look at this. Caden Groves in the middle. There's almost a bit of a chat going on. They've got a Grove sandwich right now, the Jumbo-Visma boys, and Laporte is going to sit on and wait. Well, that's it gone. You're absolutely right. Per Strand Hagenes is about to take the biggest win of his career so far. This young Norwegian in this Dutch super team, which is on the verge of a massive merger, a big change for this team, and he might have just notched himself up the let's keep him record, because Per Strand Hagenes is hang on, has he still got a lap to go? Brian, am I losing my mind? I think he's just ridden through the line. That's the sprint. He has just ridden through the line. I think he thinks he's still got a lap to go. This is the sprint for second place by the looks of it. Mads Pedersen is going to clean up here, or is he? Caden Groves. Caden Groves right on the line, showing how he might have been come the finish. Brian, is it just me, or has Per Strand Hagenes not realised that he's just won the race? I think that might be the case. I think he thinks he had still had a lap to go.
Yeah, it looks like that.
Oh,
that was the case.
Poor lad.
He's Swan year stopped him.
Dearie me.
All over him.
I thought I'd got it wrong for a second. I thought, no, this can't be right. Wait a minute. Oh, poor guy. I do feel sorry for him. That might not be one for the mantelpiece, that picture, but the result certainly will be. And here they are coming from behind. Alexander Christophe coming to the line. And he's going to just pip Izzy. Gavin Tyson takes it. Well, let's look at the time gaps afterwards. It didn't feel like a minute, but maybe it was. The man who didn't even know he'd won. By the look, either that or Jumbo-Visma have got so cool and cocky, Brian, that they don't bother celebrating anymore. I don't think that's the case, because it's a big win.
I think going for the lap of honour there, but yeah, I think it was the case. I'm looking forward to this interview, because it did look as if he went onto the radio, didn't he? Just coming into it, and I think he just wasn't aware. But that's what happens. That was tactically, brilliant there from Jumbo-Visma. Having the numbers there counts, but what the other team's thinking about it. I think when Hagenes went there, I think Caden Groves has to react. That's why Ed Plankert went onto the radio. He'd already closed the gap. You don't just sit and wait for the sprints. So tactically, they got it wrong behind. There's always going to be a case of you just use the numbers. Affini goes, Laporte goes, Hagenes goes. You know it's going to come, but you cannot just rely on one rider to close all the gaps for you. And unfortunately, that's what Alpecin Deceuninck did, and they lost out in the end. Caden Groves gets second.
Well, Brian, I think we've covered this race together for the last 2 years. This is 3 years in a row. We must remember next year, when we look at this result, that it wasn't a sprint finish. It was a surviving breakaway. Per Strand Hagenes ahead of Caden Groves. Niels Eekhoff in the end getting on the podium after all that backing off in third. Danny Van Poppel in fourth. We'll confirm it for you on our screens when we see it. Let's look back at this though, Brian, that moment. Nice, wasn't it? Perfect timing, straight out of the line, no one followed.
Watch Ed Plankert. He goes straight onto the radio, looking down straight onto it. You have to make that effort. You have to go. You cannot just rely on your teammate who's already made a big effort to bring two riders back already.
Well, this was the moment at which he thought he had another lap to go. He didn't. He rolled straight through the line, and I think had been grabbed, just snaffled by his team carer. Let's see if we can see the moment, in actual fact. I think there was a bit of banter going on amongst the team there as well, once they'd rejoined him at the line. A great job done by them today. Perfect timing. You said that might be the case, Brian, that when you've got three in there, you've got to not get it wrong. Don't mess up, I think is how the saying goes.
It doesn't guarantee you when you get 3 and 10, but you have to think Eekhoff, he tried there, but he went with Laporte. Plankert was there to save the day initially, but having 3 riders, you just have to do one at a time. Just one goes, the next one goes, the next one goes, and that's what happened. It was only a matter of time before they started doing that.
Yeah, I think now it's sinking in. You might look back and think, I wish I had the chance to get the old arms posted up. Bertrand Hagenes, he'll need a wipe down and a clean up before that podium, because it's been a mucky day out. Now, thankfully, I'll tell you one other thing that was quite a good thing to see, Brian. That 10 in the end were together for an awfully long time. Let's just watch the sprint as well for the finish for second. Christophe Laporte was being led out in the end, wasn't he? Danny Van Poppel coming quick up the outside. Mads Pedersen opened up. Caden Groves was waiting for that. We'd seen Groves and Pedersen watching each other coming into the finish anyway. Niels Ikhoff had a good sprint in the end as well. Christophe Laporte with nowhere to go, basically. Groves the best of the rest, but all bettered by one man and worked over, really, by the numbers that Jumbo-Visma had. Eduardo Affini knows it, celebrating in the background. He knew that Per Strand Hagenes had won, even if Per Strand Hagenes did not on that line. And my man, how did our picks go, Brian? You went for Caden Groves, he got second. My man, Søren Vanskold, I picked him because he was at the back, and he finished at the back. Standard Jez Cox pick. Brilliant. I apologise to him because he probably would have won if I hadn't picked him.
He would definitely.
There we go.
At least in our Norwegian one, you picked the wrong one.
True, you're right. And I'm a lucky charm for Per Strand Hagenes because I've commentated on his other big win this year, as I say, at the 4 Days of Dunkirk earlier this year. This was a much more tactical win, this one, though. There we go. So there's the top 10 provisionally confirmed for us, and a very multinational top 10 too as well. Per Strand Hagenes, the Norwegian, taking the win ahead of Australia's Caden Groves, Mads Pedersen, Niels Ikhoff, Danny Van Poppel, one of two Dutchmen in the top 10, Søren Vanskold, Christophe Laporte, Eduardo Affini, Edward Plankart and Jonas Koch. What a fantastic edition in its 17th edition of the Sparkassen Munsterland Giro. We're looking down here on the university buildings, right on the edge of the Schlossgarten, the Munster University, Munster University I should say, of course. This is right on the edge of the massive, what do you call it? Biodiversity garden. It used to be an enormous set of massive greenhouses that were built a couple of hundred years ago. They mostly were demolished during the Second World War and have been rebuilt since. And there's now an enormous medicinal garden in amongst those greenhouses there that's managed by the university itself. Yes, you're right, Brian. Per Strand Hagenes went on the radio as he came towards the line. I wonder whether he was having anything said in his ear. It might have been, "Well done, mate, you've won," and he's got back on the radio to say...
Is this the finish?
You
sure? Is this the finish? Somebody answer me. Nobody's answering me.
No,
is this the finish, guys? Come on, is this the finish?
You've got to feel for him, Brian. You know, I definitely feel sorry for him because that would have been a lovely photo for the end of year, and instead the line, you know, going across the line, it's not oh well, he'll get a nice podium shot hopefully. So that's the thing to question, like, whether there was already someone talking in his ear saying you've won, celebrate, you've won, or whether there was nothing in his ear and he's going, what's going on out there? Someone tell me what's going on. Why are they not going so nuts?
A lot of these circumstances, the sports directors don't have a clue what's happening in the car. They don't get TV signals. They're listening to Radio Tour, and with it being split up, it's very difficult. The Radio Tour's in the commissaire car, which is behind the group behind, and there is a little bit of confusion, but maybe there wasn't that lap board that you said was up, but
yeah, I didn't see it. Surely
the homework, you know, even you knew that he came in and did 3 laps at the finish.
Oi, listen, I struggle with counting, Brian. You are mocking my disnumerer live on air, and I think that's a disgrace. You're right, I can barely count, Brian. I'm terrible like that. And yeah, if I can work out they've got 3 laps to go in total and count them down, then anyone can. Even if they've had a hard day out over 200k in the hammering rain. That was a tough day out, wasn't it?
Yeah, you can see that when they started the attack. It was just, you know, strongest one in the end. Did help that there was 3 in there from Jumbo-Visma, and they played that tactical card to perfection. Big losers of the day. We can't say DSM, I suppose. They got Ikhoff on the podium, but when everybody knows that when you've got, that's what I'm saying in the running. Danny Van Poppel was trying everything to get away. Never worked. But when Ed Plankart brings back two riders, Eickhoff and Christophe Laporte, you know when the next one's coming you have to be on it, and I'm afraid to say that Caden Groves, whether he didn't have the legs or not, but he still can sprint at the end.
Yeah.
He made a mistake.
Yeah, I think
that's where the wind left him. He should have jumped when Hagenes went, and then hopefully Plancart would have got his breath back, maybe brought back in the wheels and was able to help him. It's just sometimes when you're a sprinter, it's all about making these efforts, and I think Caden Groves was just kind of waiting for the sprint. He was hoping that Ed Plancart was going to bring him back, which he clearly wasn't, because such a hard race today that already making that effort, and it was clear that he went straight onto the radio and went, my legs have gone on, I can't do it.
I'm hoping for a replay of the moment where Purstall and Hagenes attacked, because I wouldn't mind seeing whose wheel he was on or who was 2 wheels behind him. It did look, I mean, there was obviously a hesitation, but it was good timing. I'm just wondering, can you remember, Brian? I'm just wondering whether maybe Affini was on his wheel when he took off, whether the 2 Jumbo-Visma men were together, because that would have given them a bit of space, wouldn't it?
I never kind of noticed that, but today he made history as well, because that's the first Norwegian winner.
Ah, there we go. Well,
the best place before that was actually Blickra last year in 14th place.
Yeah, oh well, there you go. You've got good data there. So he joins Olaf Koy. He joins a very illustrious list of winners. Olaf Koy last year, Mark Cavendish 21, no race in 2020. Alvaro Hodge, the Colombian, when he was still in his prime. We hope he gets back to that level, Alvaro Hodge, but he's not there just yet, the Colombian. There it is confirmed for you again, by the way. That is now the final result. No change from when we last saw it. Purstall and Hagenes.
They have Christophe Laporte, because I noticed Christophe Laporte was a bit further out, so he's now in 5th place.
Sorry, well spotted. Right, there he is. Christophe Laporte ahead of Danny van Poppel, Soren Ranskold, Eduardo Affini, Edward Plancart there. Just ahead of Jonas Koch in 10th. Koch in the end distance, wasn't
Here
he?
it comes now. No, it was Danny van Poppel.
Yeah, Van Poppel moved up the outside, didn't he? But then didn't do it, didn't go for it. Caden Groves was stuck on the front. Now that's quite telling, bearing in mind he came second.
No, that was Ed Plancart.
Oh, was it? Was it? Thank you, Brian. Right, okay, there we go.
But he'd already brought back Laporte and Eickhoff, so he was straight on the radio and said something that would have been along the lines as, my legs have gone.
Yeah. Oh, Jumbo-Visma winning again, wouldn't you know it? And not just winning through plucky luck and prime time attacking. He had 3 riders in the leading group, so some would say it was always going to happen. Christophe Laporte has had a good outing for that first time in that European Champions jersey, but not yet got his arms up in the air. Don't think it'll be too long, but he might have to wait till the start of next season. Let's see. Don't know if he's racing Paris Tour next weekend. He might be. This weekend, I should say.